Exactly.
Well, we are live at the Collation Center in Lokoja, Kogi State, where the collation is expected to begin shortly. Recall that there were attempts to begin earlier, but then they needed to get as many results from the 21 local government areas in that part of the state. And we are looking forward to see how that will play out in the coming hours. But INEC earlier on announced the suspension of results in about 9 wards in one of the local government areas, and it also did mention that this was due to reported incidences of electoral malpractices, particularly the incident of result sheets completed before voting. It also says the incidents in other local government areas in Adavi, Ajaokuta, Okeye, and Okene are being thoroughly investigated. We expect to hear from INEC in before the end of today. God bless. It's been a long ride, and Kogi is just about starting. Very interesting. So much drama in Owerri. Hopefully there will be less drama in Lokoja.
I really do hope so.
We'll wait to see. Already now that we're hearing of suspended polls.
Correct.
What are your expectations with INEC's conduct ahead of this collation exercise?
I mean, if you look at what is happening now in Kogi, you see a candidate is outrightly calling for the cancellation of elections in about 4 to 5
local government areas.
I mean, that it's coming from 2 candidates actually, the SDP and the PDP, and you don't have that coming from the APC. The conduct again, it brings us back to the conversation that we're having about what the guideline is. Do we continue, even though there is flagrant disregard for the process, or we wait? Now you're opening up the collation center. What is the guidelines, or what is the statement preceding the opening? Are we saying, you know what?
Especially in the areas where there are contentions.
You know, will the returning officer say, you know what, we're going to open the collation center to collect results from areas where we have not had issues, but this is saying to all the candidates, we will not admit results from XYZ place. You know, will that be what the returning officer does? Is that what is that what would go ahead? I think you wanted to.
By the way, the collation center has also opened in Yenagoa, where we expect results to come in from the 8 local government areas in that state. INEC had mentioned that this would begin by 10, but they're about 1 hour, 4 minutes behind schedule. God bless. I must say a big thank you for joining us, for this conversation. Hopefully it will get better, right? I mean, that's the expectation. All right, so we'll be back with more analysis for you, but let's take you to Bayelsa to find out exactly what's happening there as we speak.
Bayelsa State. And of course, Commissioner of Police for Bayelsa State, CB Chilani Lausa. Good morning, sir. You're welcome. Also, party chiefs that are here, service chiefs, civil society group, and the media. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. Right. Going straight to the business of the day, and that is the presentations from the various collation officers at the local government level that are ready with their local government collated results. And first among them is the.
Let me make some. You will make some comments. Some few comments.
All right.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The protocol has been actually established, and I want to leverage on that to stand on the already established protocol. You are welcome back to Professor Mahmoud Yakub, who Benue State. We did the opening ceremony yesterday. Sorry, Bayelsa State. Sorry, Bayelsa State. We had the opening session yesterday, and we agreed that we will reconvene at 10 o'clock today. We are grateful to God that we are here, and we have to start in earnest. By doing that, I just felt that we need to set out the ground rules, because we are more organized than any other person. And therefore, it is expected that all of us that are here are responsible men and women in this hall. Without wasting much time, the rules are very, very simple. Our job is clearly known. We are to collect results from the various local governments that constitute Bayelsa State. We are expecting about 16 party agents here. Anything in excess of that, please, I think you can do better by realigning yourself so that we will have maximum of 16 party agents. We shall be calling on the local government areas as they are ready for the presentation of the results. Now, in doing that, the first requirement would be that whoever is the collation officer for whatever local government is, he will appear before us with the electoral officer of that local government before he is allowed to make presentation. Before even the presentation, it is expected that all the results that will be presented here are properly reconciled, and we have the secretariat that will help do that, so that we will not have reason to go back and forth. We want a situation where our presentation will be once accurate, devoid of ambiguity or unnecessary argument. We will be expecting decorum, absolute silence, so that whatever the local government coalition officer is reading out, please, we will all have reason to understand exactly the figures that have been read out, especially the party agents. Please, let's be attentive, let's be responsible, and let's be matured in our transactions here, please. Finally, the job is very simple. I repeat, it is simple. We are here to collect the results that some of their agents have been, have received, and the results, if I'm not mistaken, are with you. So there is nothing new, unless, of course, in some areas where you feel you have some observations. And those observations can be raised here, after which we will look at them passionately. But please, one thing we have to note, it is very important. In as much as we will be diligent and very polite in our approach, I think certain observations that are not too important, we can weigh them and make progress. I think that is that. We will just go straight to the business of the day. And I'm sure, which local government is ready now? Please pardon me, the pronunciation may not be correct because I'm not familiar with the names. I hope the results have been reconciled and everything is perfect. All right, please. Now, as you come in here, as you sit, ladies and gentlemen, as you sit, please, the EO will introduce herself, and then to be followed by the local government coalition officer, and then in order. By the time the local government coalition officer has introduced himself. We will now go further to ask some pertinent questions and then the presentation of the results. Please, let's be attentive, please. Thank you very much, please. Just sit down, please. Sit down.
My name is Ebu Amoni Honorable, the Electoral Officer for Kolokuma
Thank you very much. My name is Abubakar Sadiq Aliyu, a professor of nuclear physics in the Federal University of Latvia, Nasarawa State. I am the collation officer for Kolokuma Opokuma local government area in the governorship election of 11th November 2020 in Bayelsa.
Thank you. No, that is that. Please go ahead and start the presentation. First, you tell us the number of wards in that local government, and then it will be followed by, the results presentation. And the first point of call is the total number of registered voters in that, and in that order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The total number of wards in Kolokuma Opokuma local government is 11.
11.
There are 11 wards in the local government. Number of registered voters. Number of registered voters 65364. 65364.
Please, I hope that figure is what is tenable in INEC office.
Yes.
The total number of registered voters. Thank you very much. Thank you. We need to get this.
Number of accredited voters. Number of accredited voters 24171. 24171. Votes received by political parties. A 02. A 02. AA 0. AA 0. ADC 15. ADC 15. ADP 21. ADP 21. APC 5349. 5349. ABGA 06. ABGA 06. APM 01. APM 01. APP 0. APP 0. BP 03. BP 03. NNPP 22. NNPP 22. NRM 01. NRM 01. Sorry? Okay. Sorry, okay. Can we take it from APP? From APP, so that one. APP 01. Sorry, APM 01. APP 0. BP 03. LP 22. NNPP 01. NRN 29. PDP 18465. PDP
No.
18465.
You can't make comment until when he's done. Party agents.
PDP 18465. PRP 03. PRP 03. SDP 0. FDP 0. ZLP 01.
Please hold on. No problem, please. No problem, no problem. Be patient, be patient. Yeah, please, just make it twice, please.
Number of registered voters 65364. 65364. Number of accredited voters 24171. 24171. Vote received by political parties A02. A02. AA0. AA0. ADC 15. ADC 15. ADP 21. ADP 21. APC 5349. APC 5349. ABGA 06. ABGA 06. APM 01. APM 01. APP 0. APP 0. BP 03. BP 03. LP 22. LP 22. NNPP 01. NNPP 01. NRM 29. NRM 29. PDP 18465. PDP 18465. PRP 03. PRP 03. SDP 0. SDP 0. ZLP 01. ZLP 01. Total valid votes. Total valid votes 23918. 23918. Rejected votes. Rejected votes 141. 141. Total votes cast. Total votes cast 24059. 24059. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the LGO Coalition Officer. Please, let's have one house. Praise, please. I think we can do better, please. I have requested that let's be patient, let's be diligent, let's be matured in our conduct so that we can have a smooth operation of this exercise, please. So, the coalition officer, any cancellation of results?
No cancellations.
Thank you. Party agents, any observation, please? Was there, local government, was there a place where there was no election? No. The coalition officer, please.
No. No.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, party agents. Give him mic. Does he need mic?
Thank you, Prof. And members of the network. My name is Dr. Dennis.
in the sample and its surrounding wards. Within that, we sent this information to the EU and to all the head office here, in the sample particularly. All the APC members were driven out of the town, and they were not allowed to vote. Likewise, in other wards in that area, most of our party members were prevented from voting, and this was orchestrated in serious collaboration with security agencies.
Thank you very much, party agent. I think you've made a formal report, right? Oh, thank you very much. That's a good one.
It is important that we draw attention.
Yeah.
Returning officer.
No problem, sir. Since you have made the report officially, we will get to that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other observation? Please identify yourself.
The chairman, our esteemed professor. My name is Uzodimma, the state collation agent for the PDP. Now, if you look at the galaxy of personalities that have constituted this forum, you can see that it is indeed a highly opposed country. It will not be proper for us to just make statements that will cast aspersions anyhow. Let us, whatever we say, should be based on solid foundation. In that particular area, there was nothing.
Sorry, Honorable, please, I apologize, I'm not interjecting, but please, he has made his comment. I think
there's nothing wrong if we clarify issues for the sake of the records, because you can see that the media is here, everybody is here. What I'm saying is that there should be some foundation. Let us know the guiding rules here. This is not the first time myself and my friends have been involved. We employ interpret language. We are supposed to be decorous. We are supposed to be polite, friendly, with one another. We work together to ensure that the proposals are achieved. But if we do not have proper, we are not guided properly, and we just somewhere. Because we are talking about an area that's where elections should be peaceful. And we can the records women give, whether complaints, whether there are diseases there. It was clearly stated by the umpire that there were no such problems, no cancellations.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Any other observation, please? I think we can make progress, please. We can make progress. So please, the collation officer in company CEO, can we have the results? Make sure the pages are signed and dated and stamped, please. We are supposed to get the original copy from you. Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The next local government, is there any local government that is ready?
Yes, Prof. We have all local government area.
All right. The EO and then the local government coalition officer. Where is the EO? Who is the EO? Okay. I hope, please. What's that one? I hope you have reconciled your figures and everything is in order. Okay. Please, the EO introduce yourself. It will be followed by the local government coalition officer. He will introduce himself also, and then in that order. Thank you. Please, one house. Please, praise. Let's have one house. One house, please. One house, please. If you don't get yourself organized, you are likely going to report wrong information, please. So please, one house. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good day all. My name is Uzodimma Thanksgiving, Electoral Officer for Ogbia Local Government Area.
Okay.
Good morning all. My name is Sambo Mohammed Hood. I'm Professor of Science Education from Federal University of Lifestyle. I am the Collation Officer for Ogbia Local Government Area in the general governorship general election of the 11th November 2023 in Bayelsa State.
Thank you.
Can I proceed? I said my name is Sambo Mohammed Hood.
Please, agents, you don't have the monopoly of interrogating the coalition officer. You can only do that at the end of the presentation if you want to get his name properly. Please, let's be orderly. I have repeated this in time without number. Please. Thank you.
The result of the local government election of the Kogi local government is as follows.
Please start with the total number of registered voters. Thank you.
Total number of registered voters 119571.
You have to repeat it. Thank you.
Total number of registered voters 119571. Number of accredited voters. Number of accredited voters 36955. Number of accredited voters 36955. The votes as received by the political parties. A 2. A 2. AA 0.
Please, coalition officer, do it this way. Party A,
Okay.
the figure. Party AA. Thank you.
Party A 2. Party AA 0. Party ADC 56. Party ADC 56. Party ADP 45. Party ADP 45. Party ADC 16319. 16319. Party Abga 7. Party Abga 7. Party ABM 2. Party APM 2. Party ABB 0. Party ABB 0. Party BP 0. Party BP 0. Party LP 57. Party LP 57. Party NNPP 4. Party NNPP 4. Party NRM 37. Party NRM 37. Party PDP 18435. 18435. Party BRP 5. Party BRP 5. Party SDP 2. Party SDP 2. Party ZLP 0. Party ZLP.
No microphone for that table.
Where is the microphone for this?
Just introduce yourselves and present your results.
Good afternoon, members of High Table. My name is Dr. Kingsley Obumnemilo from
No, they will give us. Let's see what will happen. Let them go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of High Table. My name is Dr. Kingsley Obumnemilo from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the local government collation officer from Kogi State governorship election in Ogorimagongo local government area, which held on 11 November 2023. With me is Garba. With me
Garba Isa, the electoral officer, Ogorimagongo.
The results for Ogorimagongo local government area, Kogi State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 17,688.
Okay, just call it 176. Just call it.
Total number of registered voters, 17688. Total number of accredited voters, 665.
665.
Yes.
Yeah.
Total number of votes received by political parties are as follows. A 0. A.
Sorry, you can always repeat your call for the parties.
A 0. A 0. A 0. A 0. AAC 0. AAC 0. ADC 1 1. ADC 1 1. ADP 1. ADP 1. APC 362. APC 362. APGA 0. APGA 0. APM 0. APM 0. APP 0. APP 0. BP 0. BP 0. LP 1. LP 1. NNPP 0. NNPP 0. NRM 2. NRM 2. PDP 86. PDP 86. PRP 0. PRP 0. SDP 195. SDP 195. YPP 0. YPP 0. ZLP 0. ZLP 0. Total valid votes 658. Total valid votes 658. Rejected votes 7. Rejected votes 7. Total votes cast 665. Total votes cast 665. Okay. Now, there was a incident at the local government. Out of the 10 RA, we received just one RA result. That is Ward 02. Oshobane, Ward 02, Oshobane. Then other RA, that is Ward 1, Eni Okibo. Ward 3, Okesi, RA 4. Ileteju, RA 5. Ayi Romi, RA 6. Ugugu, RA 7. Obinoyi, RA 8. Obatigeni, RA 9. And Oturu Opio, RA 10. There was no result. I received I didn't receive any result from those areas. I didn't receive EC 8 from the.
Okay, but you have a total of all the registered voters and those RAs.
Yes.
Yeah, did you fill the appropriate form? But for information, just for all of us to know, what's the total number of PVCs collected from those areas? Where there was no election.
Okay, I just added the whole total. I didn't add the total, I added the sum of all the 10 RAs. I didn't add.
Yeah. So what's the sum?
17688.
17688. No, I mean for the. Okay, you don't have for the areas where you had no result.
No.
So. No, we can't subtract because because unless we know the number of voters in this particular ward, because what we have is just the number credited. So, but for I say, I hope you feel the necessary from EC40G.
Yes, I feel it. I asked the RA collation officers for the results from those words. They told me that the EC8A was compromised before the commencement of the...
Yes, we just want to know the total voters in those places where we don't have results.
The number, okay.
You get the figure. Total voter register 17,000.
Hello, sir. May I seek for the permission of the high table so that they will step aside and go and do that so that we take the next local government?
Has he requested that? Is he supposed to take him? Because if he has the total number of PVCs collected on the other one, the one you presented, we can subtract it.
Yes, I've done that. I've done that. 15424.
Yeah, if we subtract the one, what do you mean? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, when you subtract the only RA where the election held, you have...
What is the total number of PVCs collected there?
15424.
15424.
Yes.
That you are saying the total for the entire... What you presented at 17688, is the total for the local government area?
For the whole entire local government area, what I have is 17688.
And for the ward where you collected the result from, what's the total?
Only one word, 2,264.
2264.
Yes.
For that one ward.
Yes.
That's the total number of registered voters there.
Yes.
Okay. So you need to subtract it from 17688.
I have done that.
So what's the
15424?
424. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, any remarks, observations? Okay, there's a hand there. Can somebody give him the mic?
Everyone, I just want to...
Please, can we listen, please?
When you started in your explanation, you say total number of registered voters is 17,688. And you said again, total number of collected PVC is 665.
I never mentioned...
No.
This one.
You said?
No, what you presented is total number of registered voters in that local government area.
Yeah, he said 17,688.
Yes.
Okay, is it accredited voter you are?
Yes.
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 Oh, yeah. Yeah. PVC is collected. Yeah. Yeah. So, but actually, what we are looking for, because we want to know the number of eligible voters there who did not vote. So, we want to know the number of PVCs collected in the entire local government area, and then the PVCs collected in that ward, so that we can now get the exact number of PVCs collected in those 9 wards. Oh, okay, you want to... okay, go ahead.
Sir, I have the table, but the table is not with me here.
Sorry?
the table of the total numbers of voters and the total number of PVC collected, I have it in my office, but it's not here. I have it along the line.
Okay, but you can make a call. Maybe we can step this down where you make the call, get the exact figures, because it's important for this assignment.
Okay, sir.
So you can, before we conclude with this local government.
Okay.
Okay, do you have it here? Do you have it? Because he was saying he doesn't have it. Okay, is it from your office? Okay. Okay, I think we are getting some information here. Because the total PVC collected in that local government area is, okay, let me just go through the entire information. The number of registered voters is 17688. The number of collected PVCs is 15822 for that local government area. And then the what we collected is, okay, Oshobane. Oshobane collected, total number of PVCs collected there is 2010. 2010. So we need to subtract 2010 from 15822. 15822 minus 2010. 15822 minus 2010. So yeah, it should be 13812. So I hope we all got the information. So the total, okay, let me go through it again. We had result from only one word, Oshobane. And Oshobane, the number of PVCs collected in that word is 2010. 2010. And the total PVC collected in that local government area is 15822. 15822. So if we subtract 2010 from 15822, we have 13812 and 13812. And these are the PVCs collected in those areas where in those 9 wards where election did not hold or elections were suspended. Okay, thank you. Any other observation? Okay, otherwise, okay, you can come up and make your submissions. While they are making submissions, ADA should be getting ready to present.
You take it.
Start
Okay, do you want the operation stop now? Yes.
LP 5. Now, the total valid votes. Total valid votes. 53052. 53052. Rejected votes. 1018. 1018. Total votes cast 54070. 54070.
Thank you, the local government coalition officer. Was there particular words in your local government that elections were not held, or the elections were held but the results were cancelled?
We didn't cancel election, but we have some issues in about 11 polling units.
What are the issues, please?
Most cases, most of the issues are snatching of ballot box, beavers, and in some of the cases, the polling officer had to.
So the point is that elections were not held in those places as a result
Elections were held.
Okay.
After the uploading of the results online, the materials were snatched.
But the records are intact.
The records are intact.
Oh, that's it. Yes. All right. Please, any other observation, please? Party agents, please. Yes, please. Please tell us your name and then the party you are representing. Thank you.
I remain the victor wearing the PC, the agent accord. Sir, I wanted to even to observe what I noticed before I go into the question. What I noticed here, I want to believe that this all is meant for party agents, media, and electoral observers. Am I correct? But I'm seeing some gubernatorial candidates. And it's part of this law. The law says I'm also going to call my gubernatorial candidates also to come.
Okay.
That's one. Two, when you look at the valid votes, it's about 53,000 something. I want the election officer to explain why we have such huge amount of number as valid votes. That's my question. Thank you.
No, I don't think you want him to justify the valid votes. Please, hold on. I don't understand. You want him to justify the votes?
Yes, I said the number is huge enough. The number, the figure is much. About 53,000 plus.
Please, Pat.
Tell us the reason
listen. You can only bring that argument when the number of valid votes is far more than the accredited voters. But in this case, you don't have something like that. I think we can be more matured in our conduct. Please, let's be organized, please. Please, please let him. But please, before you ask, the party agent that just asked his question, you made a statement that there are gubernatorial aspirants in this world. Please, if there is any, please, we are begging that whoever is the person, you have your party agent here. And if you so much believe in the party agent, I think you can go out and allow the party agent to represent you here very well. Thank you very much. Please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Edwin Tare. ATP agent. What you want to know, the valid vote is 59,000 something. Right. He has not explained to us why 1,018 votes were rejected.
He can't explain that. Please, party agents, please listen to this explanation. Please, let's have one house. I have told you, and I think it is enshrined in the books of INEC. You can only hold the local election officer responsible when the total valid votes outweigh the accredited voters, please. But in this case, it is not. So how do you expect him to justify the rejected vote? They are rejected and they stand rejected. I don't understand. Please. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Davis introduced my name, and I am the agent of the person. My only observation is that in the Electoral there was a systematic attempt.
Is it Yinogwa?
Yeah, Yinogwa.
Okay.
Yinogwa.
That's correct.
Towards Yinogwa local government, TVC voters were chased out by the police, and the police were chased out. We made the report. We have called the various hotlines, reported to the security agencies systematically.
Please, you've made your report.
Widespread malpractice that went on in the Electoral.
You've made your report, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. You're watching the live coverage of the collation of results coming out of Bayelsa State there, where a number of local government areas have been mentioned so far. My name is Veronica Danikboy. I'll be taking over from Nifemi Oguntoye, who has been giving you updates coming from across the 3 states where the off-cycle election has held. Earlier on, we told you that Imo State has returned Governor Hope Uzodimma as governor with about 540,308 votes as against his counterpart, Labour Party, that had 64,081 votes, and then we had the PDP that had 71,503 votes. As we speak, it's been reported that the governor has gone to the State House Chapel for a Thanksgiving service alongside the party faithful to thank God for his victory at the polls. But if that is the end of this matter, is left to be seen. We're still monitoring developments coming out of Kogi State as well, where there is also the collation of results, and a number of local government results have also been brought to the fore at the Collation Center. We'll be bringing you blow-by-blow accounts as the events unfold from across these 3 states, but I'm not here alone this morning. I have have Lukman Adefolahan, the Federal Capital Territory Coordinator, Transition Monitoring Group, with me in the studio. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon
already.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We'll definitely be going back to Bayelsa and Kogi State for the collation of results. But then before we get back to the collation centers, let's quickly get your perception or evaluation of the process so far. Like we mentioned earlier, Governor Hope Uzodimma has been returned elected by over 500,000 votes. And it is said that this is unprecedented. And we see the level of margin between he and the top 3 or 2 other top contenders in this governorship election.
Thank you very much. I think we have to give kudos to INEC for learning lessons from the general election, because as well as our security agents as well too, because as part of what our observers from the field got back to us during the election yesterday, we saw that neutrality of police especially and other security agencies during the electoral processes, and also the issues around beavers being working effectively across the 3 states. Yes, there is no perfect system. We still noticed some itches that we want to encourage the election management body, INEC, to still strengthening, especially around civic engagement, right? So that we can have reduction in the numbers of invalid votes, which is still critical. Okay,
we'll continue this conversation, but that'll be after we are returning now to the Collation Center in Bayelsa to follow up on the level of declaration of results from some local governments there, and we'll definitely get back to the studio to continue this conversation.
Please, I want to beg you. At times you don't even get the figures. Please, contain your noise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, next person. Okay, the man in the front.
Thank you. My name is Fred
Agent. Agent.
Sorry.
Thank you.
ADC agent. My worry comes in the line with actual voters accredited, comparing with the voters registered. In this position, can this platform make any decision? If no, let me just go. I did the calculation percentage return, and it just 24%. And 24.75% return of voters out of the total voters that registered.
Yes.
In Nicaragua, where people register access to their house premises, so does it come any cause of concern why voters turnout are reduced?
I think party agent. Please, let's have one house. Let's have one house. Please keep quiet. Let's have one house. He has raised an observation. I think, please, the responsibility of educating voters in this country is not the responsibility of anyone. The political parties are also involved. And so I feel that you are trying to, please hold on, you are trying to throw back the responsibility in which you were supposed to participate. If truly you are a party agent, you were supposed to have mobilized voters to go out and cast their vote. Now, if you are looking at the total of registered voters to be 218,394 as against what is tenable as the total vote cast, which is 54,070 as an issue, I think all of us, a shared party, which you are representing, have responsibility to do more in terms of campaign and make your manifestos known to the public so that they will see reason to come out and vote for whatever political party they feel has a better manifesto. Thank you very much. I think we can make progress. No, I think we can make progress. Please, no, please.
You make a reference.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Voters can still be intimidated and they can still be as a result of the voting strength. So it's not saying political parties did not mobilize.
And so how will that one be our responsibility here? How does that one concern us here?
But we are not taking a statistical fact of what is probably achievable in the polling unit and the voting center. So it's not we can ask people to vote and mobilize for voting. But what if they are asked to vote? If they are asked to vote, if they are forced.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So, is the results any cancellation of results? Was there any place? Thank you. All right. So, please, can you come forward and make presentation of the results? Thank you. Remove the sheet. I hope it's stamped and signed. It's not signed. Please sign on it.
Which date are you using?
So make sure you are consistent. Okay. No, let me finish. Okay. Prof, thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. I am pleased, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The information on our decks here is that we don't have any local government that is ready for presentation of results. And so I want to plead that we adjourn and reconvene. So we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the one collected. No problem.
5776. Thank you very much. Any cancellations?
Yeah, we are no cancellations, no skirmish.
My soul.
We're also sweating. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, okay. Abi?
All right. You're watching the ongoing coverage of the off-cycle election in the Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo states. We mentioned earlier that that of Imo State has been concluded, but the picture you saw earlier was the Collation Center in Bayelsa, where a number of local government results have been, announced. Right now, we'll be moving over to Kogi State, where about 4 local government results have been declared out of 21. We'll be going there now to see what is going on. Bayelsa Collation Center has taken a break to return in a matter of hours, and we'll join them later on. But let's go to Kogi State now, to the Collation Center there.
My party has directed that I should lay a formal complaint with other sundry issues that we have. I just want to put it on record, and the petition is here. If it pleases you, maybe I can lay it.
Oh, okay. The petition, is it to the returning officer or to INEC?
Yes.
Which one? The petition, is it to INEC or to the returning officer?
It's to the returning officer.
Well, let me see the petition and see what. Because I think I think the petition should be going to INEC, but let's receive the petition and see. Yeah, we call for it. Now bring it forward. Okay. This is the petition without the attachment. Okay. You are demanding for the cancellation of election in Adava, Jokuta, Ugori, Magongo, Okehi, Okene local government areas, and some polling units in Lokoja local government due to corrupt practices and overvoting. Okay, thank you. I've received though it's addressed to the return of the I think it should have gone to the commission, but I forward it to the commission because it's the commission that has the right to review such incidences and make pronouncements. Well, I am, but the commission is the commission. I'm only. Okay, thank you. So, but we'll go ahead with the collection. It will be reviewed. It will be reviewed by the commission. Okay. Any other? You have it? Okay. Oh, okay, there's another hand up there. Okay, 2 hands. Let's start with the other hand.
May I stand on the existing protocol, sir? My name is Abakar Mohammed Mahamoud.
Okay, please take us until we finish.
I represent PDP. I also queue into the petition submitted by SDP. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the next person.
Thank you very much. My one is just to just make clarification on the issues of maybe they're not, because the petition they brought, they were saying there should be cancellation in about 3 local government. But I don't know the result for those other local government, but the result I know for Okene local government, which I'm the agent of PDP, but for the result I know for Okene local government, the turnout of election in Okene local government was overwhelming. I'm happy that even the returning officer said there was no skirmish, and this is the first time they're doing an election in Kogi that it's very peaceful. So I don't know where they are getting their own filler from. As I speak now, during the election, all our party agents were there.
So if you can't fund or you can't put your party agents around your whole state, it's not our fault. I just want them to know that it's not an issue. You don't have party agents. I have not to produce party agent for you. My party, APC, had all the agents in all the polling units in this election. So if somebody comes there and you don't have an agent, should I bring agent for him?
Okay, thank you. I don't think you need to respond to that. You wrote a petition. We've received your petition. You are calling for cancellation. Let me land, let me finish. We've received it, and the commission will review it. So we cannot just stay here and decide you are cancelling it or not. The commission will review it, and decisions will be relayed to all of us. You still want to say something? Okay, oh yeah. This time.
Sorry, with due respect, sir. It is procedural that the commission does this review before you go ahead.
Sorry, agent, you cannot tie our hands. We've received your petition, and I allowed you because we have not made rules. Please, subsequently, we may not allow somebody to speak 2 times on one issue. So you made your petition, we've received it. So I guess there's no other comment. So can you come forward and make your submissions? Yeah, what of the other copies for? Okay, thank you. So the next should be Kababunu.
All protocols duly observed. I am by name Dr. DC Cheke from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the local LGA Collation Officer of Kogi State Governorship Election in Kaba Buni Local Government area held on 11th November 2021. With me is
Joyce Chibudania, Electoral Officer, Kababunu Local Government.
The results for Kababunu Local Government area, Kogi State, are as follows. They have 15 polling units, areas. 15 areas. The total number of registered voters is 87162. 87162. Number of accredited voters 24242. 24242. Number of parties, Party A is 17. Party A 17. Party AA 196. Party AA 196. Party AAC 23. Party AAC 23. Party ADC 1537. Party ADC 1537. Party ADP 73. Party ADP 73. Party APC 12376. Party APC 12376. Party APUGA 16. APUGA 16. Party APM 8. Party APM 8. Party APP 10. Party APP 10. Party BP 3. Party BP 3. Party LP 7. Party LP 7. Party NNPP 7. Party NNPP 7. Party NRM 16. Party NRM 16. Party PDP 8566. Party PDP 8566. Party PRP 12. Party PRP 12. Party SDP 942. Party SDP 942. Party YPP 11. Party YPP 11. Party ZLP 3. Party ZLP 3. Total valid votes 23823. 23823. Rejected votes 419. Rejected votes 419. Total vote cast 24242. Total vote cast 24242.
Any cancellations?
Yes. There was one cancellation in one unit. RA Okitipa is RA10. The polling unit is 09. Number of polling units is 1. Total number of rejected votes 1. Total number of registered votes is 174. Total number of PVC collected 174. Reasons: refusal to use beavers for accreditation.
Okay, thank you. You filled the necessary form. Okay. Any questions or comments, observations? Okay, no, please, can you come forward to make your submissions? While he's coming, Yaba East should be getting ready. So, Kabapuni, can you come back in your...
What are the bills? What are the bills?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, for that polling unit that bypass Beavers is just zero. They actually doesn't need to fill 40 G. Yeah, just outright zero. It's okay. So, have you received your forms? Oh. Okay, Yagba East, you can go ahead and make your presentation.
All protocols duly observed. My name is Dr. Ikechukwu V.N. Ujatuanu from the Department of Psychology, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the LGA Collation Officer for Kogi State Governorship election in Yaba East local government held on 11th November 2023. With me is
our Glory Friday, the Electoral Officer, Jamba West Local Government Area, Kogi State.
Yaba East local government has 10 RA centers. The result for Yaba East local government area, Kogi State, are as follows. 1. Total number of registered voters, 53,436. 53,436. Total number of accredited voters, 18,001. 18,001. Total number of voters received by political parties are as follows. Party A, 34. Party A, 34. Party AA, 40. Party AA, 40. Party AAC, 23. AAC, 23. Party ADC, 7453. Party ADC, 7453. Party ADP, 38. ADP, 38. Party APC, 7096. APC, 7096. Party APGA, 10. APGA, 10. Party APM, 7. APM, 7. Party APP, 1. APP, 1. Party BP, 5. BP, 5. Party LP, 1. LP, 1. Party NNPP, 2. NNPP, 2. Party NRM, 5. NRM, 5. Party PDP, 2615. PDP 2615. Party PRP 2. PRP 2. Party SDP 312. SDP 312. Party YPP 5. YPP 5. Party ZLP 0. ZLP 0. Total number of valid votes 17649. Total number of valid votes 17649. Total number of rejected votes 344. Rejected votes 344. Total number of votes cast 17993. Total votes cast 17993.
Any cancellations?
Yes. There is cancellation in one polling unit in Itodo, RA.
What's the reason?
Overvoting.
Overvoting. Okay.
Yes. Polling unit 002. RA 20. Sorry, RA 9, sorry.
Okay.
Number,
okay.
Yes. Total number of PVC collected 858. Total number of PVCs collected 858. Total number of registered voters 1065. Total number of registered voters 1065.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, observations? None. Okay, thank you. Can you come forward to make a submission? While Ijumu will be getting ready.
96.
Okay, so the case we have again is that of overvoting, which is outright zero for that polling unit. Oh, yes. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, can go. Yeah. So, Ijumu.
Good afternoon, everybody. May I please stand on the already established protocols? My name is Carlo Samuel Obase. I am from the University of Nigeria. I am the LGA Collation Officer for Kogi State Governorship Election in Ijumu Local Government Area, held on 11th November 2023. With me is
Haruna Grace, the Electoral Officer of Ijumu Local Government Area.
The result for Ijumu LGA Kogi State are as follows. Ijumu has a total of 15 ROAs. There were a total of 66,482 registered voters. Number of registered voters, 66,482. Number of accredited voters, 20,405. Number of accredited voters, 20,405. Votes recorded by the different parties. Party A, 20 votes. Party A, 20 votes. Party AA, 93 votes. Party AA, 93 votes. Party AAC, 32 votes. Party AAC, 32 votes. Party ADC, 1898 votes. Party ADC, 1898 votes. Party ADP, 81 votes. Party ADP, 81 votes. Party APC, 10524. Party APC, 10524. Party APGA, 12 votes. APGA, 12 votes. Party APM, 06 votes. Party APM, 06 votes. Party APP, 10 votes. Party APP, 10 votes. Party BP, 03 votes. Party BP, 03 votes. Party LP, 05 votes. Party LP, 05 votes. Party NNPP, 07 votes. Party NNPP, 07 votes. Party NROM, 19 votes. Party NROM, 19 votes. Party PDP, 6909 votes. Party PDP, 6909 votes. Party PROP, 10 votes. Party PROP, 10 votes. Party SDP, 356 votes. Party SDP, 356 votes. Party YPP, 04 votes. Party YPP, 04 votes. Party ZLP, 02 votes. ZLP, 02 votes. Total valid votes cast, 19991. Total valid votes, 19991. Rejected votes, 384. Rejected votes, 384. Total votes cast, 20375. Total votes cast, 20375. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any cancellations?
There were none.
Okay. Any question or remark, observation? Okay, none. So please step forward to make your submission. While they are doing that, Mopa Moru getting ready to present. Well, the other Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead and introduce yourself and make your presentation.
My name is Dr. Chibueze Tobias Oje of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the LGA Collection Officer for Kogi State Governorship election in Mopamoro local government area held on 11th of November 2023. With me here is...
I am Mrs. Suraliat Mohammed, the Electoral Officer in charge of Mopamoro.
The results for Mopamoro local government area, Kogi State, are as follows. Number of registered voters, 26827. 26827. Number of accredited voters, 9193. 9193. The parties, A is 24. Party A, 24. AA, 5. AA, 5. AAC, 24. AAC, 24. ADC, 2027. ADC 2027, ADP 48, ADP 48, APC 5077, APC 5077, APGA 8, APGA 8, APM 4, APM 4, APP 2, APP 2, BP 2, BP 2, LP 1, LP 1, NNPP 2, NNPP 2, NRM 2, NRM 2, PDP 1562, PDP 1562, PRP 4, PRP 4, SDP 253, SDP 253, YPP 4, ZLP 0, ZLP 0, total valid votes 9049, total valid votes 9049, rejected votes 136, rejected votes 136, and the total vote cast 9185. The total vote cast 9185.
Okay, thank you very much. Any cancellations?
Not at all.
Okay. No incidents?
No.
Any questions, remarks, observations? Okay, there is none. Thank you. Can you come forward and make your submissions? Adavi should be getting ready. You don't have any of them. Okay. Who is the LGA supervisor for Mopamolu? Is he here, he or she? Thank you very much. So Adavi, you can go ahead and make your presentation.
All protocols duly observed. My name is Dr. Chijoke Jonathan Olelewe of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the LGA Collation Officer for Kogi State Governorship election in Adavi, local government area, held on the 11th of November 2023. And with me here is
Antonia Orifumishe, the Electoral Officer, Adavi Local Government.
Adavi local government code is 01, sir, with 11
collation arrays. 11 arrays. Number of registered voters 114,663. 114,663. Number of accredited voters 103251. 103251. Party A 6. Party A 6. Party AA 264. AA 264. AAC 7. AAC 7. ADC 268. ADC 268. ADP 9. ADP 9. APC 101 156. 101 156. ABGA 0. ABGA 0. APM 2. APM 2. APP 2. APP 2. BP 0. BP 0. LP 16. LP 16. NNPP 1. NNPP 1. NRM 0. NRM 0. BDP 1005. BDP 1005. BRP 1. BRP 1. SDP 268. SDP 268. YPP 0. YPP 0. ZLP 0. ZLP 0. Total valid votes 103 105. Total valid votes 103 105. Rejected votes 67. Rejected votes 67. Total votes cast 103 172. Total votes cast 103 172.
Thank you very much. Any cancellations?
None, sir.
Okay. Any, you have observation. Can somebody get on the microphone from the technical? Let's hear the technical crew. Make your observations now. You. Huh? Sorry. No, they have an issue. I need to understand is the problem with the figures? Okay, it doesn't tally with what they submitted earlier. wasn't the result verified with your team?
It was verified, and the man made a correction. He made the correction, and he see 1034072. And then this one. Yes. That was what the man, the verification said. And this one 10005.
Adding all this.
Yes, it's correct.
Have you resolved it, or do you need to take time to go and do it?
It's correct. It's correct.
It's correct.
Yes. Now, summation is correct. 103005, and then total votes cast 103072.
You said the total vote cast is
10. Total votes cast 103072.
Okay, what you read was 172.
Yes.
Okay, 103072.
Yes.
And what's the total accredited votes?
103. Total accredited votes 103251.
Okay, and total votes cast 103072.
Yes.
It's okay. I hope that agrees. Okay, yeah, there was a hand up there. Is there nobody to give him the mic?
Thank you, sir. I am Johnson Secretarial, representing ADC. I just want to correct the impression the channels television are giving people at home. The viewers, they are not reporting what we are recording here. The mistake comes from they are omitting the third party and reporting the fourth. So they have to correct the channel television. Thank you, sir.
Well, it's not our opinion what they report. Yeah, we are doing our work, they are doing their own, so. Yeah. Okay, so please, can you come forward and make your submissions? No, this is, you said this is, yeah, but, yeah, correct it and sign it, because what you have is 170. The next should be
All right, you are watching the continuing coverage of the off-cycle election in Kogi, Bayelsa. Imo State is seemingly concluded as Hope Uzodimma, the governor, has been returned elected. And the visual you saw earlier was the Collation office in Kogi State, where about 9 local governments have been declared thus far out of 21, and we still have that Bayelsa is on recess. The Collation Center is on recess as we speak to resume at 3 p.m. We'll definitely be bringing you up to speed on developments coming out of these locations as our reporters are on ground. But we have joining us in the studio now Dr. Asmao Sani Maikudi, member IAGA Africa Working Group, former INEC rec, Zamfara and Kaduna State.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me on board.
Thank you. And we still have our previous guest, Lukman Adefolahon, FCT Coordinator, Transition Monitoring Group. Thank you for holding the fort.
Thank you very much.
Let me come to you, Dr. Asmao. You have been monitoring elections and you have monitored this as well. Would you say that there's some level of compliance on the part of INEC and perhaps an improvement from what we saw at the general election? Because that is what INEC has said, that they, after the general election, sat back to look through the process to ensure that every challenge they faced, they addressed it ahead of this off-cycle election?
Yeah, I think I want to start by commending INEC, because as far as we are concerned, what we have seen is that INEC has done well in terms of the deployment of sensitive and non-sensitive materials on time, real time. And I also want to use this opportunity to also commend the security agencies for the deployment, the massive deployment we saw. And I think that also helped in making people to become confident and come out to vote. And now back to your question on INEC. Yes, INEC has tried, because I'm aware that in October of this year, INEC was in the states, the 3 states, that is the state of Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi, on a mock election. And Yaga was with them. And what we saw was the deployment of the beavers, the accreditation, and the uploading of the results on the IREV. And in October, the results that were uploaded were very clear. And that was what we expected INEC to do in the November elections. And yes, we are satisfied, because I think so far we have had over 80% of the results from the polling units that have been uploaded via the IREV, and they are clear, they are okay, over 80%. So INEC has learned, I want to say, learned some of the lessons, some of the challenges they have had in the 2023 general elections, and they have improved on that. INEC has improved.
Interesting, because your organization, Yaga, also came out with a press release on the governorship election on some discrepancies that they noticed in Imo and Kogi states. But before we get to that, let's come to you now on this matter, Lukman. Earlier, we were engaging on numbers, talking about we're still seeing cancellation of results, we're still seeing invalid votes, we are still seeing rejected votes and the likes. And when you look at the numbers from coming out of some local government areas in the results, it's a significant number of invalid votes that we're still witnessing. We have come this far as a society practicing democracy for over 20 years, and we are still seeing this kind of representation in our democratic process. What do you interpret as the reason for that?
Thank you very much. Let me also, like I mentioned in the intro of this session, that we need to commend INEC and security agencies for improvement we noticed during the off-cycle election. It shows INEC and security agencies are listening to Nigeria when it comes to feedback, especially from civil society organizations. We have to commend them for that, because it's not every time we talk more of wrong side of our government agencies. Where they improve, it's also good to commend them that they are improving. Now, to your questions around having the percentage of invalid votes in our electoral process, I think our political parties need to play active role around this in terms of awareness creation, sensitization, by working closely with INEC to sensitize Nigerians. And we should not look at invalid vote only from the figures. We should try to attach naira and kobo to it, because each ballot paper, we spend money to produce it. By the time you tabulate the number of invalid votes with the amount of money used to produce it, is going to give us huge amount of money. And you will agree with me that prevention is better than cure. Absolutely. Why not politicians key into sensitization, not to leave it only for civil society organizations or to INEC or to national orientation agencies? They should be able to work collaboratively. Because they are the primary beneficiaries. They are the primary beneficiaries. Right. Our political parties should be able to work closely with organizations of government like NOAA, National Orientation Agencies, Ministry of Information, and private organizations, media, to sensitize, to demonstrate process of voting in preparation for election, so that we can have reduction in incidence of invalid votes. For example, if you look at 2023 general election, almost 10% of the total results were declared invalid. By the time you tabulate that 10% to the amount to produce the ballot paper used for that election. It's a huge amount of money. But if you now compare it with money to organize sensitization on voter education for Nigerians, I don't think they will spend up to that amount. So if political party can work collaboratively with relevant government agencies around civic education, they will be the one to benefit most. And that is where we should be looking towards, and create some trust for Nigerians to have trust in the process. Election is a process. Election day is just a day.
Right.
Before election day, there are other activities that will come up, and that is where political parties should take that advantage to engage with Nigerians, build that relationship with Nigerians, so that the outcome will be something that everybody can own and say, yes, I'm part of this process. Not believing that you can shortchange the process. In a situation where politicians are planning to shortchange the process, the issue of legitimacy will come. And that is why it is about Nigerians, it's about your state, it's about your local government. There is need to work collaboratively with relevant government agencies, civil society organizations, media, so that we can have Nigeria that we all want. Because it's about Nigeria.
Absolutely. Okay, we have to get back to the Collation Center. You wanted to say something?
Yeah. I just want to add a few things, a rider to the comment you made, and also another comment on what he said. Yeah, the Yaga has given out press releases. We made one yesterday and we gave out one today. And specifically that of today was talking about the elections in Imo. And Yaga came out to say that from our data, we have 659 observers on the ground across these 3 states. And the data we have from them is that 12% of the polling units in Imo, in Osu, Okigwe, Oru East, and Olu local governments, that there was no voting there. So we are asking INEC to explain why the results were declared in those areas. That is the press release we made. And then secondly, also in Kogi, most polling units in Ehi and Okesi Ward, Ogori, Magongo local government, the INEC officials appeared there with pre-filled result sheets. Yeah, that is from EC8A. And we are, Yaga is demanding that INEC should explain why this happened, and then INEC should also investigate and prosecute.
They have said that they are going to do investigations.
So, and I think we are already aware that about 10 wards of Adabi, Ajaokuta, and Okeni have been suspended. The results in those local governments have been suspended. And as a rider to what my colleague said on sensitization, I was with INEC. I was a resident electoral commissioner for Kaduna and Zamfara states. And I know that INEC has an MOU that it signed with the NOAA, you know, on collaboration, sensitization, engagement, enlightenment of the populace on the electoral process. Election is not a one-day affair, like it just happened yesterday and that's the end of it. It's a process. And stakeholders have to key in. We know that elections is the baby of INEC, but other people play a role. And these are the citizens, the media, the traditional institutions, the ulama, the religious institutions, everybody. Me, you, everybody. Election is our business. It's everybody's business. So we have to key in. We have to sensitize our people. Even we at home, we have to talk to our children that are 18 years and above on the need for them to be engaged in their civic responsibilities.
Absolutely.
Everybody has to key in to make democracy work.
Absolutely, Dr. Mekudi. We'll quickly have to get back to Kogi State, where the Collation Center in Kogi State, there where we have gotten the result of about 9 local governments, and we hear that more are still trickling in at the center there.
11 ROA wards with 105 polling units. The results for Kogi, KK, local government area, Kogi State are as follows. Number of registered voters, 3342. 3. Accredited voter 27184. 27184. Party A, 6 votes. Party A, 6.
Also from the Collation Center in Kogi State. We have the result from, I think, the 10th local government out of 21 is being read out, and we still have our guests in the studio. We were looking at some of the results on the screen while we were behind the scene, analyzing some of the results, especially from Kogi State. And even before the election, we were beginning to see the politics of identity, politics of religion, politics of ethnicity, you know, splitting the people. Everybody now had their agenda. The Okuns had their agenda, the Igalas had their agenda, the Ibiras had their agenda. And when you look at, interrogate the results, we're seeing that reflecting, so to speak. But it is not about the result, perhaps, so to speak, but about its implication on the evolving democracy. We say we are a nascent democracy and we are looking to evolve into a better democracy. But how much is this, the kinds of politics we see play in our country as we speak, how much impact is it having, or what's the implication on our democracy? Let me come to you.
The implication is this, is going to bring a lot of disunity. And the best politicians can do to avail this is to practice good governance across board, irrespective of your background, your color, your religion. It is about your state. We should play an inclusive and participatory governance from local government to state. Let citizens own the process, deliver what we so-call dividend of democracy for people. What I want to see is good road, good water, security, irrespective of any zone you come from. It is when our politicians can see governance from that perspective that Nigerians need to own the process. And the way they can
Is it about the politicians? Democracy is said to be the people.
It's about everybody,
right?
But you know, we are going to have somebody at the helm of affair. So that person needs to have that inclusive mind when it comes to governance. Bring everybody on board, irrespective of your zone, your religion, and say, okay, let's pick a state, for example, say Kogi, for example, where we are still expecting results. If you look at the type of result we are seeing now, you see how the voting is coming out from the east to central to west. If we continue to see this, it means we are bringing this unity among the citizens. Meaning at the end of the day, anybody that comes there will be about my people, because it is not participatory enough.
Dr. Mekudi, but the people themselves can reject this kind of ideology being sold to them. They can decide not to buy into it, can't they?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. For me, it's all about patriotism. I think citizens should be able to look beyond their tribal and religious
sentiments.
Yes, sentiments. People should be able to look at a person on merit, purely on merit. Can that person deliver? Can that person give us good governance? Are we expecting to have social services, amenities, education, etc., from such a person? If it is yes, based purely on merit, that person should be elected into position. And I believe that this issue of bringing in tribal sentiments and religion is not good for democracy. That's not about democracy. Democracy is about the willingness of a person to come and be elected, offer himself for services, and then by the time he's leaving that position, what have I done to the people? What have I improved? What difference have I brought? So the people should, my call to the people is that please look at politicians who are coming out seeking for election on their merit, not on their tribal sentiments. Tribal sentiments, tribal politics will not take us anywhere. It will not take us to the land where we are looking for. Democracy is about the people. The people should be able to please stop tribal sentiments and then vote purely on merit.
Right. This matter would lead to the matter of vote buying that was also seen in the course of this election. But we need to quickly get back to the Collation Center in Kogi State for more out of there.
Mm.
You see now.
Okay, but I should be getting ready to make presentation.
All right, let's get back to Imo State, where Governor Hope Uzodimma, who was returned elected in the just concluded governorship election in the state. He scored about 540,308 votes in that election. And he is at the State Chapel now for a Thanksgiving service with the APC faithful in church. He's speaking there.
The Right Honorable Speaker, Imo State House of Assembly, and his wife, and other members of Imo State House of Assembly with us here this afternoon. Members of the National Assembly, using distinguished Senator Osita Izonaso as a point of contact for other colleagues of his. My Lord, the Chief Judge of Imo State, Right Honorable Teresa Chikeka, Your Excellency, the former Governor of Imo State, Chief Iked Ohakim, the APC Chairman, Imo State Chapter, and his wife, Sir MacDonald Ebere, PhD, his Abia State counterpart and Anambra State counterpart, I welcome all of you to Imo State. The Secretary to the Government of Imo State, Chief Cosmos Iwu, and his wife. The Chief of Staff to Imo State Governor, Barrister Nnamdi Ayehe, and his wife. The Deputy Governor elect and her spouse, former Minister and Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naj, the Minister of State Labor and Productivity, Right Honorable Nkiruka Onyejosa, all service commanders here in the church, the Chairman, Imo State Council of Elders, His Royal Highness Eze Ilomaya, CFR, distinguished leaders, using Chief Tony Chukwu as a point of contact to acknowledge the presence of other leaders in this church. Presidents and members and the executive of all organizations and associations in Imo State, fellow believers of God and members of the church, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, it is tomorrow I have scheduled to address Imo State. But because we have to thank Almighty God, because the hour the victory was declared by INEC was just a few minutes to our usual time of worship, 12 o'clock. And I decided we should come to church at least for today, in a different manner, to show this, our God, as a way of acknowledging the goodness of the Lord on all of us. Even though I'll speak and address Imo people tomorrow, I think it will be necessary to also use this auspicious moment to acknowledge before the church, the house of God, how happy we are today, Sunday, 12th of November, 2023, very historical date going forward. So I want to give Almighty God the glory for doing it again. I want to thank God that we prayed, we asked, He answered us and granted our prayers. After thanking Almighty God for His goodness on us, I want to appreciate the commitment of our party, APC, from the national leadership and members to the state leadership and members, for working so hard, showing extraordinary commitment before the campaigns, during the campaigns, and during the election management period proper. We will remain eternally grateful to our party. One thing I have observed is that once you are with God, and God has assured you and shown you the road to follow, fear not, for nobody will do anything. On that note, I want to thank, in a very special manner, leadership and members of Nigerian Labour Congress, Imo State Chapter, under Rerun 1C, and members of TUC, and Nigeria Union of Teachers, Nigeria Union of Pensioners, for standing firm. They were resilient in the face of every temptation. They stood by me because, according to them, we have a cordial, and those who try to use them hid under evil conspiracy. They resisted them, and they all came out en masse. Not only that, they endorsed me before the election, they kept to the commitment by coming out en masse to vote. Civil servants in Imo State, you have shown me love. I will also show you love. I want to also acknowledge the support of the traditional rulers in Imo State, the Council of Elders, for rising up to the occasion to defend the interests of Imo State. I will therefore use the chairman of Imo Elders Council as a point of contact to thank our elders in Imo State for a job well done. I will not forget the 27 local governments in Imo State, all the leaders and the citizens of Imo State, for coming out en masse. Never in the history of this state since democracy has any governor won an election in 27 local governments. for me, is a mark of absolute confidence, which I pray to Almighty God to give me the strength not to. I will not stop if I don't congratulate the Independent Electoral Commission, who refused to be blackmailed. Because after our outing in Imo State in the first 4 years, given the sterling performance that we demonstrated, and as in reciprocation, the reaction of Imo people, through the determination of our belief that when something is good, eating increases the appetite. The more you eat, the more you want to eat. So they resisted the blackmail, and they stood firm and did their job according to the law. Security agencies, for rising to the occasion, we promised the Imo people who come home that the environment will be enabling for you to come out and cast your vote. The security agencies mobilized. They were united, demonstrated very high sense of signage together, and made Imo safe for election. I was elated when I got a phone call from outside the state telling me that what people thought that will happen to Imo is happening in other 2 states, and now Imo is the state that is safe. I want to thank all of you for that show of love. In 2019, you did it. We won. 388 polling units was excluded. Those who did it, rather than confess and say the truth, went into a campaign of calumny, took blackmail to high heavens, determined to make blackmail change lies to the truth. We suffered for 8 months, from the lower court to appeal court up to Supreme Court. And they continued to blackmail us. We were called all sorts of names. But if you recall, each time I speak to you people, I said, God does not change. So this victory is very dear to me, because it is a way of vindicating our story, that the same God who did it has done it again. All I want to assure you is that what you have done, you have provoked me into more actions. So I've seen it as a mark of trust. So this confidence reposed on me. I shall not betray. I will work for you. Our story will be a good story. Imo State will be on the news, not for bad, but for good. I listened to the homily by the priest this afternoon. And wisdom. He already advised how best we can acquire wisdom. He gave an illustration with one of the foremost and greatest man of our time as a politician, Desam Bakwe. We may not be like him, but we'll do our best to be like him. So go home, relax. You have given me a brand new vehicle to drive. There will be no accident. I want to thank you. My heart is full of joy. But having thanked all of you, I want to single out this my young wife to thank her. Because I'm also grooming her as a politician, and she's learning fast. So I want to thank you, my dear wife. May the Almighty God that made this thing possible protect all of us and give us a reason to always celebrate for it. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Ndewono.
Manabugi mujomemo amaraya. Imanabugi mujomemo amaraya. Imanabugi mujomemo amaraya chimata kamareda ake mujomemo.
Governor Hope Uzodimma there, who was just returned elected in the off-cycle election that held in Imo State with about 540,308 votes. His other counterparts scored 64,081 votes. That's for the Labour Party candidate, 71,503 for the PDP candidates. Let's look at some of the things he said at the Thanksgiving service held at the State Chapel there. He acknowledged the effort of everyone, every stakeholder that supported him in the campaign to run for a second term as governor. And he talked about the fact that once you are with God, you have nothing to fear. Those were his statements. And it was remarkable that he won the 27 local governments of the state, something that is unprecedented in the history of the state. And he said it was a mark of the confidence reposed on him by the people. He also went ahead to talk about his 2019 story, where it was that 388 polling units results were not recorded, the matter that was contested in court, and why Imo State joined the states that are part of the off-cycle election. And he was eventually won when the Supreme Court reinstated him. And he said that this victory goes to show that the matter has been vindicated, or he has been vindicated at the end of the day. And then he said that what the people have done is to provoke him onto more action that they will see in the next 4 years. He also went ahead to thank his wife for standing by him. He said he is grooming her as a politician. Interesting coming out of their Imo State. So let's get your reaction to the governor of Imo State. I like that part where he said he's grooming his wife. But you know, it's often said that behind a successful man, the woman is always there, and she stood.
Because we need more women in politics as well. Too.
Yes, we've been talking about the 35% affirmative action. And if he's already grooming her, he's on the right track. Interesting, but let's perhaps interrogate the numbers we saw coming out of Imo State. He won the 27 local government. He scored 540,308 votes as against that of his counterparts. There are those who are saying that perhaps this has not come to an end with regards to the results in Imo. There might be challenging this in court, so to speak. But when you look at the margin, what is there to challenge? Let me begin with you.
I think it's beyond margin. We wish to him well, but now it is an opportunity for the citizens and respective stakeholders that he mentioned in his speech to now engage with the governor on good governance.
Right.
Because now it has opportunity now, not being called Supreme Court governor, because
he mentioned that.
Yeah,
yes.
He has been tagged
it's a vindication.
As Supreme Court governor. Now it's an opportunity for him that 27 over 27 has voted for him. So it is also an opportunity for the citizen of the state to also leverage on that outcome of this election and engage the governor to give them dividend of democracy across sectors to see improved IMOs in terms of infrastructure, road, education, security in particular.
Absolutely.
There is no development without security. And we encourage the governor to work closely also to be inclusive in governance as well too. Not only to bring women on board, also to bring less privileged people with disability in particular, also, and to do a lot of rural engagement. The concentration should not be in the state capital or the major towns of the state. The development should cut across the state in such a way that average Igbo citizen will come out and say, yes, we are not regretting voting for Governor Uzodimma. So that is what we want to see. He should start that engagement now and to also be vindicated for the second term dichotomy that we always see across states. He should not take advantage of this opportunity to misrule the state in terms of saying, this is my last tenure, I'm not coming back. He should improve on those areas, especially to organize local government election for people. I should not join the states that continue to have sole administrator. Let governance be participatory.
Absolutely.
By having to, it needs to empower the state independent electoral commission at the state level to organize credible election at the local government. Let the people feel governance at the grassroots. When people can feel governance at the grassroots, the pressure at the state will be reduced. Okay. If our governors are doing well across states, there will be low pressure on federal government, and they should utilize their resources very well for their citizens.
Let's come to Dr. Maikudi now. Let's get your perception or perspective to how governance should move now, how he should build on perhaps what he has done in his first term, and then we'll also look at the numbers with regards to the election there.
Yeah. I think I want to start first of all by commending him on I want to pick on the issue of grooming his wife. You see, we need more women in politics. And we all know that with every election in Nigeria, on the day of the election, you see more women are there to vote. The women always queue up, stay in long lines.
They ride on the backs of these women for campaigns and all of that.
And then they vote for the men, but when it's time to vote for the women, the men shy away. So it's an opportunity for Governor Uzodimma, not only his wife, I think he should go beyond his wife.
Right.
It's an opportunity for him to groom a lot of women to come into politics and ensure that he gives them the right mentoring so that they can win the elections. Now, coming back to Governor Uzodimma, I think, as he said, because we watched him in the chapel, his name has already been written in gold in Imo. You know, he is the first governor to win in all the 27 local governments in an election. I think that is a very good plus for him. But it also saddles him with a lot of responsibility. He should carry everybody along. You know, 27 local governments across the state means there are people who actually voted for him across these states. So he should run an inclusive government. There should be dividends of democracy. There should be social services. There should be amenities. And I think Imo State is one of the states that are enjoying the NNDC.
NNDC, yes.
Yeah, and 30% derivation. Yes. So Imo has a lot of money. Let us see it on the ground. He has the capacity and the opportunity to turn Imo into another Dubai. He can do it. Let him truly, he said his name has been written in gold. Let us see it at the end of his 4 years tenure. And like my colleague said, I think even the people living with disabilities, they need to be encouraged. They need to come out. Many of them are already in politics in some states. We are aware of that. But he needs to carry everybody along and run an inclusive government. This is the time for him to reach out, to build bridges across parties.
Party lines,
yeah, yes. He should build bridges. Look at the gap between what he's called and the next second runner-up.
71,000.
71,000 to 540,000. That's a lot of gap. So it's time for him to reach out. Politics is gone. Elections have come and gone. If there are any candidates that want to go to the court, fine and good. The courts are there. They can go to the courts. But meanwhile, let Uzodimma reach out and run an inclusive government.
Interesting. We have to quickly go back to Kogi State, the Collation Center in Kogi State. We hear more results have trickled in, and we need to get that information now.
Look at Alamabad.
Okay, Ampa, you can go ahead and make your presentations.
Good evening, everybody. I stand on existing protocol. Good afternoon, everybody. I stand on existing protocol.
Please, if we don't make us, we'll hear him. Okay, speak up so that we hear you.
I said, good afternoon, everybody. I stand on existing protocol. My name is Parker Elijah Joshua, Associate Professor of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the LGA Collation Officer for Kogi State Governorship Election in Angpa Local Government Area, held on the 11th of November 2023. With me is
Saidu Abdullahi Muhammad, Electoral Officer, Angpa Local Government Area.
The results for Angpa Local Government Area, Kogi State, are as follows. Total number of units, 13. 13. Yes, sorry, Aroe. Then, number of registered voters, 18.
Went to court.
All right, that is the Collation Center in Kogi State. Results still trickling in, like we mentioned. We have 21 local governments there to still go, but some over 10 has already been declared. We still have our guests in the studio because we're running out of time for this session to wrap up. But from what you have seen, let me begin with you, Dr. Mekudi. How should we move on from here now as a people, as INEC, as political parties? Because we are all stakeholders in this business, as even the security agencies, what should be done?
I think democracy, we all know that democracy is the only system of government that is, let's say, legitimate. And citizens have to key in. Democracy is of the people. You know, citizens have to key in. So I'll call on the citizens to be more alert and then to be able to look beyond primordial sentiments, beyond religion, beyond ethnicity. And then on the INEC, I want to commend INEC again for the massive difference, the improvement we saw with this off-season elections, but there is still room for more improvement. Security agencies, yes, they did a very good job in terms of mobilization in these elections. But then again, we have some instances whereby the security agencies had a problem here and there. We know that there's not 100% or perfect situation.
Absolutely.
But once you have 90%, 80%, 99%, that's good enough.
Okay.
Then on, sorry.
Because our time is up, we need to quickly return.
But I just want to mention something, please, before we go on.
In less than 20
quickly,
seconds.
IAGA has what it calls the PRVT. That's the process for results verification. We have our observers in 600 across the states of the off-cycle election, and they are sending in data. At the end of the election, at the polling unit, elections begin and end in the polling unit.
Absolutely.
So at the end of the election, they send the results to our database.
Okay.
So at the end of the election, only INEC has the power, the mandate to announce the end of an election and the results. Okay. But IAGA will now release its own tabulation. And if it falls within INEC's declared results, then it gives more confidence from the citizens.
Trust.
So I want to say that the
citizens can engage.
Citizens can engage, everybody can engage, and then IAGA is also assisting in making elections inclusive, free, fair, credible, and acceptable. Thank you.
Yeah, right now, because we need to go back and monitor what is going on. But Lukman, in just 20 seconds, your final word. 20 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the final word is Nigerians need to trust the system.
Okay.
And for Nigerians to trust the system, government needs to be more open. We expect more states to sign on to open government partnership where citizens can have confidence in what they are doing. And as somebody representing Transition Monitoring Group in FCT, we want to commend our observers that we deployed to the 3 states for the wonderful job they've done by giving us the feedback on various. But you mentioned what other stakeholders can do as well to INEC, civil society, media. We also need to play that role by not leaving the responsibility only to government. And INEC need to work closely with security agencies around prosecuting the offenders.
That has become a major issue as it is. But we have to leave this conversation here now because our time is up. Dr. Asma'u Sani Mekudi, member IAGA Africa Working Group, former INEC Rec, Zamfara and Kaduna States, thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
And Lukman Adefolahan, FCT Coordinator, Transition Monitoring Group, thank you for your time as well.
Thank you for having me.
Right. All right, now we will move back to the Collation Center in Kogi State for more coming out of that center.
Let me run through it, please.
No, just the total valid votes. Okay, want to recompute?
Yes.
Then in that case, maybe you go and, if you are not certain, you can go and cross-check. He wants to start cross-checking everything.
I'm suspecting maybe 3 places. 3 or 4 places, which... Okay. Hold it for me. Number of registered voters 180095.
Yes.
Okay. Number of accredited voters 57650. Okay. Then party A 54.
Oh, is it 54? You called 51 initially.
54.
Okay, you called 51 initially.
Okay, 54, please. 54, please. 54.
Okay, now tallies.
Okay, 54.
Okay, thank you. Any cancellations?
No cancellations.
Okay, any questions, comments, observations, or remarks? No. Okay, thank you. You can step forward and make your submissions. Okay, they should be getting ready for presentation. What of the other copy?
Where is the EO? Where is the EO?
Okay, Prof, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. All protocols duly observed.
Please, can we listen? He has started his presentation.
My name is Ubaka Chukwemeka Michael, a professor of clinical pharmacy at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the LGA Collation Officer for Kogi State Governorship election in Okene local government area, held on the 11th November 2023. With me is
Abu Mustafa Usman, Electoral Officer, Okene Local Government.
With code number 17. The results for Okene local government area, Kogi State, are as follows. May I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Total number of registered voters, 151,243. 151,243. The total number of accredited voters, 141,898. 141,898. I present the party votes. May I go ahead, sir?
Go on.
Party A, 13. Party A, 13. Party AA, 288. Party AA, 288. Party AAC, 54. Party AAC, 54. Party ADC, 261. Party ADC, 261. Party ADP, 45. Party ADP, 45. Party APC, 138,416. Party APC, 138,416. Party APGA, 160. Party APGA, 160. Party APM, 16. Party APM, 16. Party APP, 12. Party APP, 12. Party BP, 18. Party BP, 18. Party LP, 292. Party LP, 292. Party NNPP, 14. NNPP, 14. Party NRM, 2. Party NRM, 2. Party PDP, 1463. PDP, 1463. Party PRP, 36. PRP, 36. Party SDP 271. SDP 271. Party YPP 16. YPP 16. Party ZLP 27. Party ZLP 27. I go to summaries. Can I go on? Or
just hold on. Okay, you may go ahead with the summary.
Yes, for the summaries, total valid votes 141,404. 141,404. Rejected votes 134. Rejected votes 134. The total votes cast 141,538. I take it again. 141,538. Sir, that is the result for.
Thank you very much. Any cancellations?
There were no cancellations at all.
Okay. Any questions? Any comments, observations, remarks? No. Okay. Thank you. Please step forward and make your submissions. The Kina should be getting ready for presentations. Okay, yes. Can somebody send the microphone to him? Please, can somebody give him the microphone? He has is there anybody who can? Yes, who has? Okay. Yes, you have the floor.
The returning officer, other protocols duly and respectfully observed. Once again, I am David Ehimoni, the agent of the Social Democratic Party.
Yeah.
I have a further letter to also present again.
A further letter to the petition you already wrote?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
It's okay.
Yes. And to say that what we are seeing here, especially from Central, actually stand logics on its head. And based on that, the party has directed and has requested for the outright cancellation of everything that has happened in Kogi Central, based on what is there. And the letter will be presented to you right away. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You have another letter to present. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, okay, the letter is to the resident electoral commissioner. So, commissioner, is your letter. Okay, so he will attend on the same, is he on the same issue? Oh, okay, can somebody give the mic?
Thank you very much. I'm the party agent for APC. You know, at the start of the coalition, I said we shouldn't bore you. But to my surprise, if you look at the election trend, if you see the vote in Ampa, the vote in Alamaboro, the vote in Dekina, the vote in Ofu, all these are our stronghold of APC. But I'm surprised that anytime they are talking about our stronghold, which is the central.
So please, this is not the forum to explain. Yeah, we are not.
Yes, you know, if he says something and I keep quiet, it will be as if what he's saying is true.
It's a letter directed to REC. He has received the letter. Yes, please, can you?
I am Honorable Johnson, Secretary representing ADC. Looking at the percentage of the turnout in Okene, I discovered that they have 93% turnout. It has not happened since we have...
I believe the agents we are there at the ward level, at the local government level. We can't stay here to determine the turnout. It's not something we blow by grammar. I hope your party was represented at those levels.
Actually, we were represented.
Okay, and thank you. Thank you. Finally, there's a... Okay.
I'm Honorable Mohammed Ibrahim Dangana, representing BP. In fact, since the beginning of democracy in Nigeria, we have never having a smooth election like this, like from this 11 election. Because since the beginning of the election, there is no rancor, there is nothing, and but my agents are there. They are giving me reports. So I don't know why people are saying.
Okay, thank you very much. Finally. Somebody I recognize somebody. No, please, he'll be the last person. I'm sure it's not different from what.
I just add an addendum. Addendum to the agent.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Dr. Felix Ako. I want to observe from the perspective that the INEC came out with a press statement yesterday to the effect that there were electoral malfeasance across the central. And now, behold, and now that those results were adopted, and the INEC chairman promised Nigerians that he will do a perfect election this time around on near perfection. But now, the electoral law says that if there are any overvoting in any polling unit, there should be actual cancellation. But now, we are hearing now that they were given the opportunity to go and rewrite their election, and here they are doctoring the decision and is admitted. I want to beg this honorable house, especially the returning officer, that in respect of justice, in the interest of justice, the elections that were conducted in the central should be cancelled.
Okay, thank you. You've made your point. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Members of the high table there. Protocols duly observed. I am the Secretary of the Social Democratic Party Kogi State chapter here.
Sir, I thought it's the one party agent, but there is supposed to be one party agent.
I am a party man and the secretary of the party. So
there's somebody representing. Please, there's somebody representing your party here.
Yes, sir, he has spoken, but then I have observed something that he probably has not seen. So he give me the opportunity to speak.
No, please. We only recognize one.
Sir, this is a doctored result.
Please, I haven't given you the floor.
We have seen
I have not given you the floor.
And it was on your IRF.
Please,
I want to understand why the result was changed now, sir.
Please.
Why should the result be changed now?
No.
My party has been manipulated up until this point in time, sir. It is unfair.
Please, as Secretary of SDP, you know I have the powers to remove anybody trying to disrupt this. Don't push me to use those powers.
But nobody is
Please, don't push me to use those powers. You have an agent here, he has spoken. Please, let us, I appealed at the beginning. Please, let us do this with some manner of decorum. You have a party representative here. Please. So you have you've all made your opinions and you have put forward your comments, and we know even about this. Some of these local governments, INEC yesterday came up with a position, with a statement that they are going to review it within 24 hours. It's not yet more than 24 hours they promised. So we are still waiting for INEC's decision on. They cancelled 9 wards, in Ogorimagongo, and for the other ones, they say they are still going to review it. So we cannot stay here and begin to take a decision on something they're already working on. So we wait for their final decision on this. So I hope that is okay. Thank you very much. So, Tekina, can you go ahead and make your presentation?
Yes, thank you. Please permit me to stand on already established protocols. My name is Chukwudi Innocent Namchi. I'm a professor of industrial microbiology and biotechnology of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I'm the LGA Collation Officer for Kogi State governorship election in the Kina local government area.
On this, somebody has the floor. Where is it on what he's doing? When he finishes. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm the LGA Collation Officer for the Kogi State governorship election in the Kina local government area on the election held yesterday, 11th November 2023. With me here is...
I am Salihu Adamu Musa, the Electoral Officer at the Kina local government area of Kogi State.
Thank you. So the results for the Kina local government area, Kogi State, are as follows. So I start from number of registered voters. So number of registered voters is 187,881. 187,881. Number of accredited voters, 60588. 60588. Then the votes received by the different parties are as follows. A, 776. A, 776. AA, 20. AA, 20. AAC, 34. AAC, 34. ADC, 421. ADC, 421. ADP, 104. ADP, 104. APC, 9174. APC, 9174. APGA, 35. APGA, 35. APM, 06. APM, 06. APP, 67. APP, 67. BP, 08. BP, 08. LP, 18. LP, 18. NMPP, 17. NMPP, 17. NRM, 05. NRM, 05. PDP, 499. PDP, 499. PRP, 213. PRP, 213. SDP, 47480. SDP, 47480. YPP, 252. YPP, 252. ZLP, 22. ZLP, 22. Total valid votes, 59151. Total valid votes, 59151. Rejected votes, 1168. Rejected votes, 1168. Total votes cast, 60319. Total votes cast, 60319.
Okay, thank you. Any cancellations?
Well, yes. There are the result for 2 polling units in Aigba ward registration area were cancelled, and
the reason
was overvoting. Okay. Overvoting, and so they were given 0. And the the number of registered voters in the two polling units is 1780, and the number of PVC collected in them is 1722. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, remarks, observations, or comments?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please step forward to make your submissions. While you are doing that, Ajokuta should be getting ready for presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Ajokuta, please go ahead and make your presentation.
The State Collation Officer.
Okay, just hold on there. Yes.
Can I go on, sir?
Just a minute. Okay, go on.
The State Collation Officer, the Resident Electoral Commissioner. Please permit me to rest on the system protocol. My name is Christian Ezibe. I am Professor of Political Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the Local Government Collation Officer for Kogi State Governorship elections held on the 11th of November 2023 in Ajokuta Local Government. With me here is
Baku Musa Barong, Electoral Officer, Ajokuta Local Government Area.
The result for the local government area Kogi State in Ajokuta Local Government are as follows. Number of registered voters, 96504. 96504. Number of accredited voters, 33806. 33806. Votes received by parties are as follows. Party A, 6. A, 6. AA, 24. AA, 24. AAC, 8. AAC, 8. ADC, 247. ADC, 247. ADP, 55. ADP, 55. APC, 23211. APC, 23211. APGA, 24. APGA, 24. APM, 5. APM, 5. APP, 86. APP, 86. BP, 9. BP, 9. LP, 26. LP, 26.
NNPP 9, NNPP 9, NRM 14, NRM 14, PDP 483, PDP 483, PRP 37, PRP 37, SDP 8869, SDP 8869, YPP 45, YPP 45, ZLP 15, ZLP 15. The collation officer, the summaries are as follows. Total valid votes 33173. 33173. Rejected votes are 580. Rejected votes 580. Total votes cast 33753. 33753.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any cancellations?
No cancellations.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, observations, remarks, comments? None. Okay, please step forward and make your submission.
Thank you.
Well, we don't know if some more LGS are ready now. We have 3 outstanding, Ibaji, Igalamela, Odolo, and Lokoja. I don't know if any of those 3 are ready now. Yeah, please, We have 3 local governments outstanding, result from 3 local governments, Ibaji, Lokoja, and Galamelo Dolo. So we are going to go on a short break now. Hopefully by the time we resume, they will have all been here. So we'll resume by 4 p.m. We take 1 hour, 30 minutes break to resume by 4 p.m. Hopefully we'll be able to finish collecting the remaining ones. Thank you very much.
All right, the Collation Center in Kogi State. So far, 18 local governments, the results of 18 local governments have been declared. And out of 21, so we still have about 3 more to go. But then they are on recess as we speak to reconvene at 4 p.m. Later today. Joining me in the studio right now is Nifemi Oguntoye to continue our conversation on the coverage of the off-cycle election, if any. We've been seeing results trickling in from Kogi State, despite the contestation of some of the results. We've seen some relative peace with regards to the collation of results. Earlier, before they started, we saw the SDB party agents come out with, their petition, a huge one. They brought it before the returning officer, saying that this is what their party, the grounds their party has with the conduct of the process. And it's good to see that the returning officer actually received it as against what we saw in Imo.
Yeah, exactly. I remember speaking with Solomon, who mentioned that it's different stroke for different folks. Yes, yeah. That he had covered elections where the returning officer paid attention to some of the petitions. Perhaps it's how weighty the allegations are that determine, or perhaps it's also the personality, of the returning officer himself or herself. But since yesterday, we've had the SDP candidate come up with these allegations, showing even video evidence of pre-filled, pre-recorded results sheets. And INEC also responded the same day, saying they are investigating thoroughly. As a matter of fact, we expect to hear from the umpire before the end of today. Absolutely. As to the decision.
I was expecting that, like they did during the general election, where they briefed the press with regards to incidents across some parts of the state, that they will be doing that right now to engage people, because we are seeing statements coming out by observer groups saying that we need to understand what is going on, what's the state of things with regards to areas where you say there are contestation of these results, or there are challenges with the way the conduct went in some of these areas, some local government areas in Imo State where there was no election held. We had a guest earlier on who said that there was results recorded with regards to some of these local government areas, and they are asking that how did this happen? So it's important for the image of the commission to keep engaging people so that everyone can be carried along as stakeholders.
INEC can afford to go quiet. After all, it's an off-cycle election. We're looking at elections in 3 states, and in each of these states, there are about 10 resident electoral commissioners with national commissioners as well. So they have enough manpower to look into the grievances and also begin to communicate with the stakeholders as to what is the decision, because the 4 local governments that have been disputed, the election results have already been announced in Okene, in Kogi, in
Adavi, and Ajakuta.
Exactly. And INEC suspended election in 9 wards in one of those local governments. That's the only one that is pending.
Magongo.
Exactly. So if you if there are complaints about the conduct of election in a particular area, and you said you're looking into it, you should communicate regularly. Okay, what stage are you? What form of investigation is
Why
ongoing?
are you going ahead with some of the results out of these areas?
Absolutely, absolutely.
The electorate have to understand, because when we saw them at the Collation Center declaring results from the areas where we have seen some contestation from other party members, the question was, why are you reading out these results from these areas if you're saying we're suspending activities in some of the wards there? How are we going to ensure that these people are not disenfranchised at the end of the day, because these are the issues?
If we go by the status quo, it would mean that in areas where INEC isn't saying, perhaps they haven't found any genuine reasons to suspend, because they already suspended 9 wards, in one of those local government areas. I just think that it's important that they communicate what they found out. It's easy to say, okay, there are issues in these areas, and we think that there's substance to the allegation raised, and we're going to hold on a little on it. But the Electoral Act of 2022 allows the umpire to still review a result, within 7 days after this collation exercise. So there is much room for any aggrieved party to take advantage of. Especially we've seen how people who are aggrieved in elections also go to court.
Of course.
The interesting thing about this exercise is that each party agent has access to the original copy of the result sheet. So if what you have on your document is different from what is read at the Collation Center, then you can
interrogate it. You can interrogate the commission, and so you have the evidence to push your arguments whichever way you want to do that. It's interesting that we are also still seeing matters of rejected or invalid votes as we speak, and we have a huge number. This was part of the conversation I was having with my guest earlier. For me, it's a reflection of the fact that a lot is still yet to be done with regards to voter education, voter awareness, and like they rightly pointed out, taxpayers' money is involved in this. And so if parties who are the primary beneficiaries of this exercise are not doing their job, leaving it for INEC, like the acting DG mentioned the other day, that there's a limit to what they can do, but parties have to own the process.
Add to rejected vote, cancelled votes.
Yes.
Because it's hard to tell whether politicians are taking advantage of the Electoral Act. But once there's violence now, INEC cancels the entire result in the polling unit. Now, there are polling units where they said voters did not allow for the use of BVAS machines. Now, that's an automatic cancellation. Right. There are places where the total number of valid votes cast exceeds the total number of accredited voters.
Yes.
In that case, it's cancelled. And then there are just some, amazing stories you hear coming from these polling units, and then you're wondering how come there is still disruption of election exercise in areas that are heavily policed. In Kogi, over 40,000 police personnel. In Bayelsa, over 25,000. We might be adding up more than 100,000 if you put all of the security agencies together. So how do these things still happen in broad daylight? There are cases of, pre-recorded result sheets, and then you're wondering, how did that happen? That means apparently INEC ad hoc staff are also culpable, because they must have...
recall we had this conversation about INEC talking tough with regards to how it's important for when we're talking about the level of preparation, how it is important for BU ad hoc staff and every person involved in the process have to uphold the standards required to ensure that there's transparency as much as possible in the process. And recall the acting DG also spoke to that effect, that it was important for this statement to be re-emphasized for us.
I think we have to agree that
so entrenching standards
absolutely
is critical.
I think we have to agree that we will continually have bad eggs with us, no matter how
much we try to sanitize
sophisticated the system is. What matters is that we create a system and structure that does not allow these individuals to have their way. And I think that's what we've seen in Kogi, for instance. I mean, this could have happened without anyone knowing about it.
Yes.
But the good thing is that there's possibly a structure on ground where you show us that the sheet you are recording on is actually blank before, in the presence of all the stakeholders involved in the election. So I think there's an aspect of this development that requires us to say, well, maybe this is INEC, maybe this is an improvement on the part of INEC that the commission, cannot become susceptible to, malpractices of this nature. It could also mean that INEC needs to pay more attention to the quality of its staff. Now, they said they should not call them ad hoc again, but we have to get to a point where INEC staff are held accountable to high standards. It's very important. I mean, not to the point where you feel a result sheet while while voting is just starting. That's unbelievable. I mean, that's desperation at an entirely new level. And I think the only way to curb issues like this is that
there has to be some account.
Absolutely. Beyond just prosecuting the ad hoc staff, the party agents, or
everyone involved.
We need to also find out who is sponsoring these people, because a lot of monies would have exchanged hands. I mean, there's an amount of money you would give to someone to attempt that level of fraud. And I think that it's important that these issues are prosecuted. I think it was EFCC that said they have arrested 14 suspected vote buyers, in all of the 3 states, and that they also confiscated over 11 million naira. The figures are good, but
is that the true picture?
Is that the true picture of what happened? And
of what has happened?
Are these individuals going to be prosecuted? Who are they working for?
Aside that, is it just about the day of the election? Because we know that vote buying actually begins before the election
long
day.
Beyond the money, the money spent on election day is only a minute fraction of how much money
has been spent in the whole process. So, are we going to backtrack? Do we have the capacity to ensure that we bring each and everyone involved to book? Those who were found culpable during the general elections, where are they now? What is happening? What's the situation with them? These are the issues that make the electorate repose confidence in the system that, okay, you are bringing these persons to book, and we are seeing that you are bringing them to book, because justice is not just being done, but seen to be done. So where people are not seeing that you are actually bringing these persons to book, then it begs the question of what's the essence?
No. It empowers people to keep committing the same crime.
Absolutely.
It speaks to the issue of campaign financing, which is provided for in the Electoral Act. There's an amount of money each political party can spend for each election. How accountable have the political parties been? How responsible has INEC been
at ensuring
that
they ensure that they open their books?
Spending? Absolutely. Yes. So, the money they spend on election day is a fraction of the money they use to settle, the party blocks, especially during the primary elections. The amount of money that goes into this processing is perhaps what masks this process. There's too much money that, you heard the new female senator who accused the governor on national TV of
wanting to bribe her with a particular amount.
Absolutely. So that's the situation where there's so much money that is being spent beyond what is even required to run this election. So it's important that we begin to pay attention to all of this. The more we play the money politics, the more difficult it will be,
of course,
to address these issues.
And it's, we begin to see the desperation in the system where people go the whole hog to ensure that they win. It becomes a do or die affair.
Indeed.
Yes, we see the number of policing during the election, but then are we actually dealing with the roots? Or we are just treating the symptoms? Because for how long would we keep policing our electoral process the way we are right now? Just yesterday we saw in Imo State, for instance, where the DIG Frankenba, took our correspondent Abimbola Agbebi and some of his men on an air surveillance of Imo State during the election, just to ensure that there is some peace and stability in the process, aside his men on the ground. And, you know, having a conversation for a lot of persons is like we are policing our electoral process as if it's a war zone, so to speak. Why are we not dealing with the root causes of why we are at this point with regards to electoral processes? We even found out how we got to this point. Must it be this way? We have seen in other climes, in other regions, in West Africa, we've seen some countries like Ghana, we've seen countries like Kenya. We do not see this level of policing when it comes to their electoral processes. But we seem to have a peculiar situation where we have to go all the whole hog to addressing this matter of security. It's important that we keep the sanity when it comes to security, but are we really addressing the issues?
And I think we must also be asking ourselves the question, how long can we police the exercise?
Right.
It is, you know, a staggered election, so we have the luxury of deploying. In fact, I had a guest earlier who said, have you counted the policemen? How sure are you that they're actually 40,000? He
doesn't trust.
He doesn't believe the process. I mean, it has gotten that far. And then you look at Kogi, for instance, bordered around by like 9 states.
Right.
And then we shut down the whole state, and then people cannot move their goods and services. It's not sustainable.
As a border state.
Yes.
We saw that some persons were actually stranded.
Imagine how much money we have lost.
We have lost.
Because we are holding an election, you know, just for a day. It's not sustainable. It's not even acceptable. We must begin to come up with, you know, sustainable ideas, a system and a structure that is practically impossible to beat. You know, and that's what we need. We need to begin to move into electronic voting. We have to invest in it. I know that IRF was a shame. I mean, was a sham earlier on in the year, but it can be improved on. We've seen the improvement in this election.
Yes.
As of last night, we're recording some 65%. Now, can we get back to lawmaking and see how we can, you know, better fortify the process? Because these politicians keep coming up with devilish ideas on how to manipulate the system. And then INEC cannot afford to sit on toes in this regards.
Absolutely. INEC is doing, as is being said, its best, especially with the improvements that it made with the IRF that you just mentioned, bringing in some security measures to ensure that, okay, the system works, addressing the hitch and glitch that they witnessed, you know, in the general election.
Yes.
But you see, there is so much INEC can do. When it comes to the politicians, their commitment to upholding the democratic principles is key.
Indeed.
Key as it is. And, you know, unfortunately, the electorate that they sell these ideas to buy into it is quite concerning. Unfortunately, I don't know how much it costs them, but it also goes to show the level of awareness on the part of the electorate who buy the ideas of these persons. Let's take Kogi State, for instance. We saw the results coming in, and we're seeing that for the East, the Central, and the West, the voting pattern was based on the representation of the parties, because for the East, they have one person they seemingly are supporting. For the West, they have about 3 persons that they have representing them, and the Central have their own people. And so when you look at the stronghold, everybody seemingly supporting who they represent, so to speak. But in a democracy, it's an all-inclusive, it should be an all-inclusive situation or government as it is. So we are seeing politics of ethnicity, we are seeing politics of religion, like we saw in the election, but that has its implication for our democracy that we want to evolve into what we want.
Unfortunately, that's the reality. You know, I remember speaking with one of the candidates, and then he said, I said, so why are you running if you agree that it is a particular zone's turn?
Right.
He said, well, I'm running because the incumbent defaulted on the agreement. And I'm like, okay, is that why you're running? Because there was a default in the arrangement or the zoning arrangement as to who becomes governor in the state. It boils down to, it's hard to tell which came first, the egg
or the chicken.
Or the chicken. You know, when for instance, we were discussing money politics, and then you begin to question the role that the electorate also has to play. But you begin to wonder, do they really have a choice? You know, someone said it's not about the poverty, it's about the mindset or the culture of impunity that have pervaded our society for so long. I think that we are improving to an extent, but we still have a long way to go in highlighting the importance of competence as priority in our choice of who leads part-time.
I think the electorate have a choice, right? If they understand the power they wield with regards to the use of their voter cards. Sure. If they understand that power, that is why we have seen the weaponization of poverty, not just poverty, let's say poverty of the mind. Indeed. So that these persons will not understand the power. And that has become a strategy in the hand of the political elite. Absolutely. We need to quickly go on a break. When we return, we'll continue our conversation. Stay with us.
Have a look at our petition.
No.
Yes, I think it's good. We have a petition concerning the election you want to collate.
Sorry.
Few minutes ago, the Honorable read in her address said that they are still documenting the activities that
you can submit your petition to the REC. Okay? I'm here for a job to be done as collation officer. I'm not supposed to preside over petition, my brother. I'm here for a job to be done. My job is as a collation officer. I'm not here as a lawyer. I'm not here as a judge. Okay, I'm here specifically to do my work as a collation officer. And anything that will disturb me, I want to move it away from my way. So I want to concentrate. I want to be focused. If there are petitions, my mandate does not cover me to look at petitions. So what I'm supposed to do is to preside on this collation center, and that I will do. I will not do anything otherwise. So if you have a petition, submit it to the REC, to this office. They will handle it. I can assure you, they will handle it. It's not.
And as has been conventional, it's good that we tackle this before we go into collation. If we have an issue and you don't want to tackle it, you go into collation and you declare a winner. Then what happens to our petition?
My brother, I don't have that mandate. I'm telling you. I'm so clear. I don't have the mandate to look at any petition here. Along when we are presenting results, if there are issues, you raise your questions. I'm not supposed to look. I'm not a judge, and I'm not a tribunal judge. I'm not a lawyer. I'm here specifically to do my work. So if there are issues that you present results, you can raise up those issues. I'm tackling them. Not you presenting a petition before us. You can present your petition before a tribunal judge or before a lawyer or INEC. Not to me. If you present your paper to me, it's of no use. I can't take a decision. I can't look. Let me say, you cannot stop all for me.
Bro, I'm so sorry.
So sorry.
At the risk of repeating myself.
Hello, everybody sit down, please. Sit down, please.
I'm ready to die defending democracy. You said that you didn't do nothing.
Let's go ahead, please. Let's go ahead. Let's look at government, please. Let's look at government, please.
I'm ready to.
All right, thank you for staying with us. It's still our ongoing coverage of the off-cycle election in Kogi, Bayelsa, Imo State is done and dusted as they returned the governor, Uzodimma, back for a second term. And this time he won with about 540,308 votes for the Labour Party candidates who came third, came with 64,081 votes, and that of the PDP came second with 71,503 votes. And earlier we saw the governor, Uzodimma, at the State Chapel, where he went for the Thanksgiving service of his re-election. And he touched on some things, talking about the confidence reposed in him, and this being the first time in the history of the state where a governor is winning the 27 local government during an election. And then he referred to the 2019 incident where about 388 polling units did not include his results in that process, but the Supreme Court was able to affirm him as governor, and that this, this re-election is a verification or a vindication of that victory he had in 2019. And then he spoke about grooming his wife, Nifemi, as a politician.
Hope Uzodimma is going to be a very happy man.
Right.
Having broken the record of winning an election with all of the 27 local governments in his pocket. And then perhaps finally they will stop referring to him as Supreme Court governor. Because initially he came forth with about 90,000 votes in that election before the Supreme Court added results from 388 polling units. But look at the numbers. I mean, that was an overwhelming landslide victory. Add all of the votes from Labour Party, PDP, APGA.
Doesn't come close.
And they don't come close at all. I mean, it speaks to also how to win election. Because prior to this election, they will say some people are contenders, others are pretenders. You don't know who the pretenders are until you see the figures.
Right.
Because the conversation was like, oh, he wasn't loved in his, he hadn't done as much. And then, I mean, the impression prior to this election was that this was going to be a keenly contested poll. But that wasn't what we saw. We saw a situation where it was one-sided.
Yes.
And I doubt how you can contest that kind of a figure.
Results.
Because it's an overwhelming victory.
Well, they still have they have a right to want to contest that result if they want to, and if they have because the burden of proof.
And there's a precedence. There's a precedence of someone who initially came forth.
And that's him.
And that's him. So everybody has hope. Based on this name, everyone has hope in this election. Just anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but
attention should also be turned to, because I was looking at the figures, just about 100,000 people did not receive their PVCs, but there were 2.4 million more plus, who actually had the PVCs for this election. And the total vote cast is less than 1 million. So it's about 35% voter turnout compared to the number of PVCs collected. So it speaks to voter apathy in a way.
Absolutely.
Even though it's an improvement from what we saw in February, where we had about 28%. But come on, we can still do more.
Of course we can do more. It is often said that politics is local. So the people are the one who understand how things are with them and who they want and how they feel his impact, and they'll decide, okay, we want to go out to vote. And so they understand the governor better and all of that. And then you recall the security issues leading up to the election. And also the NLC issue leading up to this election.
The secessionist group were talking about a sit
at home, but they called that off leading up to the election.
Imo seems to be the most peaceful, if you look at this election amongst the other two. I mean, amongst the other three. I mean, it seems to have improved remarkably in the days leading to the election.
Well, there's so much to be said with regards to Imo State, but we are happy that the process has been concluded, so to speak, with the declaration of the governor being returned.
And then the litigations will now commence. Because this is the season for the lawyers and the legal practitioners.
So you feel that the process has not concluded in Imo State?
No, it has concluded.
Right.
From INEC's point of view. But the aggrieved parties will now commence the litigation.
The burden of proof, yes.
Yes, lies
but
on the...
Nifemi, we need to wrap things up here
Absolutely.
now and hand over to Lagos, the studio in Lagos, to continue this ongoing coverage of the off-cycle election. And my colleague Kemi Folademo is in the studio to continue.
Colleague, actually.
Oh, our colleague. You know, I was thinking you're an analyst.
Before you forget that I'm... Hi, Kemi.
All right, Kemi, take it over from here. I will see you again some other time.
Indeed.
And, well, the coverage continues. Bye.
It's the Premier League all on DSTV. All the goals, all the clashes, all the moments. All of Rashford, Salah, and Saka. All in the language of your choice. All in HD. Available on all these bouquets to choose from. To watch on all these devices. Stay connected for all the action.
I wish to welcome you all to the Global Technology Africa Summit.
Technology itself is a massive driver of access to services that, frankly, most of the governments in Africa can't build infrastructure fast enough to meet.
We have to be a lot more conscious of data storage, data ownership, and things like that.
Talent is the human component of technology.
Basically, the Startup Act is a framework and an umbrella. And I think each state needs to look at what exists, how do we capitalize on what the Startup Act is, and where are our own gaps.
The platform for consumption of entertainment content is translating from linear TV or traditional TV as we know it to the screens of those mobile devices.
We're working with NHTSA to bring them to the U.S. to talk about how we work together on this new challenge of AI.
We have to create a new community.
We look forward to having you in GTA come November. Thank you very much.
Muhammad Ali was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky on January 17, 1942. His birth name was Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. He began training as an amateur boxer at age 12, and at 18 he won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1960 Summer Olympics and turned professional later that year. In his early years as a professional, Clay was more highly regarded for his charm and personality than for his ring skills. He sought to raise public interest in his fights by reading childlike poetry and spouting self-descriptive phrases like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. On February 25, 1964, at age 22, he pulled off a major upset, defeating Sonny Liston to win the World Heavyweight Championship. That same year, he shocked the boxing establishment again by denouncing his birth name as a slave name and formally took the name Muhammad Ali, which was given to him by his spiritual mentor Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam. For the next 3 years, Ali dominated the boxing arena. Then, on April 28, 1967, citing his religious beliefs, Ali refused induction into the U.S. Army at the height of the Vietnam War. Ali was stripped of his championship and precluded from fighting by every state athletic commission in the United States for 3.5 years. Ali's message of black pride and black resistance to white domination was on the cutting edge of the civil rights movement. In October 1970, Ali was allowed to return to boxing, but his skills had eroded. On March 8, 1971, he challenged Joe Frazier, who had become heavyweight champion during Ali's absence from the ring. It was a fight of historic proportions, billed as the fight of the century. Frazier won a unanimous 15-round decision. Following his loss to Frazier, Ali won 10 fights in a row, 8 of them against world-class opponents. After defeating Norton in a rematch, he fought Joe Frazier a second time and won a unanimous 12-round decision. Ali was the first fighter to win the World Heavyweight Championship on 3 separate occasions. He successfully defended his title 19 times. His place in boxing history as one of the greatest fighters ever is secure. His final record of 56 wins and 5 losses with 37 knockouts has been matched by others, but the quality of his opponents and the manner in which he dominated during his prime placed him on a plateau with boxing's immortals. Outside boxing, Ali attained success as a spoken word artist, releasing 2 studio albums, I Am the Greatest 1963 and The Adventures of Ali and His Gang vs. Mr. Tooth Decay 1976. Both albums received Grammy Award nominations. He also featured as an actor and writer, releasing 2 autobiographies. Muhammad Ali retired from boxing in 1981 and focused on his religion, philanthropy and activism. In 1984, he made public his diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome, which some reports attributed to boxing-related injuries, though he and his specialist physicians disputed this. He remained an active public figure globally, but in his later years made fewer public appearances as his condition worsened and he was cared for by his family. Ali was chosen to light the Olympic flame at the start of the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, Georgia. He died on June 3rd, 2016.
Every week, Green Angle, in partnership with Wild Aid, will bring you a documentary series on environmental issues affecting Nigeria's amazing biodiversity, from climate change, air pollution, and wildlife conservation. We will be traveling across Nigeria to give you on-the-ground report of the issues affecting our environment. It airs every Saturday at 4:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teachers.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices were echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything. If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all. Their demands, a familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Committee Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Committee Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
Hello everyone, and thanks a lot for joining us again on TVC News. It's still the continued coverage of Saturday, November the 11th, off-cycle elections in Bayelsa, Imo and Kogi states. And so far, results have been announced and concluded in Imo State, while collation of results are still pending, at least in full, in Kogi and Bayelsa states. Well, we're expecting the session to reconvene any moment from now, especially in Bayelsa state, where they had a break and announced that they would reconvene at about 3 p.m. to continue with the collation at the state capital. But first, let's bring up what we already know, especially in Imo State, where the Independent National Electoral Commission has declared Governor Hope Uzodimma of the All Progressives Congress winner of the governorship election in Imo State. And in the result, as announced by the returning officer, Professor Abayomi Fashino, Hope Uzodimma scored 540,308 votes to defeat PDP's candidate Sam Anyanwu, who polled 71,503 votes, as well as the Labour Party's Athan Achonu, who polled 64,081 votes.
The election was contested, and the candidate received the following votes. Party A, 1017. Party APC, represented by Uzodimma Good Hope, scored 540,308, 540,308. Party LP, represented by Achonu Ineji, scored 64,081, 64081. Party PDP, represented by Anyanwu Samuel Nemeka, scored 71503 votes, 71503 votes. That Uzodimma Good Hope of APC, having certified the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Signed as the returning officer, Fashino Abayo, 12th day of November 2023. I so present that. Thank you very much. God bless you.
And shortly after his announcement as winner in Imo State by INEC, Governor Hope Uzodimma joined the Thanksgiving service at the Government House Chapel, where he assured the people that he will continue to bring development to the state. He commended the massive support he got from the people. He also acknowledged the support of workers and the Nigeria Labour Congress in the state. Meanwhile,
I will not forget the 27 local governments in Imo State, all the leaders and the citizens of Imo State, for coming out in mass. Never in the history of this state since Tracy has any governor won an election in 27 local governments. For me, it's a mark of absolute confidence, which I pray to Almighty God to give me the strength not to. I will not stop if I don't congratulate the Independent Electoral Commission, who refused to be blackmailed. Because after our outing in Imo State in the first 4 years, given the sterling performance that we demonstrated, and as a reciprocation, the reaction of Imo people, through the determination of our belief that when something is good, eating increases the appetite. The more you eat, the more you want to eat.
To part over his victory at Saturday's governorship election, Governor Sanwo-Olu, in a congratulatory message released by his chief press secretary, Gboyega Koshle, said Governor Uzodimma's success in the election is a validation of the people's acceptance of his administration, having impacted positively in the lives of residents during his first term in office. And he says the people of Imo State deserve commendation for coming out en masse to perform their civic responsibility and for defying all odds to vote for Governor Uzodimma-led APC administration in the state. And just after the announcement of results in Imo State, TVC News spoke with some party agents as well as some APC chieftains on the declaration of the governorship election results by INEC.
Imo people have shown the same commitment, the same love to Hope Uzodimma. He has come back with this massive victory, massive support from the masses of Imo State, appreciating his development stride, appreciating what he's done for Imo, appreciating the credibility of his governance, appreciating that Hope Uzodimma is the man who is using the resources of Imo State to do the work that he was meant to do. So he is working according to the expectation of Imo people.
We are here, and you know, democracy is somebody must win, somebody must lose. But then we don't want to start saying anything for that. Why we decide to wait to pass through the processes is just for us to have a very good background. If we want to ask questions where necessary, we could ask those questions legally. Because we cannot come and be talking about a process we did not get involved in. So we started from beginning to the end, and I'm happy that we started from beginning to the end. What happens next? The decision of the party, that of the candidate, and that will be unfolded any moment from now.
It means everything. It means that the people of Imo State have finally spoken, and they have shown the enormous confidence and love they have for the governor. The victory is unprecedented. It is the first time in the history of Imo State that the governorship candidate has won the election in all the 27 local governments area across the state. You know, before this election, different people were endorsing him, and people thought they were joking. They have shown that they meant what they were doing, that they really wanted him back, and they have demonstrated it. So it means the truth has finally come out, that this man is loved by Imo people, and they are ready anytime to vote for him, as they have just done.
The governor has worked very hard for Imo people in the last 4 years. You can see the roads, you can see the road network, you can see human infrastructural development, you can see virtually everything. In fact, there are some things that, even if you see them, you know that the governor must win this election. For the past how many years, nobody has bothered to do the Olu road that links up to my senatorial zone. But the governor did it. He dualized it and put street light. It's one of the best roads I've ever seen. It's competing with roads you can see in Abuja and Lagos. So why wouldn't my people where I come from vote for him? So these are how to check things.
Away from Imo State now, collation of the governorship election results in Kogi State is expected to resume by 4 p.m. today. The state returning officer, Professor Johnson Orama, adjourned the exercise a few moments ago after collation of results from 18 local governments were announced. Also in Bayelsa State, collation of governorship election results is expected to resume any moment from now as INEC adjourned the collation exercise to 3 p.m. after receiving results of 3 local governments, that's Ogbia, Kolokuma, Opokuma, and Yanagua council areas. Meanwhile, outside the INEC headquarters, some voters from Opunembe alleged that they were disenfranchised by rival political parties. Some of the protesters, identified as commissioners and members of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, insist elections didn't take place at Basambiri Nimbi. They called on the electoral umpire to cancel any results presented from Opunembe as INEC assured the protesters that the matter will be investigated. And more reactions are coming from the conduct of the Bayelsa State governorship election. Well, the All Progressives Congress says it rejects the alleged attempt to move collation of results for Brass local government area of Bayelsa State to Yanagua, the state capital. The National Publicity Secretary, Felix Moka, alleged that the state governor is mounting pressure on INEC to move the collation to the state capital. In that statement, the party notes that Brass is the APC's major stronghold and that the move is a calculated attempt to manipulate the results of the votes in favor of the PDP. And the APC is therefore asking INEC to stand its ground and collate the votes of Brass in the local government as mandated by law. Still on the off-cycle elections, operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission have arrested 14 suspected vote buyers in Otueke Adawari playgrounds, this in Bayelsa State, and also at various polling units in Imo and Kogi states. According to a statement released by the head media and publicity of the agency, Dele Oliwali, more than 11 million naira was intercepted from suspected vote buyers, and the breakdown shows that 9.3 million naira was intercepted in Bayelsa State, while 1.73 million was recovered in Imo State. The Commission says 2 vehicles were intercepted from the suspects and that they will be charged to court. That's the suspects will be charged to court as soon as investigations are concluded. And the Police Service Commission has commended police officers on election duty in Imo, Bayelsa and Kogi states, commending them for their courage and professionalism displayed in foiling attempts to hijack the governorship elections in the 3 states. A statement by the head of press and public relations of the commission, Ikechukwu Ani, says staff monitors deployed for the exercise observed that the officers were courteous, approachable and professional in all the polling units visited. The Commission admitted incidents of attacks on polling units and arrests made especially in Kogi State, but says the police contained the pockets of attacks in Brass and some other locations in the Rerun areas of Bayelsa State. And in that statement, the chairman of the Commission, Solomon Arase, directed the investigation of alleged police misconduct in some areas for appropriate disciplinary action. You're watching TVC News. We'll take a break, and when we return, we continue with our analysis of the off-cycle elections conducted on Saturday. Stay with us. Thanks a lot for staying with TVC News, and it's still our continued coverage of the off-cycle elections that were conducted on Saturday across 3 states, Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi states. Of course, the exercise isn't done yet, except for Imo State, that is where the announcement of the results have been made, with Hope Uzodimma of the All Progressives Party emerging winner, having polled 540,308 against his 2 closest contenders from the PDP and the Labour Party. 2 more states are pending, though the exercise has started. That's the collation exercise has started in Bayelsa State and Kogi, but they are yet to be concluded. At any moment from now, especially in Bayelsa State, we will bring you live pictures from the Collation Center. But at the moment, let's run through, with my guest, of course, some of the major happenings in the fallout of Saturday's governorship election in this state. I have joining me now the Executive Director, journalist for Democratic Rights, Jude Adewale Adeoye. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
And welcome. And during the course of the program, we'll bring up our other guests. But well, Adeoye, so we can talk about the Imo State announcement, so to speak. Hope Uzodimma has been announced winner. He has given a congratulatory message. But in your view, what do you make of this landslide that the governor recorded? And he and his supporters are running with the ecstasy that for the first time in the history of Imo State, he cleared all the 27 local government areas.
Well, first of all, let me make a general statement to congratulate Nigerians and the winners in all the 3 states where, and then the runners-up, and to let Nigerians know that democracy is not a one-off experience. The Americans took them centuries to get to where they are today. The same thing with UK. In fact, women did not start to vote in UK until about 1918, and you have to be up to 30 years. So democracy is a gradual process, because I know that some people that have lost this election now, we want heavens to fall. But I think we may not have a perfect election, and there is no perfect election anywhere in the world. But the truth of the matter is that we are making progress. Since 1999, we have had successive elections without military intervention. And I believe at the fullness of time, Nigeria will overcome all our hurdles. What happened in Imo State, to me, is telling us to differentiate between appearances and reality. The appearance on social media, dominated by a small but very vocal opposition, is as if Uzodimma will be defeated. But I think from the results we are seeing now, the gap is too much. It's an overwhelming victory for the APC in Imo State. If you add the 2 figures, 71,503 for PDP and then 64,081 for Labour Party. If you add the 2 figures, it comes to around 135. Compare with 540, almost about 3-4 times that number. And then he won in the 27 local governments, which, as we have seen, is the first time, maybe not even in the time of Sam Mbakwe, who was one of the best governors in Imo State, before the creation of Abia, that we have had this kind of... So my conclusion is that I think he's doing well, and I think the people are giving him overwhelming support based on the work that he has done. And people are talking in terms of construction of roads. I think Uzodimma has been given a pass mark several times. We have seen it happen. So, and I believe that what has happened is expression of the will of the people. I didn't mean it's a narrow margin. We can be talking of, but look at the figures, And this time around, we are not talking of 1999 election, 2007 election, 2011 election. It's becoming far more difficult to manipulate the electoral process. Not perfect, but far more difficult. Because as you are voting, there's Beaver, there's RF, so it's more difficult now these days to say that you want to do multiple thumb printing, you want to snatch ballot papers, and I think Imo State has not recorded. We have not seen the kind of violence that can give us major concern in this last Saturday. We all monitor the election. So I think it's the 2 parties that came second and third, they should accept their fate. I don't think this is a result of rigging. You know, I believe this result has confirmed that, you know, the Hope Uzodimma is actually a man of the people in Imo State.
And in his congratulatory message, you know, during the Thanksgiving service that he participated in a few hours ago, he made mention of, you know, the role several groups and persons played in his emergence as winner of this second round of elections, including the NLC in his state, including, you know, teachers, teacher bodies, as well as INEC. But, you know, I'm particularly wondering what you make of, you know, the subtle jab that he made at the NLC, or how do you interpret it? You know, at least you're mindful of all the happenings that occurred in his state, involving him in his capacity as governor over the past few days, involving the national body of the Labour Congress. So, you know, what do you make of it? And our correspondents made us to understand that the fracas at the time, including the, you know, barring of flights in and out of Imo State, were not even with the backing of the state chapter of the NLC. But when you reminisce on the happenings of last week and, you know, what we now see, victory for Hope Uzodimma, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think what happened to the president of Nigeria Labour Congress, my very good friend Joe Ajeru, was quite unfortunate. But I think the result of this election has shown clearly, you know, that there is a difference in perspective. You know, when you are talking about the national body and then the state chapter. The state chapters represent the objective and subjective realities of their experiences. So what they are going through, they know better because they are the ones that are working, they are the civil servants, the Norgay, the, you know, workers in the state. So it may not necessarily, their position may not necessarily be the same, you know, with the position of the national body. And even though, you know, there was a lot of intervention from the central body, you know, blocking flags and all that. But I think at the end of the day, democracy has triumphed because the workers in Imo State have shown clearly that they have a preference. And that preference is the APC. So I don't think the influence of the Labour Party at the national level was instructive enough to change the paradigm, to create a paradigm shift in the result of the election. It shows clearly that the Nigeria Labour Congress, Imo State chapter, you know, were clearly, you know, with the current governor, Uzodimma. And I think without their support, there was no way we could have won that election. And that's why he came out openly to, you know, to praise them for standing, you know, with him.
And of course, we saw how the governor also alluded to how he emerged as governor in, of course, 4 years ago, having emerged fourth in that polls. But then he said, you know, a substantial amount of votes were wrongly deducted from the total votes, you know, that he accrued, hence his recourse to the court. And that was quite controversial. The emergence of the court up till the Supreme Court level was quite controversial. And people had even said that might even make some people disgruntled and not come out to vote this time around because of the assumption that he wasn't their preferred. But then he said that this election has, you know, further vindicated him. I
think so. Because when he defeated Emeka Ihedioha at the Supreme Court, you know, people thought, at the highest court, people thought, oh, a lot of people are even calling him Supreme Court governor. But he had confidence in that last election that he won the election, and he went to court. And based on the evidence provided at the tribunal, the election was overturned. So I think what has happened, you know, this last Saturday has further reinforced the belief of many people that he actually won, you know, the election held 4 years ago. Because just look at the margin. I think apart from the first term of Professor Zulum in Borno State, when he had 1.something million and the margin was so wide compared with the runner-up. This is one of the highest in Nigerian recent history. You know, 540,000, 500,000. The next runner-up, 71,000. And then Labour Party, 64,000. It also shows clearly that when we are talking about Labour Party, the fact that Labour Party was able to win the 5 states in Southeast may not necessarily be about the party, but about the figure that is Peter Obi. And it does not mean that if anybody that comes...
during the presidential
Yeah, during the presidential election. It does not mean that anybody that comes to use that name, Labour Party, will be able to inherit the goodwill that, Peter Obi enjoy, in the Southeast. So I think this election is about voting for individuals.
And not the party.
And not the party to say that, well, I believe Peter Obi has a lot of goodwill. But in this case, his candidate to the people of Imo State, is not as qualified as Hope Uzodimma. And I believe that, I hope there will be no justification for anybody going to court, because when you look at the difference, but you never can tell lawyers and politicians who still want to, tell you that, some things happen and other, because even if there was rigging, look at the margin. This is quite overwhelming. I hope they will have the confidence to congratulate him and then look for a way to work together to build Imo State. Imo State is one of the, in the entire South is one of the states where you have, most of the educated people in the Southeast are from Imo State. So it's one of the icons, this of Igbo civilization. So I believe that, I hope they will look for a way to work together so that what matters is how to move that state forward, right. To ensure that there's prosperity, there's peace, there's harmony for the good of everyone. So I will urge them to congratulate him, and then, accept this and then prepare for, other elections in the future. This is not the end. People who lose today might as well win in the future. I'm saying it because I'm looking at the margin. I think this is quite, it's overwhelming. The gap is just too much. And it's very difficult to be saying that it's a contest between a close knitted conference. Just an overwhelming defeat for the other aspirants.
Right, but earlier in the day at the Collation Center, there was some controversy. We understand that a party chairman, the party chairman of the Labour Party, was roughened up, somewhat. Reports say he was beaten and, taken out, dragged out of the Collation Center. And, I wonder what you make of that, especially in the light of, okay, yes, we have a landslide victory. You are expecting that the opposition parties, at least the closest contenders, even though they came a distant second and third, will congratulate them. But of course, there were some allegations that the Labour Party was trying to bring up, during the course of the collation, and then at a point, he was allegedly beaten and taken out of the Collation Center. What are your thoughts on that?
That is very wrong, and I think the police should investigate. They should find out those that were responsible for that kind of misconduct, and I think such people should be brought to book. They should be sanctioned. They should be prosecuted in court. Because part of the experiences we have had is that when people commit this kind of crime during elections, they are just allowed to go. So I believe we should put pressure to ensure that those who carry out that, irresponsible conduct, illegal conduct by beating up the party chairman should be arrested and they should be prosecuted to show us a very good example to other people that may want to do similar things in the future. And
so what do you, even in Kogi State, we also saw at the Collation Center, we also saw, some parties, expressing some discontent with the fallout of elections where they observed. But then we saw the returning officer, telling them that this was not the forum with which to make such complaints, as in the work at the Collation Center is basically cut out to collate and announce results party by party. So how do you, relate with that? The fact that parties are there, after all, they are stakeholders. Yeah. They are there. So what does where does their roles begin? Where do their roles begin and where do their roles end, in making contributions at a place as the Collation Centers?
Yeah, they need to be at the Collation Center. And it's also important for political parties to have agents in all the polling units.
Yes, and we saw the returning officer also saying that, questioning them, that didn't you have agents, at the polling unit, so why bring that here?
Yeah, they need to have, for instance, in Imo State, there are 4,758 polling units. And some of the parties have agents there, some don't have. And I think my advice is that as a political party, you must understand that election is science. You must understand that the first thing is that to mobilize people to go and vote for your party, have an excellent manifesto, at the same time, mandate protection. And your mandate protection philosophy means that at every polling unit, you must have your agents there. If you don't have your agents there, anything can happen. So I think what I noticed in Kogi is that even in Imo State, some political parties are just there, but they don't actually have structure. Structure means that in every ward, in every polling unit, you must have people that will watch what happens, take records, so that at the end of the day, you can prove your case effectively, either in the court of public opinion or even when you go to the tribunal. But in a case where the parties don't have their agents in these places, I think it's quite unfortunate. And I think it's going to affect their capacity to be able to monitor that election and also to be able to know actually what happened when the election was taking place. What we have seen over and over is that it's only the big parties that actually invest much, in ensuring that they have their agents in polling units. I think it's very important for political parties to know that one of the most important things when you are talking about election is not just going on social media. You must sit down and plan. You must have a work plan. You must have strategy. You need human resources that will be able to go to all the polling units, all the wards, and ensure that they take effective records. You must have people that are disciplined, people that are organized, people that are patient, who are ready to make that sacrifice during election to ensure that they monitor everything and even take records, if possible, visual images to be able to establish the truth of the veracity of the election, so that you can be able to know whether you actually lost the election or you are manipulated out of the process.
All right, let me also bring up an observation made by Yaga Africa to the elections in Imo State, and now the observer group is calling on INEC to clarify status of locations where it says elections did not hold, including upload of results from polling units where it insists elections didn't hold, yet it says results were uploaded by INEC, onto IREV, and it's saying that particularly areas that it observed from its own independent monitoring include certain polling units in Olu, Osu, Okigwe, Oru East. And I just wonder how you relate with that, especially in the light of integrity of the elections in Imo.
Yeah, if elections did not hold in certain places and the results were uploaded, that has to be challenged, by the political parties. They must come up with the organization making that allegation is a credible organization that is well known. So they must have reasons for, and I think we need this kind of information to be able to help us to improve in future elections. It shows that elections, are still not perfect, in Nigeria, and that there are still so many rooms for us to improve. And when we are talking about improving on our elections, it's not just for INEC alone. The political parties also have a major role. Like we are talking about the Labour Party chairman that was beaten. Now, it was not beaten by INEC people. It was beaten by members of some political parties and all that. So the INEC security organizations, the police, the DSS, the civil society organizations need to work together in order for us to have credible and transparent elections. It's not just something that should be left for INEC alone. But I think we should encourage civil society organizations that are monitoring the election to come up with facts so that collectively we can engage the process. And if there are established cases of rigging, then we need to take it to court and then ensure that those elections are are nullified.
And there were also some challenges on record on Saturday, not just in Imo but then in all in the two other states. Issue of vote buying, vote selling, and we saw that the EFCC even made arrests and also, made some seizures, running to more than 11 million naira. Yeah. And what does this sound like for you?
Well, it shows clearly that corruption remains an integral part of the electoral process in Nigeria. And but I think now is better than before, because what we see now is that in the past, people go, 1999, 2007, even up to 2011, you see people, because I've monitored elections before, on queue, they keep, dishing out funds to voters.
All right. But, Mr. Doye, let me put you on hold. We did say that collation would resume any moment from 3 p.m. in Bayelsa State. And now let's connect with TVC News correspondent Sarah Yeku, who is standing by for us live at the Collation Center in Yenagoa. How are things going over there, Sarah?
Kemi, it's been pretty slow, but we're getting somewhere. Already we have 3 local governments out of the 8 local governments we're expecting here at the INEC headquarters in Yenagoa, the Bayelsa State capital. So already what we're seeing now is that we're expecting the collation to resume any moment from now. They had told us that they will resume by 3 p.m. It's way past 3 p.m. This is almost 3:30, even past 3:30, and we're expecting that any moment from now, the returning officer for INEC, the National Commissioner, the Resident Electoral Commissioner, and the police operatives would come in at any moment from now to... Hello, Kemi, can you hear me?
And carry on, please.
Yeah, so we're expecting to see all of this personnel come fill the high table. Already the party agents and all the stakeholders are in the hall just waiting for the other local governments that are remaining. That's we're waiting for 5 more local governments to come into the hall and then read out the results they have from the various local governments.
Any reason yet? Can we adduce any reason for the delay? And like you said, it's more than 40 minutes past the scheduled time for the collation to resume.
So the possible reason is that we're expecting results from Southern Ijo, which is one of the flashpoints for this election. We're also expecting, we already hear from the feelers we're getting that Nimbe is probably in now, Nimbe local government. We're just waiting for them to start the process, and then we'll hear the results from particularly these flashpoints. We already have Yenagoa, we have Okwia, we have Kolokuma, Okuma local governments. So most of these flashpoints, which are like the the decided for the election, they were expecting results from those places. So it's just about how the process is. If you take a look at what happened in 2019 and in previous elections here in Bayelsa State, this is not new to those who have been covering these elections, the governorship election, I might say. But as a lot of persons, particularly election observers, had raised questions and issues around vote buying. Some had also talked about the voter apathy, because you know that in the presidential election, we had just Bayelsa State in a whole had like the lowest turnout of voters. So a lot of persons are being skeptical, and they're expecting that this governorship election we might be seeing that voter apathy again, considering that we're supposed to see a little over 1 million votes here from Bayelsa State. That's for those who collected their PVCs. From the results we've been seeing, particularly from the 3 local governments, we have seen that there is like a very wide margin, from the accredited voters to the registered voters, which shows you that a voter apathy could be recorded in this election. But we're waiting to see what the remaining 5 local governments will look like. Hopefully, we won't record this voter apathy in these local governments, considering how politically savvy and enthusiastic they are to the politics here in Bayelsa State.
All right, tell us more about, an earlier report about a protest that took place at the INEC headquarters in Bayelsa State, where some voters were complaining of not being able to cast their votes on Saturday. Any further updates in that regard?
Well, what we know right now is that they are still outside, hoping to ensure that their voices are heard by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And earlier this morning, when the Independent National Electoral Commission, that's a representative from INEC, had approached them, talking to them that they should not disrupt the process, which is, if you look, so the road leading to the INEC headquarters is the Swali Market. Just off the Swali Road, Market Road, is where you have the INEC headquarters. And so they had barricaded that roads, even apart from the security operatives who are doing their own job as ensuring that there's security at this location. The protesters, particularly those from Opunembe, are saying that they were disenfranchised. The story they are given is that on the 10th of November, a rival political party had sent some of them out of the community, and they were not allowed to vote on Saturday, which was election day. So INEC had said that they will investigate the matter. They will ensure that they are free, fair, and this election is free, fair, and credible. They also have a point to make. They need to make a point, considering what Nigerians have felt about the process, the election process. That's the February presidential election, and also they are hoping that INEC will uphold, would stand by its tenets, which is to give a free and fair and credible election. And so we're hoping that when Nembe, for instance, local government is being read, it would not cause any kind of chaos. For the 3 local governments that were read earlier today, we saw some of the party agents, raise pertinent questions about the number of invalid votes. Some persons had raised questions about some of the cancellations being made at the various wards. But the returning officer had tried to douse the tension here in the hall. Hopefully, when these other local governments, which are pretty contentious now, when they start to read out their results, we hope that the hall will be as quiet as we have it.
That'll be all for now. Definitely, we will get more updates from your end regarding the remainder of the collation exercise in Bayelsa State regarding Saturday's governorship election. Thanks a lot for the updates so far. Well, back to the studio where I still have Executive Director of JODA, Adewale Adeoye, with me here. And thanks for hanging on. Of course, you know how these things are. Cycles like this, we dip in and dip out. But, back to the earlier point you were making. Do you want to conclude on that?
Yes. When we are talking about corruption in the electoral system, it's a very, it's a network. And it did not start on election day. It starts from the party primaries, where people emerge, you give money to delegates, and then the highest bidder emerges, as the candidate of the party. And then you go to the election, the next thing you start doing is giving out money to people. It's very easy to blame Nigerians, to say, you are collecting money. But they should know that, you see, in the situation, even if you give money, why is it that people don't give money in U.S. election? It's not that people will not take the money. But the fact of the matter is that there is a law, there's an effective enforcement agency, that if you take that money, you'll be prosecuted. It's not that the Americans are more righteous and all that. But they know that if I take this money, I will be arrested, I will be prosecuted. It's because Nigerians, the politicians are exploiting the vulnerability of Nigerians. That people are poor. They also know that if they give out this money, police will be watching without doing anything. So the people that give money to voters are big men. They are not ordinary men. So, and I think that if we really want to deal with them, the law enforcement agents know them. The party against the politician, the aspirants for highest position for Senate and all that. They are the people that give out money to voters. And these are the people that end up being lawmakers in National Assembly. So what are we talking about? So I think that the idea of dealing with corruption, in the electoral system, the politicians need to make up their mind whether they want to keep on corrupting the system or they want to stand out and say, look, enough is enough. Because the more you dish out money to voters, the more you keep on voting for people that are not necessarily effective. And at the end of 4 years, you find out that nothing has been achieved. Because by collecting money, you have sold your heritage, you have sold your conscience. And that's why most of them, after 4 years, they don't care about you. The funds meant for hospitals, the funds meant for roads, they are not accountable to you because they believe that you are part and parcel of the whole system. Because you are you are a collaborator in the corrupt system. So what justification do you have to hold elected politicians accountable when you have also taken money from them? So I think we need to stop this idea of, you want to get people to vote for you, then you give them money. But it's not just on election day. We have to also go back to the time of the party primaries. Let the parties sit down and ensure that, look, credible people, honest people, transparent people emerge. And they don't need to bribe people for them to emerge. Because if you are not careful, you are going to have a system where it's only politics is only meant for money bags. So if you are intelligent, if you don't have money, you cannot contest, even though you have better ideas. And at the end of the day, it's going to affect the quality of governance. It's going to affect prosperity and the wealth of the nation. It's going to bring a kind of instability, which at the end of the day is an ill wind that blows nobody any good.
All right, and now EFCC is enlarging this somewhat, not just the giver, but even the person who takes. And okay, so let me paint two scenarios for you. In one case, someone said he collected the money, but then he still voted his preferred candidate. And another, reaction was from Governor Doyediri, who also contested for a second term, and final results are still being awaited in Bayelsa State. But then, on the issue of vote buying and selling, he alluded to that and said he was even disappointed, not just at the political parties involving in it, but even at the people themselves, saying that he expects that we ought to have moved on from this.
Yeah, I like what the governor, what he said. But deep down in his mind, we should ask him, did he give out money to people to settle certain individuals, either to traditional rulers? It's not just about poor voters alone. During the election, people buy bags of rice, goodies, move to traditional rulers, drop funds there and all that. So it's a continuum. So there's a difference between the moral statement of a politician and the reality on the ground. So I find it difficult if the governor of Bayelsa is telling me that he didn't vote, he didn't budget funds to be given to voters. Well, ask those voters in all the party, they will tell you that they collected money. So I believe that, it's good that the FCC has arrested some people, but what will happen after that? If you are not careful, these people, they arrested some people 4 years ago, during the last election in February. What happened to them? We want to see cases where people will be prosecuted, people will be sentenced for one crime or the other, and also to ensure that if people are arrested for giving out money, politicians are found to have been the one that funded, so they should be banned from contesting an election. But you find that when you go to the Supreme Court and then there's a judgment that these candidates robbed, the other opponent, and so then the next thing is after 4 years, it comes back to contest again. So for how long are we going to continue this way? At the end of the day, we are going to create bottlenecks, that will not that will stunt Nigerians' growth, and at the end of the day, to affect all of us.
Right, and of course, the issue of voter turnout also seemed to prove doubters wrong, so to speak, because there had been the prediction that turnout would be somewhat low, even though there was the argument that this was local politics, and the presidential elections may have come and gone, and we saw low numbers too, rather discouraging. But many were also of the view that we would see, a better turnout this time around. But what, in your view, was responsible for this persistent low turnout on display?
Well, I think there are so many factors responsible for the diminishing figures of people coming out to vote. The truth is that there is growing lack of confidence, in the political system itself, which is not good for us. Some people are saying, look, what is the essence of going out to vote? What's my benefit? What do I benefit? There is that mutual distrust between the society and then the elected officials. Then I think we should also look at the reality of this time compared with what happened in February. February was at a time that we had the CBN policies that disenfranchised a lot of people. People had lost access to cash. They could not move from one place to the other. They could not have access to their own funds. And that's why we found out that many people did not even travel to where they are supposed to, where they registered, where they are supposed to have voted. But now, I think things have improved a little bit compared with the what we passed through in February, the first quarter of this year. And I think that may have been responsible for what appeared to be at least an improved percentage of voters turnout in some of the states that are participating in the election. But I also think that when democracy becomes government of a few people, electing a few people, is perilous. On the long run, it's going to be counterproductive because you are isolating a large layer of people from decision making, and I don't think it is good for us. We need to rebuild public confidence in the political system, and the only way you can do that is to ensure that transparent primaries, that people can come out even when they don't have money. Another man should be able to say, look, I want to contest to be a senator. I want to contest to be the governor of a state. I don't need to be a billionaire before I can be a member of the Lagos House of Assembly. I don't need to be a godfather. What should matter is whether the people are on my side or not. So I believe that we need to work harder to ensure that democracy actually reflects, its true form and content, just as we have in other developed countries. So at the end of the day, we are not going to have a situation where democracy is a government of the few, by the few and for the few.
All right, we'll continue conversations here in the studio, but at the moment, let's join Demola Lawrence, who is standing by for us at the Collation Center in Kogi State, where we understand that the exercise will also resume any moment from now. Hi, Demola. So what's going on from your end?
Yeah, actually, the exercise is going to resume by 4 p.m. The exercise, of course, resumed at about 11 a.m. this morning. It was slated for 10 a.m. this morning, but due to some logistics that happened on the part of INEC, so it was actually put at 11 a.m. And out of the 21 local governments in Kogi State, 18 has been announced so far. Remaining 3 other local governments, Igamala local government, Lokoja local government, are to be announced when the collation resumes. So it's been an interesting one. Of course, accusations, counter-accusations. Remember that as at yesterday, INEC already said 9 wards out of the 10 wards in Ugurimagongo local governments are already suspended. So today what we saw was that just 1 ward was actually announced. And don't also forget the different political parties have also raised concerns about some other 4 political parties that have come out of this particular election, talking about Okene, Okei, Ajakuta, and the likes. They've raised concerns about it, but INEC is saying it's going into an investigation to know what transpired in those particular local government. So, and INEC made that announcement yesterday, so they said in the next 24 hours there's going to make a statement about it. So we're looking forward to what INEC is going to say in the next 24 hours. But the different political parties and their agents who are here have made reservations about why INEC had to go ahead with some of these results that had been contested, allegedly contested by the different political parties.
Point okay, in some of these polling units that INEC had said it was investigating, they still went on to announce the results for those local governments in question, where INEC also acknowledged the complaints that some political parties made about result sheets already being filled and then having to suspend elections. Help us to understand, the mind of INEC and why they did what they did in terms of announcing the results whilst investigation from their part is still pending.
Okay, so while one of the agents also asked the same question, and the answer was just straightforward. There were 9 polling, 9 wards, and out of 10 wards rather, out of which 1 was actually now announced. So what INEC said is that the one that wasn't cancelled can be announced, while the other 9 is still subject to suspension. Then for the ones that are actually being investigated, you can still announce it while the investigation is still going. So there's a different ballgame when an investigation is going on. Doesn't mean that the result as of now doesn't still stand. When they conclude their investigation, they can now come out with a statement and say, as a result of the investigation that we found out from the electoral malpractices that was alleged by the different political parties, this is what we have come up with. So, and that's why they went ahead to give to take those results in the 4 different local governments that has been alleged.
All right, Demola, we also saw a showing, so to speak, a performance of IREB. IREB was also on display in not just in Kogi State, but in the 2 other states where governorship elections were held in terms of results uploaded. And in Kogi State, as of 11:20 p.m. last night, we understand that about 87.34% of results had already been uploaded. What does this really mean, and what's the situation regarding uploading of results on IREV regarding Kogi elections at the moment?
There was so many confusion when eventually these political parties made that allegation whether INEC will now pull those results down from the different 4 local governments. But of course, it is certain now that those results are not being pulled down. That's why you can see that the increment is actually going, so the results are actually being uploaded. And so that simply means that the results as of now, still stands. That's why you can see that you can see all those uploads into the IREV. That's what INEC is just telling us, that until the investigation actually finishes, there's nothing anyone can do until they come up with a statement about it. So the results from going into IREV is what INEC is telling us, that they will still continue to go ahead with that particular result until anything changes, though.
What are people saying about the general conduct of the elections in Kogi State? You've seen politicians, making some allegations, look at the issue of the alleged already filled result sheets, which INEC has said it will investigate. It has also said that if its personnel are found to have been compromised in this allegation, if it turns out to be true, they too will not be spared regarding prosecution and all that is expected. But on the general, how is INEC being assessed by the general populace in Kogi?
Okay, so I'm going to take it step by step. First of all, I think let's look at the security situation. Leading up to the election, there were so many allegations and counter-allegations from the different political parties. And I remember I covered one of the CSOs who talked about, the security situation in Kogi State. And they identified 6 local governments as flashpoints in Kogi State. I know, but on the day of election, there's a different ballgame. I must tell you, one thing that everybody will agree with, even the political parties, would agree with, was that security on the day of election was top-notch. You dare not do anyhow. You'll be taken down. When I mean taken down, I mean you'll be arrested or by the security agencies. And going for that, I think another thing that we didn't really see in this particular election is the issue of observers. Both local and international observers.
Allow me to interrupt you. We're getting live feeds from Bayelsa, and I don't want our viewers, to miss that. We'll get back to you for more of the happenings in Kogi State. But now it's time to resume the collation in Bayelsa.
That constitutes the local government, and then you start the presentation. Thank you.
Sabana has 14. Savannah has 14 registration A.
Hold the mic very well. Hold it very well.
About the mic. I think there's a problem with the mic.
Something is.
The mic. It's not the time to have a bad mic.
Let me come again. Savannah local government area has 14 registration areas or wards. The results for the governorship election held on 11th November 2023 in the 14th local government registration
wards.
Wards. Okay. The 14 wards are as follows. Number of registered voters, 138 8 3 2 1 3 8 8 3 2. Number of accredited voters 4 2 8 7 9 4 2 8 7 9. Vote received by parties. Party A 5. Party A 5. Party AA 1. Party AA 1. Party ADC 2 4. Party ADC 2 4. Party ADP 2 9. Party ADP 2 9. Party APC 6 6 0 8. 6 6 0 8. Party APGA 8. Party APGA 8. Party APM 7. Party APM 7. Party APP 0. Party APP 0. Party BP 0. Party BP 0. Party LP 217. Party LP 217. Party NNPP 2. Party NNPP 2. Party NRM 4 5. Party NRM 4 5. Party PDP 3 5 5 0 4. 3 5 5 0 4. Party PRP 1 1. Party PRP 1 1. Party SDP 2. Party SDP 2. Party ZLP 4. Party ZLP 4. Total valid vote 42467. 42467. Rejected vote 393. Rejected vote 393. Total votes cast 42860. The result is as presented.
Thank you. Thank you, the LGA Coalition officer. Were there issues as a result of the election from the local government? Was there a place or a polling unit where there was no election? Or the election was held and the results were cancelled, and then you tell us why it happens? I will thank you.
All right. We have two issues in two wards with one polling unit each with an issue. Ebedebili, Ward 05, polling unit 1. There was obstruction of the electoral process. Violence occurs around that particular unit, and the result from that unit is cancelled due to that disruption. The second one is Toru Ebeni, Ward Court 1-2, that is 12, in polling unit 01. There was a case of overvoting. We compared with the viewers, and it has been established there was a case of overvoting. So that result also was cancelled. So the total number of cancelled votes in that two units of the two different wards stand at 1,412, 1412. The distribution is as follows. In Ebedebili 05, the total number of PVCs, 468, was cancelled, and in Toru Ebeni 001 polling unit, 944 PVCs were collected. And because of the overvoting, those results, when you sum them up, it will give you the total number of 1412 votes were cancelled in that local government area. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, observation from the party agents? All right, please identify yourself and the party you are representing. Thank you.
They need to work on this thing. It's really not good. You need to get something better.
Thank you very much. My name is Gov'ship. And the observation I want to make here is that in some words of Sahama, Ufuni, and in some parts of the Bedouin, the beavers were bypassed. But despite protests by our agents, those results were polluted. Some of the electoral materials were hijacked and taken to some VIPs' houses. The report was made yesterday. INEC is aware that some materials were hijacked in Sabora. But I'm surprised that those units were also polluted, and they all form part of this result that is being announced here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unfortunate situation.
Thank you very much. I hope you've made your formal report. You've laid a formal complaint, APC agent. It will be taken officially. Thank you. All right. Any other one? Any other party agent? Please. Yes. Yes, please. Tell us your name and the party you are representing. Thank you.
My name is Victor Rerun. I present Accord. Before now, I called yesterday, last night, I called my agent, Minofoni, the Betebree, Tororua, and those areas, because I heard some reports, and he told me categorically that elections we have conducted, everything was peaceful. So I was surprised because my agent that I'm giving is there, is each time representing me, and I'm giving me the rightful information on what happened in those areas. So I'm surprised by the APC agent that were on that. So my agent told me that that's what happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other comment, please, so that we can make progress? Please be brief. Once you know the comment you are going to make has been raised by another person, you don't need to repeat it, please, so that we can make progress. Thank you.
My name is Rachel Reporter from Zone. I represent PDP. Now, it is not enough to make big and nebulous allegations and observations. Going forward, if we have any issue to raise, let us be specific. If you say so thing happened, name the place and present the facts so that we can react instead of if we don't do it this way, wasting our time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is this something new?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Alan Amade. I'm the agent of Destiny. Mine is an observation and one question. The cancellation, I want to ask the cancellation that he announced, is it done at the polling units or where is that cancellation done? Because now that one is the question. And number two, my observation, because I observed that our agents, they told us that the election was conducted free, there was no issue, no violence, everything like that. But coming here, you would find out that right in your nose, they will take the results down to one canopy there. I want all of us to go there and you see what they are doing there now. They will bring the result after collecting the thing from the polling units, local government. They will now come to your office here and begin to remove these places that other parties they are winning. They do not know that there is violence there. There was no violence. They are just removing these polling units from there because they know that the other parties got higher votes from there. That is what they are doing. So I want us to go down to the canopy now. You will see what the INEC people they are doing there.
Please, what they are doing is highly recognized. It is recognized. They are not doing anything funny. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, what they are simply, please listen. What they are simply doing there is reconciliation of figures. It is reconciliation of figures, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
I think the most important thing is if it's peaceful. He has confirmed that it's peaceful. So can we move forward?
That's it. We are making progress. Thank you very much. Local government coalition officer, bring the result. Make sure it is signed and stamped. Thank you. Please remove it. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Is there any local government that is ready? Okay, name the local government, please come forward. Where's their EO? Oh, all right. So, please, the EO, tell us your name, and after which you transfer the mic to the LGO Collation officer. Thank you. Please sit down.
My name is Abiamo Api. I'm the electoral officer. My name.
That mic is not good.
Hello. My name is Abiamo Api, electoral officer in the local government area.
My name is Dr. Hassan Isiaka Imam, an associate professor from Federal University, Lafia, Nasarawa State, Nigeria. I am the collation officer for Nimbe local government area in the governorship election of 11th November 2023 in Bayelsa State. The result for the Nimbe...
Please, the RAs, please. How many of them?
The Nimbe local government has 13 RAs and 228 polling units.
Please, go ahead. Thank you.
The result for the governorship election held on 11th November 2023 in Nimbe local government area are as follows. Number of registered voters 9 0 3 5 9 0 3 5. Number of accredited voters 2 7 4 0 4. Score by vote gotten by parties. Party A 0. Party AA 4. Party ABC 2-6.
Please, just point of order. Take them twice. Party A. Party A, so that you carry everybody along. Sorry. Thank you.
Party A 0. Party A 0. Party AA 4. Party AA 4. Party ABC 2-6. Party ABC 2-6. Party ADP 1-8. Party ADP 1-8. Party APC 2 4 8. Party APC 2 4 8. Party ABGA 7. Party ABGA 7. Party APM 5. Party APM 5. Party APP 2. Party APP 2. Party BP 4. Party BP 4. Party LP. Party LP 1 1 3. Party LP 1, 1, 3. Party NRM. Party NNPP 1. Party NNPP 1. Party NRM. Party NRM 1-6. Party NRM 1-6. PDP 4, 5, 5, 6. PDP 5, 4. PDP 4, 5, 5, 6. PRP 3. PRP 3. SDP 29. SDP 29. ZLP 4. ZLP 4. Total valid vote. Total valid vote 2, 7, 0, 3, 6. Total valid vote 2, 7, 0, 3, 6. Total number of rejected votes 2, 6, 4. Total number of rejected votes 2, 6, 4. Total vote cast 2, 7, 3, 0, 0. Total vote cast 2, 7, 3, 0, 0.
Thank you. Was there any polling units that there was no election or elections were held and the results were cancelled? Yes, you tell us the reasons for the cancellation. Thank you.
In Okoroma Ward 1, Okoroma 1, Ward 9, 3 polling unit election was cancelled. And the reasons is obstruction of the deployment process and bypass of the use of divers. Then, there are 3 wards that election was cancelled. Mini, Ikesi, and Ulua. Okay. Ward 11, Mini, Ward 11, Ikesi, Ward 12, Ulua, Siri, Ward 13. Election was cancelled. Reasons: abduction, diversion, and obstruction of development, deployment of personnel and materials along on the route.
What do you understand by diversion? What do you mean by
the RAs were abducted, and the material, the personnel and the material were seized from them. Instead of taking the material to the designated polling units.
Thank you. Comments, please. Let's make progress. Comments, please. Yes, APC, your name and then the party, even though we're seeing it on your face cap. Please still tell us your name and then the party.
My name is Dr. Dennis Uzodimma. It is unfortunate what is happening here. I was expecting that you would ask me at what stage.
Please, what I want from you, party agents, make your comments straight.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm
doing,
sir.
Make your case straight away.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The election was conducted. I am a registered voter in polling 003 of Ward 11. I went to my polling unit and I voted in Addis Ababa. Results were bulleted and announced. Results were taken, the polling units were taken all to the Ward Collation Center, where the Ward Collation officer collated the results. And then when they were taken to the main local government headquarters for collation, an order came from here, from the REC, that all the materials and the personnel should be taken to INEC. Last night, I was saying, no, this is suspicious. What is happening? They resisted. And this morning, the materials were taken here. At this point here, like I said, the results were collected at the unit level, all the 3 wards. And then uploaded to the IREF. These results were uploaded to the IREF, signed by the presiding officers that were designated for these polling units. And then at the ward level, they were accepted, collated. And then at this point, in this office here, in this collation of the LG collation officer here, used his discretion, I don't know where he got that, to cancel Ward 11, 12, and 13. Now in Ward 11, APC scored 11,039 votes. PDP scored 39. In Ward 12, APC scored 8,925 votes. PDP scored 46.
Thank you. Please
let me finish that.
APC,
in Ward 13, APC scored 7,001. PDP scored 74. The total votes scored by APC in those 2 wards, 10 wards, are 26,965. While PDP scored 159 votes. Now these votes were cancelled. Now we have come here with complaint, and you said here that at this place, this is LG collation. Your regulations here are very clear. If you look at regulation 76, which regulates collation at local government level, there is no room for cancellation of result. If these matters were, materials were hijacked as a claim, they would have been cancelled at the ward level.
Can you make a formal complaint and let's make progress, please?
What formal complaint is that? That a local government officer will happen. Can you cancel at the state level? Can you cancel result here?
Please, can you make a formal complaint?
Look at the result here, and you are saying that the local government officer will cancel 26,000 votes.
Very much. Please make a formal complaint.
They like rigging. Because results, if you check the RL,
these
results are in the RL.
You've made your case.
Appointed by the presiding officers, appointed by you.
You have made your case.
Can you collect those results?
Can you
and this man here, with due respect, a professor, is using,
you have made your case.
No, I have not finished.
Please.
When he says that they were cancelled because of obstruction of.
What is your case? Can you make your case very simple?
What I am saying.
And what we are saying is that as you are making a case, please make it formal.
What I am saying is that the LG collation officer, after INEC, ordered that all the local government where APC is winning should be taken to the local government headquarters. We are winning Southern Region, they say bring it here. We are winning in Brazil, they say bring it here. We are winning in Lagos, they say bring it here. While all the areas where PDP is winning, Sabama, Ekarama, Kolokoma, they were all connected to the local government headquarters.
You have not presented any case. I have asked and I want to repeat. Please.
That the local government officer.
Just hold on.
No,
just hold on.
Ask him at what level were these words cancelled.
Please.
Where is the 40?
We said make it formal.
Where is the 40?
Make it formal.
Showing that there was no election in those areas.
Please, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
What is happening here is daylight robbery.
Thank you very much.
The INEC ordered that 26,000 votes should be cancelled from the party.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Make your case formal.
Where is the footage showing that the election was not held in those areas?
Please, can you hand over the mic to another person,
There
please?
is none.
Why?
Because none exists.
You have made your
He
case.
used his powers according to him. Where he got those powers, only God knows. Because
You have made your case.
Regulation 76 here is very clear. There is no room for a local operation officer to cancel results.
You have made your case.
I have not. I have not finished. Because when INEC collaborates with political parties to begin to rig election in this place, it is disheartening and is worrisome for our democracy.
Thank you very much, sir.
In the first place, the question, how well will INEC order that the local government where APC is winning should be brought to this place to collate, while the places where PDP is winning should be collected at the local government? It's unfortunate.
Please, can you hand over? You've made your case. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
Chairman, you have decided and you are in charge. I want to first and foremost pay the indulgence to give me the opportunity to also present my case.
Please, please, party agents. It's a general statement, please, to all of us. Please, let's be matured about this. I have told you in my opening remark that this is not the room where we will carry out judgment. By law, you are supposed to present your case and it ends there. The commission will take up the case as presented officially and it will be handled appropriately. But please, what we are interested in here is to listen to the figures that are coming in the name of results. Please. So please be brief about it. Thank you very much.
Please permit me to address that last point.
No.
No, hold on, sir.
It's okay.
Please, sir. These are the word results. These are the word results of the different words that are...
Can we be orderly, please? Can we be orderly? Can we be orderly?
I never come and say somebody that was cancel results.
Hold on, we don't I am on the protection of the returning officer. Now, on that, I want to first make reference to clause 91 of the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections. In the course of collation of results, there shall be opportunity for all complaints to be heard, insofar as they are not short. I am not prepared to sacrifice clarity on the altar of speech. I have more grievous complaints than me. And that's why I want to, as clear as possible, but I'm mindful of the time too, clear as possible, present my constraints, my problems, and my challenges, and ask for a resolution. And I will also demonstrate to this forum that as collation officer, you have the power to grant the prayers I want to request for. Now, if you look at, you made the last point you made was that we are after the calculations, the figures, and so on. Please, with due respect, that is not the case. If that were the intention of the law, we have here collation support and result verification system. The secretariat is here. They are to help you as the collation officer to do calculations and ensure that there is mathematical accuracy. If that is all the work that we were supposed to do, then I highly an erudite professor like you cannot be appointed to come here as a state collation officer to play this role. So we need to do more than that, and that is what I want to demonstrate, that as a collation officer.
Please get one point clear.
Yes.
We did not say we are just here, but if you have any complaint, make it formal.
Yes.
And not for us to stay here and start dragging on issue that we will not be able to resolve it here. I hope you understand. Present the case and let's make progress. That's what we are simply saying.
Yes, by the time I make it clear, we'll be able to resolve it. Now, I want to draw our attention to the situation so that we have clarity of understanding. That we have grounds with the situation in Basambri, Nembe. There are two major components of the Nembe local government area. You have the Uzodimma section and the Basambri section. The Assembly, they have about, they have specific, not about, they have 4 wards in the mainland, and there are 3 wards in the suburbs. That is the mini Ikensi and the Lower State. There are 3 wards there. What INEC have done is that in the 3 wards where your own personnel, because if there is anything we need to do, even as people appointed by INEC to come and play this role, we have to protect our personnel. Your personnel were abducted, their personal liberty deprived, materials taken away. So INEC was able to stay alive to its responsibility and decided to cancel those 3 wards. Now for the other 4 wards, because those 3 wards were from the suburbs, so from the local government headquarters, Assembly Island, they were supposed to be taken to the various suburbs outside the highlands. But it was not done. Everybody was held hostage. This is not hearsay. You have your internal reports. And INEC is not partial. If INEC said, look, there was abduction of our personnel and materials were not taken to those areas and we are cancelling it, I think that it should have the support of all of us, 1 million people in this society. Then the other area, the other ones, the 4 ones, the highlands. We want to contend here without fear of contradiction that there were no elections, so that this body has the right to ask that the beavers be queried. Because, and if I'm allowed, I would like to demonstrate that. Because if you look at the provisions of the law,
we don't have the luxury of time, please. Please. No, you see, please, this case is very simple. We have said it, make your case, and we make progress, please. Even if we stay here until the next morning, this is not a courtroom. I hope you understand that.
It is not a courtroom, and I am experienced enough as an attorney general after 7 years at the bar. This is not a courtroom, I know the limits. But you are entitled that we must draw your attention to areas when I talk about how INEC staff were maltreated. This is my personal concern. But I'm a public servant, and I feel concerned that the INEC innocent INEC staff will be handled. So now on the issue of I said that the beavers machine be interrogated with regards to those 4 wards. Because since there were no wins or contention that there was nothing in place there, and things were just formulated. If you look at section 47, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended. Please, with your kind permission, let me read. To underscore the importance of our directing that...
Please, party agent, I think I have been humble enough to accept and accommodate some of the excesses here. I have told you time without number, this is not a courtroom. I have said, make your case formally and it ends there. Because you can't change any figure here as far as this case is concerned. And I think I will be forced to give you time, after which that mic will be seized from you. Please, I think it is. Please.
I will be very laconic. Now look at before me. You have the petitions. We are not just making up stories here as advocates. We have petitions that have been forwarded to the system.
And that is all. Leave the commission to handle this thing.
I am saying that at this stage of commission that you have the power
no.
to direct that. No, that is what you should
No. The complaint has been written and it has been submitted to appropriate quarters. So what do you want us to do? It will be handled officially.
No, that is, please can I make myself clear with the use of language? What I am making is that this collation is not a robotic setup. That at this stage of the collation, that you have the right, when you are persuaded by the presentation.
The documents are there that we will study.
The documentation, yes. If we were to rely on documents, then there will be no need even for agents to make comments as a research under the regulations. We have the power under the law to make presentations to you. Then it's left for you and your team. So consider it and give a reasonable decision. That's why I am saying my prayer is that the beavers machines, the
beavers are so crucial, and that in a situation where we are saying that the beavers were not deployed, there were no elections in an area, 4 words, and I was specific, I was not able 4 words, that those beavers persons be queried because of the pivotal importance, the importance of the use of these beavers. Because no election can take place if you don't deploy beavers, so that is what we use for accreditation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, please. Thank you. Next, is there anybody? I think we can make progress, please. Thank you. No, you have made a case. Let's hear him.
I remain Victor White, the agent approach. Sir, with the records, the professor has and the AO shows that my party accords scored 0. It's a very laughable, pitiable, very funny situation. Sir, to the best of your knowledge, my deputy candidate of my party is from Nebe. Even though he cannot win, at least he has to vote for himself. He has a wife. He has a wife that has to vote for herself.
Thank you very much.
No, sir, in this hall, we are all aware that recently, there are a lot of crisis and killing. And today, your staffs, their lives were at risk. They were adopted. They are at one point. I don't see. The first primary assignment you have with the security agency is to protect lives and property. But in this hall, to my greatest surprise, we're trying to sweep those criminal activities under the carpet. Their lives are involved.
Thank you.
Secure. Sir,
thank you.
This never results.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And so therefore, it will take its course.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Thank you, please. Thank you. I think we can wrap it up. Thank you very much. We can wrap it up, please.
My name is Ambassador Victor. I know time is of importance in this.
One house, please. Let's have one house. Let's listen, please. One house, please. Media, journalists, please. Let's have one house. Please. It's a serious business here, so please, let's have one house. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, time is important. We know the management of time is important. But should we, because of the management of time, and not do the right thing in this very center, election center? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We are all doing the right thing right now, including you, since you are here. Yes, next, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Rerun from TVC. And I'm happy that my local government is going to be. It is always very, very interesting to see that.
We are not talking to the mic, please.
Sorry. Why am I standing to say I participated in the elections. I went to my communities and I voted. I traveled down to Kogi and I voted. And I have my agents.
Please make it loud. Make it loud.
I have my agents covering all the units. covering all the wards and the local government headquarters. And the reports that were given to me that elections were conducted. So therefore, I want to ask, on what ground are we going to accept, or are we not saying that these words that is in debate should be cancelled?
Thank you very much. We have all the records with us. That question cannot be answered here. If you have any protest, please write it officially and let's have it. Thank you. We can make progress. The last man, please. Last man. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chief William Smaka, the agent for National Rescue Unit. Like one of our brothers has said.
Sorry, please let me get something clear. Which party is that?
National Rescue Movement.
So what's the acronym for it? Okay.
Good. It's a very beautiful name because we are the rescue Bayelsa and we are being robbed. Because even when our agents, coincidentally in the last election, in the House of Assembly election, we had a candidate that is from this ward 12. He was there and saw his votes being counted, only for to get here today that vote is cancelled. Like you said, we also make an official report to that.
Thank you.
Because those votes cannot be cancelled. We saw those elections conducted.
Thank you.
We still have our result sheet with us.
Thank you. You are the last speaker. I won't take any speaker anymore. Thank you very much, please. The LGA Collation officer, please come forward and present your result. Make sure it is stamped and signed. Thank you. Thank you. This way. Make sure those copies of the reports. Please. No, cut them. Just give us this first. Thank you. Please. My hand. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have? Yeah. So please, the next local government. Thank you. Where's the next local government?
Rerun, local government area. Electoral officer and officer, please.
Ekirimo. Okay. Ekirimo. Okay. Please, let's have one house, the EO. All right, introduce yourself, and then you hand over the mic to the LGA Collation officer for his own introduction, and then subsequent presentation of results. Thank you. Please sit down. Please sit down. Can we have one house, please? One house, gentlemen and ladies. We are responsible men and women in this hall. Let's maintain silence, please. It's a serious business. Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Wallo Lambert, the electoral officer for Ekeremo local government area.
My name is Professor Musa Dalhatu, the local government election officer for Ekeremo local government.
So please, you can start the presentation of the result, please. And you do that by telling us the number of areas that constitute the local government area. Thank you.
Once again, I'm Professor Musa Dalhatu from Federal University of Philadelphia.
I'm appointed the Collation Officer of Electoral local government for gubernatorial election 2023. Electoral local government is having 12 electoral wards. At the end of the exercise today, the number of registered voters recorded is 146649. 146649. The number of accredited voters 32066. Accredited voters 32066. The scores by political parties: Party A 00, Party A 00, Party B, Party AA 00, Party AA 00, Party ADC 11, Party ADC 11, Party ADP 15, ADP 15, APC 8445, Party APC 8445, Party APGA 04, APGA 04, Party APM 03, APM 03, Party APP 01, APP 01, Party BP 13, Party BP 13, Party LP 50, LP 50, Party NNPP 02, NNPP 02, Party NRM 18, NRM 18, Party PDP 23172, 23172, Party PRP 06, PRP 06, SDP 00, SDP 00, Party ZLP 01, ZLP 01. Total valid votes 31741, 31741. Rejected votes 279, 279. Rejected votes. Total votes cast 32020, 32020. The result has been signed and signed by 8 of the agents.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Was there any polling unit? Who is that? What's the problem?
He's just calling his attention.
Of the registered voter did not tally. You are supposed to, in the course of reconciliation, you are supposed to do that. What is the total voters registered there? As recognized by INEC? The one given by 137225. That is the official one. That is what we should use. 13 what?
137225.
Thank you. All right. Was there any polling unit where election was not held, or the elections were held but cancelled? So please, and then you tell us the reasons. Thank you.
We have about 5 polling units in the LGA that were election didn't take place to conclusion. And virtually all of them, the reasons are deliberate attempt not to use BVAT.
Bypass of BVAT, right?
Bypass of BVAT. Some of them even snatch the BVAT and throw it into the river. So almost all of them is the same case.
So it's 000
were
recorded. So they were not really cancelled.
No, that's what it wasn't. There was no case of cancellation.
Thank you. Comments, please. Party agent, thank you. I think we can take the results.
The state return officer is doing this. Seems that party agents are not supposed to be there.
No.
So that we can just go and then
please withdraw that statement. That is not correct. I have been making statement that party agents, any observation, please don't say that. The fact that we are accommodating you does not mean that you can just throw words to an individual like that. Please, that is not correct. I think we should be more responsible here. We should be more responsible. The fact, no. The fact that we are here, all of us are here for the same, but we should be responsible. You can't just throw words to me like that. I'm a responsible individual. I have asked. I said any observation.
I hope it's not going to be fight here. There are other party agents here. It's better just simple. Allow them to speak. I can only one man be talking to everybody. And you are allowing me to talk all the time. When I came, you say, okay, I respected you. And I said that peacefully. I can allow all that. It's uncalled for. But please, Abba, do not do that at all. Are you being preferred to one person? That is preferred. Then talk. Please. It's not acceptable. Please.
My name is Dr. Dennis Ochochu.
We are in short. Are you mad? I stupid. Can you stop that?
Please, let's have one house. Please, let's have one house. Let's have one house. Please, pressmen, please. Please, let's be calm. It's okay. Party agents, please calm down. Please, Oga, please calm down, please. It's okay. Mr. Victor is okay. Please. Thank you. Please go ahead and make your comment.
So, my comment is this, that the results for the Electoral, we are aware, which we have also reported, that almost all the polling units, BVAS were not used. The BVAS was bypassed. But they insisted on committing the results, despite insistence from our world production agents, to the fact that the figure there at the BVAS machine and what is in the result does not tally, but they were accepted and presented here. That is what we want to make, that the BVAS were not used in Electoral local government area.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please, clarification, please. Party agent APC, you've made your formal complaint?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please.
Just to straighten the records, my name is Rerun. The presentation by my colleague is not correct. Figures was used, elections were fairly conducted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next, the man behind you, please.
My name is Ambassador Victor Ben, representing the Boom Party. I'm from the local government. Voting took place, there was no trouble, everything went peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you. Any other observation from party agents? Yes, please. The last demand there.
Thank you very much, Prof. My concern is over an issue that is becoming worse. Within the electoral laws, there is no provision for the bypass of the bill. What is fast becoming a trend that people that were trained with taxpayers' money to go to the field and exploit that level of recklessness. And nothing is being done about it just because they are adult staff. I think it is not correct. We need to do something about it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think we can take the results from the local government coalition officer. Thank you. Come. Come and cut it here now. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other local government that is ready? All right. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have actually finished with the local government that were available here, and so we will keep waiting for the remaining one. I think we have 2 more. We will adjourn and return.
Maybe at 6.
Maybe 6 o'clock.
Yeah. 6 o'clock. Even before.
We will reconvene at 6 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have been watching in the past couple of minutes live pictures of ongoing collation at Bayelsa State following the governorship election that occurred on Saturday in the state. And of course, listening to the returning officer now, another break is underway for the collation exercise to continue again at 6 p.m. And so far, about 5 local governments have been announced. That's Kolokuma, Ogbea, Yanagua, Sagbama, have all been announced. Of course, there are still results pending from other local government areas, which, according to the returning officer, will be made in due course. But here in the studio, I still have with me Adewale Adeoye to help to understand, so many, dramatic happenings that have been occurring in Bayelsa State. Having listened to many party agents, from diverse party lines, speaking to the assessment of, the program of the exercise so far, and of course the returning officer cautioning them that there is a limit to what they can say in terms of establishing their grouses over, how they feel the election should have gone or should have not gone. In a particular instance, Accord Party was saying now that in Nembe, for example, which is a stronghold for the party, no vote at all were recorded for his candidate. I wonder what you make of this back and forth. It seemed to be dragging, but what in your assessment would be the value of, the roles of party agents, at collation exercises as this? Well,
I think it's important to realize that what is going on that we are just watched now is an ingredient of democracy. People venting their opinion and then making their opinion known to INEC, and now INEC also trying to defend itself. That's part of democracy, which is standard practice all over the world. I also think the parties need to train their agents. It's not just enough to ask somebody to go and represent you without proper training. For instance, knowing how to summarize your position, making effective use of the limited time that you have. If you are not careful, you just have an agent that speaks for over 10 minutes. It may not make any vital point. Something that you could have just said, you can say in 2 minutes, summarize your grievances and then submit to, instead of wasting the time of everybody and then just trying to rigmarole without actually making any fundamental point. I also think that it's too early now for us to use these snippets to judge the entire process, because these are just one or two, these are just fragments, which is not enough for us to judge, to have a whole picture of what actually happened in Bayelsa State. But I think that it's obvious that the contest is between less than 4 parties, APC and PDP. I think those are the strongest parties from what we are seeing, in Bayelsa State. And I hope that by this time, in the next few hours, we should be able to know the outcome of this result. But Bayelsa has its own peculiar circumstances. Absolutely. When I went to Nembe, I think I spent almost 4 hours on the river. So there are a lot of communities in riverine areas that will take a lot of time for the collation to take place, and then bringing them back to the center. It's not as easy compared with other states like Kogi. So right. This time they are taking is just normal. But I hope at the end of the day, the person that will emerge as the victor will reflect the way of the people of Bayelsa State.
And especially since the Nembe local government that you also mentioned is also among those pending.
Yes.
And,
yes.
So I understand that, many people will be keen to know how the numbers, play out there. But there also seems to be a kind of disconnect between what party agents expect from INEC at this stage. If you remember now, the returning officer kept telling them, have you made a formal complaint? Have you sent it to the headquarters for them to address it? But then a particular agent was insisting that we expect this complaint to be addressed. But then, days to the polls, the period before the polls, they are usually inter-party engagement with INEC. Yeah. What, in your view, is wrong, with the present crop of how our collation centers are run, really? Because, we always have it. You always have this discontent coming from, political parties. But then they always insist, that's for INEC at the centers, that there is a place for you to vent these complaints. Ours is just a collation center. We cannot tweak the numbers here.
I think there is a fundamental problem. And that problem is that every party believes that, its party should win. Even though some of these parties don't have up to 1,000 members, but they don't admit their strength and their weaknesses. Because if you have a party, there are a lot of parties that have been mentioned that having 20 votes, 30 votes, and you are still complaining that, look, you should have won the election. I think the parties should understand and appreciate their limitations, and to know that election involves a lot of campaign. It involves a lot of networking. It involves a lot of mobilization. It involves a lot of, it's not just maybe 2 months to the election that you start coming out and mobilizing. You need to plan ahead. You have 4 years to plan, meet a lot of people, governance people, get people to register more into your political parties, into your, as members of your political party. So I think that problem is there. And also the problem is that the idea of assuming that INEC is a court of law. that when you come to INEC, then you are in the courtroom. No. If you are making your complaints, INEC has to investigate, because it's not automatic to expect that INEC will just assume what you are saying is correct. You are just making an allegation. It is proper for INEC to investigate, and that may take some time. If you are saying voting did not take place in some places, or Beaver was not uploaded, INEC also needs to find out, to collaborate the quantum of evidence available to the organization. So it's not just enough to say, okay, cancel the votes in this particular local just because I feel that there was no voting. It may not be correct what you are saying. So it has to conform with other strands of evidence that is available to INEC. So INEC needs to have a broad mind to listen to all the opinions, in order to be able to make a deductive conclusion about particular events.
All right, we've come to the end of this segment, though there is still so much ground to cover and there's still so much to expect from Kogi and Bayelsa states, but of course we will continue to monitor the situation. However, as I have said, we'll just have to rest our conversation for now. Ayodele Adewale, Executive Director, Journalist for Democratic Rights, thank you very much for your time with us on TVC News. And the analysis continues, as well as our coverage of the off-cycle elections that were held in 3 states on Saturday. Of course, as you must have been following, there's still so much more that's been expected, especially from Bayelsa and Kogi State. Well, we have to just say thank you very much for staying with us. Even as I go on a break now, my colleague Precious Amaye will be coming on board now to take over. From all of us here, thanks again for choosing TVC News, and stay with us. Bye for now.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to officially welcome you to the grand launch of this wonderful initiative celebrating the completion of the first 2,000 vehicles assembled here in Ogba.
To the glory of God and to the benefit of mankind, I now officially commission the 2,000 car itself, number 2,000, built by TSC in conjunction with the Lagos State government as partners.
Our story began with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between CIG Motor Company Limited and Lagos State government sometime in September 2020 at the peak of COVID-19 pandemic. Once it was signed, my team and I struck for just one thing: deliver on the objective of the partnership.
You know that China and Nigeria are very important strategic partner, and during the past years, we are confident in the future of automobile industry.
Let us challenge you here now that 2,000 is just a small feat. The 5,000 and the 10,000 you promised me, go out there and get it done. We don't need Tokumbo vehicles. We need tier-rubber brand new vehicles in our country. And you can see, even from this place, that it is happening. Diana, thank you very much for showing the way. Hopefully many others will follow soon. I want to thank all of the banks that have also supported them. Let us reduce, our pressure on foreign currency so that indeed our kids, our youth, our young children, our young graduates can have a means of employment. Thank you very much for listening.
And thanks for staying with us on TVC News on our continued coverage of the off-cycle elections in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa. And my colleague, Kemi, just before she signed off, was just saying, look, it's been, a lot has happened. And really, when you look at the days leading up to this election, Saturday, which was the election, and today we've seen collation ongoing, a lot has really happened. We've subjected them to analysis here on TVC. We've had a lot of people come in, talk about it, and observers as well who monitored this election. Also, you know, giving us the take on what they observed on the field. We know that the governor of Imo State has been declared the winner of the election in Imo State. We're just now waiting for Bayelsa, which will resume collation at 6. And Kogi, which will resume collation at 7 p.m. And at that time, you know, within that time frame, hopefully we'll get to know who the winner of that election in both states are. But let me bring in my guest, because we need to look at more of the things that have been playing out in the days leading up to this election, during this election, and now that collation is ongoing. I'm joined by a political analyst. He's also the president, Team Nigeria for Change. He is Best Man Jumbo Unze. Good to have you join us.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
You know, we're just talking about how interesting the couple of days has been leading up to this election, the election itself, and now that we're having collation. But let me just get your general assessment, you know, of all that has played out, even now that collation is ongoing in Bayelsa and Kogi.
Well, if we have to be sincere and honest to ourselves, we know there's nothing new. Because we've had this tradition of people who feel probably the election results might not be favorable to them. I think they know from the very beginning, and they hit up the polity most times. It happened in Kogi, it happened in Bayelsa, it happened in Imo. Prior to the election, we saw the breakback between the APC and the SDP party, the Muritala Jaka, the candidate of the SDP, always coming out to say there's so much violence being perpetrated by the APC. The APC will counter him to say, it's your people who are attacking us. So, like we all say, there's always three sides to a story, your side, my side, and the truth. So, same thing in Imo State. We saw the build-up to the election, how that even the NLC president, Comrade Jairo, got directly involved and had his own issues, which led to the issue of strike in Imo State, which led to them picketing the airports for those going to Owerri. So we also saw all those build-up, and it wasn't peaceful. For once, I was surprised that the build-up to the election in Bayelsa wasn't what it used to be.
But there were attacks as well.
When I say wasn't what it used to be, it was nothing compared to what we are used to in Bayelsa. Of course, there was their normal hit-ups too. There was also the violence, pockets of violence here and there, counter-accusations, the PDP accusing the deputy governorship candidate of the APC of stoking violence. Of course, we had him say something like, hey, if they come at you, go back at them. You know, so it was something we are used to. So it wasn't strange to me. Now the election proper, of course, coming to the election proper, it's also our usual not wanting to accept that you didn't do well, even in mobilization. A couple of times, some parties will not even have agents everywhere. And when the results start coming in, you will complain that it was not posted to IREV. But like we're also used to, what we have, do we have situations where what is being collated is different from what your agents have? So, by and large, it's a tradition that we just must change. Our democracy is evolving, and we must outgrow some things.
Absolutely, and I would get that, especially to that part of the polling agents or parties not having polling agents in certain unit, it's a polling unit, and then some of the fracas and concerns being raised, you know, at the collation center. But I wanted to ask you, with all that we saw before this off-cycle election in these 3 states, you have also highlighted some of the things we saw. Yeah. And some of the outcomes we're now seeing. Are you surprised? Especially in a place like Imo State, you know, a lot of rhetoric is going on. Governor Hope Uzodimma was largely referred to as Supreme Court governor. It didn't seem as though he had any leg to stand on with this particular election, but he won with a landslide. And when you look across other states, are you surprised? I
will be very honest with you, and at the risk of sounding patronizing, I was surprised by the outcome of the results in Imo State. To the extent that the picture the Labour Congress painted of Uzodimma and Imo State vis-a-vis his relationship with the working class, the civil servants, they painted a picture of hell for the civil servants. And when you listen to former chairman of NLC in Imo State come up to say, no, this is not true. I'm like confused. My greatest surprise was this same Hope Uzodimma won virtually all the local governments. I was expecting the APC to win in Imo State because I talk to people a lot. I publish, of course, I'm a publisher. So during our interviews with some people from Imo State, you will hear that Supreme Court governor. I don't like him, but he's doing well. I've heard that severally. They just have this probably because he's APC. And you know, APC is not the main party in Southeast. But you will hear them, much as they criticize him, say to you, I don't like him, but the guy, they walk. So winning was not that surprising for me. But the fact that he could win in virtually all the local governments was a big surprise to me. If I have to take into consideration the picture of gloom that was painted by the Labour Congress. Kogi, before I came into the studio, I was telling somebody, I said, yesterday morning, I made a post on my Facebook page and I said, APC will win in Kogi because Dino as a PDP candidate is no match. That's what I said. And that's because I've also studied. I was in Kogi for like 4 years, up to 3 years ago. I was doing some projects in Kogi. So I knew the psychology of the average Okun person, the psychology of the average Igala man, and that of the Ibira man. When APC presented Ododo, the initial hiccups here and there, as somebody from Kogi, from the Ibira land, which is where the incumbent governor is from, also take over after 8 years. And that was that initial issue. But if you understand politics, it's not about emotions. A lot of people just come out and expose show their emotions, sentiments, even prejudice at times. But when it got to the nitty-gritty of doing the work to win election, those that understand the game know what to do. Sometimes it's not about vote buying also. It's also about how are you able to mobilize? How are you able to sell your ideas? How are you even able to sell your grievances? Because you had issues that, why should this person be the candidate? How were you able to sell that grievance to the people?
Because sometimes it's also a protest vote.
Exactly. You know, sometimes you by selling your grievances, you could attract protest votes. And people say, yes, I agree with you. Even if I don't want to vote for your party, I'll vote for you now. Because you package your grievances well enough to make it attractive to the voter. So, as someone, I looked at the Kogi situation and I said to myself, it's likely the APC candidate will win. Why? He's going to have bulk votes. Whether we like it or not, we still play politics of a bit of ethnicity.
Even though, let me just say that we're still waiting for Collation to reconvene in Kogi at 7 p.m. and then hopefully we'll get the final results and find out who will win that election. But this is just speaking hypothetically. Yeah. Hypothetically, go ahead.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see the APC candidate, like I was saying, because I see him getting enough votes from that side where he is from. Then you have the Okun land, which is Kogi West, where Dino is from, the PDP candidate. There where Abejide, the ADC candidate, is from. But you know something? They are going to share the votes. This guy will get a chunk of it. Dino will get a chunk of it. While the APC loyalists are just one. The APC will vote for APC. Now the opposition will share their votes.
So basically you're saying that in Kogi it was really about, you know, not more of the individuals, but first the location and the ability to work out the numbers.
Ability to work out the numbers. Location is key, which is tribe and ethnicity, which is what Governor Yabelo over the last 8 years was trying to say. We need to move away from this Igala agenda, Ibira agenda, Okun agenda to a Kogi agenda. That's what he's been saying. How really isn't it, I might not be able to say, but that's been his philosophy. So when I look at the Igala land and I say to myself, wow, if you combine the two other senatorial districts, it's now up to 50,000, with which they are more than, with which they will say the total number of votes from the Igala land, maybe just 50,000 more from the two other senatorial districts. So if you're able to win the Kogi East, which is the Igala land, I should say, then you stand a good chance. But in this case also, there are also 2 or 3 other candidates from that side. Mm. And don't forget, a lot of political appointees under Governor Yaya Bello are from Igala land. And they have a mandate to win their zones, to win their units, to win their awards.
So a lot was at stake. Let's go to break now. We'll look at more on this, you know, especially just in general, how much ethnicity played in this election, how much, you know, the role of religion and all of that also played in this election. We'll take a break now. When we return, a lot of other issues to discuss. Stay with us.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to officially welcome you to the grand launch of this wonderful initiative celebrating the completion of the first 2,000 vehicles assembled here in Ogba.
To the glory of God and to the benefit of mankind, I now officially commission the 2,000 car itself, number 2,000, built by GSC in conjunction with the Lagos State government as partners.
Our story began with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between CIG Motor Company Limited and Lagos State government sometime in September 2020 at the peak of COVID-19 pandemic. Once it was signed, my team and I struck for just one thing: deliver on the objective of the partnership.
You know that China and Nigeria are very important strategic partner, and during the past years, we are confident in the future of automobile industry.
Let us challenge you here now that 2,000 is just a small feat. The 5,000 and the 10,000 you promised me, go out there and get it done. We don't need Tokumbo vehicles. We need tier-rubber brand new vehicles in our country. And you can see, even from this place, that it is happening. Diana, thank you very much for showing the way. Hopefully many others will follow soon. I want to thank all of the banks that have also supported them. Let us reduce, our pressure on foreign currency so that indeed our kids, our youth, our young children, our young graduates can have a means of employment. Thank you very much for listening.
A deadly syndicate. An overdue vengeance. A sacrifice of blood. A coveted crown.
Thanks for staying with us. You're watching our coverage of the off-cycle elections in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa. We have the results in from Imo already, where the winner has been declared. It is Governor Hope Uzodimma. We're waiting for that collation to reconvene at 6 p.m. in Bayelsa and 7 p.m. in Kogi. I still have my guest in the studio, political analyst and President Team Nigeria for Change, best man Jumbo Unzig. Thanks for staying with us. Just before that break, we were talking about some of the things, that could have led to the results we're seeing now. You were analyzing Kogi State, but I want us to quickly go back to issues around in Imo State before we come back to Kogi State. And I want to look at the NLC issue again, because it looked as though it was a very big issue. There was a power outage, and people thought, oh, look, if there's power outage for a couple of days, this could whip up sentiments against the governor. Thinking, look, you are the reason we are in this situation. But it didn't seem to have worked that way. And that one wonders the psyche, how the psyche of the average voter works, in that particular state or just generally in Nigeria.
You see, different things come to play in winning an election. Somehow, we are evolving. Our democratic process is evolving. And people are getting wiser. Some are getting, what I would use to say, more politically intelligent. Because at the risk of sounding maybe partisan, it was obvious the NLC president had an interest. It was obvious. So the average Imo-lite too will have seen beyond the facade of saying you are coming to fight for workers in Imo State. When the Imo State chapter of the NLC are not raising dust, hey, don't get it wrong. There's no worker in Nigeria that doesn't want better service, no matter how much they are getting right now. No matter how much you are getting, the living conditions are a bit tougher. So everybody will want. But the way the NLC president took it upon himself to make Imo an issue at the point of election was quite suspicious. Then when he had his fracas with his labor people, according to him, the police handed him over to the guys. I wasn't there, so I'm not going to make any emphatic statement based on what we read. So that alone blew it up to the extent they made sure they cut power because he had so much solidarity with the union that has to do with electricity, since that's where he came from. He was one of them. They cut flights to Owerri and disturbed the flow of normalcy in Imo State. So everybody would have thought, but like I said, the political awareness is much more now than it used to be. The average, until recently, the East are always aligning with the top. Most Eastern states don't like playing politics of opposition to the federal. Until recent time when we had them, we are beginning to see dichotomies based on ethnic issues, wanting some agitating for secession, some agitating for the Biafran Republic. The average Imo person wants his state to be aligned to the federal. And in Hope Uzodimma, they will see that. And like I said, I did a lot of talking to, and people will tell me, I do not like this Hope because of how he came. How can fourth become first? But at the end, they will say, but the guy, the workshop, the guy don't do one or two things. So he will speak for him. Whether we like it or not, the Ajero influence didn't eventually matter like he expected and like many in opposition expected. Some are even saying that he probably has political ambition and is trying to build it. But there's a better way to go about things.
But what about the Peter Obi effect? Because a lot of people, after the general election, especially in the East and the South, just especially in the South and the Southeast, started to align with the Labour Party, running under that platform, or on that platform rather, because they felt that, look, with the wave that we saw during the general election around him, it might help them whip up some sentiments and some votes And so people started running on that platform. But we did not see that at play in Imo State. One would have thought that, look, because of that election, Labour Party would take over the Southeast. But that doesn't seem like it's the case.
Peter Obi was the beneficiary of I wouldn't want to use some strong words, because the Buhari government, probably what we expected probably wasn't what we got. People became disenchanted somehow, despite the fact that it's actually the government that did so much with infrastructure. But the security issues really kind of blighted the great works done by that government. So people were disillusioned. Now, they saw an Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a part of the system, and I took part of it. So, what was the next escape platform? Was a Peter Obi. Mark my words, Peter Obi was significantly different from the Labour Party. The Peter Obi thing was a movement. They followed him. And yeah, it worked for him. There was so much results here and there for the man Peter Obi. But has he managed that belief system which he benefited after the election? If I look at it, I would say no. So much bitterness being eschewed after the election, even after the Supreme Court judgment, everybody was supposed to say, okay, we give up, oh yeah, let's play opposition while working for the betterment of the country. I've not seen that. And in that regard, people are done with, in quote, the obedient thing. And you cannot equate it with Labour Party, which doesn't have that relevant structure to compete with APC and PDP. Again, does Peter Obi see himself as that poster boy for Labour Party? I would say no, because he didn't go around with the Labour Party candidates in these three parties. Yeah, it was in Imo State.
It was in Imo State.
I saw him in Imo State. But probably that was just one of the campaigns he came for. Unlike when Asiwaju was building the AD that metamorphosed to the APC we have today, when President Obasanjo was winning over everywhere, Asiwaju was everywhere campaigning with the ACN. Let me even say with the AD then, that metamorphosed to AC and ACN. He was everywhere, which we do not see a Peter Obi do now. So the Peter Obi influence was obvious. It's obviously non-existent.
It's about taking ownership and leadership of the party. But I also wanted to ask you, does this also speak to the maturity of the voter? Because it would also seem as though people are now looking at, on individual basis. As you come, we address the case. It is not about, party or, the emotions and the sentiment. Yes. Does it speak to the maturity of the voter?
Which is why I said our democratic values are evolving. People are getting wiser. They can separate the party. I'll give a good example. During the presidential election, 2023 election in Lagos, Team Nigeria was deeply involved. We were everywhere. And we saw before the presidential election, we'll campaign, we'll go around talking to people, mobilizing and voter sensitivity, and we'll ask some vital questions. They'll tell us, a lot of people say, we are voting Peter Obi, but we are voting Sanwo-Olu for governor. And that was strange to me. It wasn't about party. They said, now Obi will go vote for president, but we'll go vote Sanwo-Olu for governor. And if you actually look at the results, it actually came that way. Of course, the APC got a rude awakening after the presidential to increase their level of campaign and everything. But the people now know that they can cherry pick from the parties. So it's not something we should be so surprised that the Labour Party that cleared Southeast for presidential election for Obi are now not, they are not, most people are not even coming second. They are coming third, distant third. So the Nigerian voters are getting more politically intelligent and they are wiser.
And is there a difference between how the voter or the average voter voted in the general election and what we are seeing now in these 3 states? And I'm going to get to the figures in just a moment, but I want to get your opinion on that.
Oh, yes, there's a shift. And like I also said, I was talking to somebody this morning, I said, if the general election was repeated, we'll have a different result. The rate at which even Peter Obi did so well in Lagos and some other places, even in Southeast, we won't have that same percentage now. It will be far less because a lot of issues were also at play at the general election, which are not there now. Remember the cash issues. It was just prior to the general election that we had the Emefiele cash policy, currency policy, which destabilized a lot of families, which turned it turned some people said I became an overnight poor man. So those factors are not at play now. Therefore, we cannot. It's obvious to say that this off-cycle election, even with the results we are seeing, ran contrary to what we saw at the presidential election. So I'm not surprised at that too.
Right, so let's start looking at the figures, but let's talk about the voter turnout in the 3 states. Was it impressive for you? What's your thought when you compare that to the number of registered voters? And we also compare that, and I'm going to give you the figures in just a moment, but I just want to get your general view of it with what we saw during the presidential election.
I was surprised that we even had the figures recorded in Imo State because of the violent security situation.
And it seemed to be higher.
I was surprised because I was expecting that apathy, that fear, not because they didn't want to vote, but because some of them have been so intimidated and some of them fear have been put into them by reason of the security situation in the state. But so I'm quite impressed with what happened in Imo State. In Kogi, build up to the election, threats here and there, violence here and there, but the average Kogi person loves to vote. They might have a large number that are registered, but are not, for those who are at home, because they move a lot. A lot of the average Kogi person, most of them are in Abuja, most of them are in other neighboring states. Don't forget, Kogi is a state bound by like 9 other states, so they move a lot. But for the average Kogi person, he is always involved when it comes to election. So for that turnout, it could be better. It could be better. Bayelsa also, so much threats, but like I said, the threats this time was not, the violence that we saw was not as much as it used to be. And why they didn't really come out en masse in Bayelsa is like a bit of a surprise to me.
In Imo, I think somebody was having a conversation with me yesterday and said, look, that she was really surprised that, she was really scared for Imo. But it turned out that, look, some of the issues she was, afraid of happened in Kogi and not in Imo. And she was wondering, what's going on? What's happening? And I want to ask you, what do you think played out there? And where should the commendation go?
I've also learned over the years that where you expect so much violence, most times election will just come and go. I remember in 2015, Nigeria will boil, Nigeria will scatter. Eventually, elections came. If you look at Imo, there's so much attention on Imo, and I know the security agencies must have upped their game, and they must have taken much cognizance of the situation, sent more men there, and maybe the state governor must have also done 1 or 2 things to assure them of their safety. But whether we like it or let's give, because when we have issues, we are quick to condemn the security agencies. This time, let's give them kudos. They did probably, let's just say they did well.
We saw that show of force in Imo with, they had almost more than 80 gun trucks being, delivered to Imo.
Yes.
Our correspondent, Bimbag, maybe he was in a chopper with the Frankumba, DIG Frankumba, and you could see that they were ready for, and so should the commendation also go to the security agency?
Exactly, because we are easy to condemn them when it doesn't meet expectation. So if we look around and say, hey, the Imo that we thought was going to boil is doing so well, I mean, we should just give them the commendation. Praise the state government, praise the federal government, thank you, the security agencies, they did well in Imo State.
What about Bayelsa? We saw just before that where an INEC staff was abducted, eventually released. I think a day or two later, INEC also announced that he had been released, she had been released rather. And so, do you think that perhaps all of that would also contribute to the psyche of the voter to say, look, if this is already happening, just few days to that election, a few hours to that election, perhaps it might be a difficult terrain?
Yeah, you see, like I said, the Bayelsa situation also surprised me because, like, if you just do it by reason of hindsight, the elections in Bayelsa have always been, even the Joy Youth Council president I was interviewed said, no, this will not happen. Bayelsa will not always be a violent, prone area. They kind of worked to have the relative peace, the relative tranquility that they had for this election. Because everybody
I like that you say relative because there were attacks. Relative. Because even just after the signing of the peace accord, we saw how
some people refused to sign.
Exactly. So one of the candidates did not even show up. But we saw that the statement coming from the two major candidates accusing each other already just after accusing each other of attacks, and that again. Do you think that could have contributed?
Well, I would like to know it contributed, but see, sometimes I'd rather have you speak than act. Like I said, there have been times where a week or two to that election, there'll be violence everywhere in Bayelsa. There'll be kidnapping, especially the heydays of the militants. But you see, that is becoming a thing of the past now. Somehow, we'll get there. It's not as if it's Uhuru yet. But see, there's also something I've noticed that I tell people, they say, I won't vote because my vote does not count. It's not true anymore in Nigeria. Votes count. If votes don't count, why I say votes count is this, because what politicians now do is because they know votes count, let's disrupt that area where you are strong, where you get good votes that will come in to count. So there'll be violence there, so you don't vote there because they know vote counts. The days of writing results are gone. The forensic evidences now will bring it out. Beavers will show for accreditation. You can't collect my card and use it to vote anymore. Therefore, votes count. So those are things we will now need to let our people know that please go and vote. But you see, the tough one now is how do we make sure that every ward, every unit have the security to vote? Because what they do now is, if Party A is strong in a Kosi, Alade Lola unit, let's make sure the elections there are disrupted, so no votes, and move from there to the collation center.
As the system matures, politicians are maturing along with the system. I said I was going to look at the figures with you, and I wanted to start with Imo, where during the presidential election, we saw about 476,000 accredited voters out of about 2 million, over 2 million registered voters. But in this particular election, I'm trying to get that figure, but we already see that the governor is leading. The governor won with over 500,000 votes.
That won in the first 20 local governments
declared all. So that already shows you that with that over 500,000, that is above the 476,000 that was recorded in during the presidential election. But the idea is that people don't turn out more for the gubernatorial election as much as they turn out for the presidential election. That has always been the idea. But why are we seeing this change in Imo?
To a large extent, to when your destiny is attached to something, you go all out. Hey, during the presidential, the stake wasn't that high for the governor, whether we like it or not. It's just, okay, it's my party, I must work for my party to win. But in this case, it's my own. Whatever it takes, I must go out there, talk to people,
get people to come out.
make sure they come out, even if I have to create some nice incentives that will make them come out. So the greatest instinct in man is survival instinct. So it's for him to survive, so he has to do everything. So it should be expected.
So for those who are calling for the cancellation of off-cycle elections, there are pros and cons to it. There are benefits to it as well. When you are basically just focused on your own election and not that, of your party as well at the national level.
I differ from those calling for that we should do everything to have all the elections in one day. I differ. In fact, if I have my way, I should say we should have maybe 4-5 election cycle in 1 year, so that we will concentrate all our efforts and energies to have credible elections. We've seen over the years that INEC could be overwhelmed, even as much as they want to give us the best, even as much as they are doing every year trying to improve. We are 36 states. We are 200 million people. Our technological infrastructure is not yet top-notch when it comes to elections and democratic process. So, assuming we have the 36 states having probably 10 or 12 states having elections, we'll have enough security forces, enough observers, enough, INEC will have enough probably personnel to do what they need to do. So I differ. I've always said these off-cycle elections should even be much more institutionalized so I can get the best.
Like you have in the US, where you have, the general election and the midterm election, where you are focused, at every point in time on who you are voting for.
Exactly.
But what about the resources that could also take?
To a large extent, you just find out that we might even spend less. We don't know. You see, you can't miss what you don't know. And until you try something, you can't give an empirical evidence about it. So it might not just be. And if it will just cost a little bit more to have credible elections, that the winners will be known, declared as people voted for them, not the ones that the courts will be telling us who won the elections. And for how long are we going to continue like this? When we finish an election, the next is to move to the courts.
Is that the system of the politicians? Because, even in cases, we've had people say, look, don't even bother to contest this particular election. It was clear, it was a landslide victory. And yet, the opposition or those who did not win that election will still go to court. And so is it about the system or about the politician?
We also cannot, I have a saying I'll say, you can't divorce marketing from the cultural realities of a people. We are who we are. The average Nigerian politician does not want to give up. Even when it's obvious he lost, we might not be able to help such a person. But I know that the moment we do the right things institutionally, when the man goes to court, just like the last presidential tribunal virtually disgraced the lawyers of the PDP and the Labour Party in their judgment, made them look like, they might not say it that way, but it looked like, are you guys really up to the positions you occupy? Because there are some things that they brought to the courts that the courts were like, even lawyers that just left school wouldn't do that. The Supreme Court affirmed the same things too. By the time we continue like this over time, and the system is not giving those politicians the opportunity to misbehave, who will get it? Many of them, you come to court with some flimsy or lousy petition, and the court slams heavy fine on you, it will stop, it will reduce. So more often than not, we have the problem of who we are, our people. We just don't give up. And yes, maybe the institution gives room for some of those things for now.
And that institution will be INEC. And
yeah, most likely the INEC, INEC mostly. Which are probably the security agencies. But there have been times security agents were also accused. So all the agencies that join forces with INEC to conduct our elections are the ones that will now look at it and say, how can we up our game?
But in this off-cycle election, has INEC done well by your assessment?
I was done well in 3 states. Yeah, we still had issues of late electoral materials getting to some places late. We still had such issues where they started voting some places late. Have they done well? They just did what I was expecting them to do better.
So was there an improvement to the general election or the same thing? Was there a setback?
There was no setback. And I can't judge the general election with just 3 states. So if I do that, I would say then they did well with general election because just 3 states. I think they could have done much better here. And they also had issues with beavers issues in some places on these just 3 states. So, but I think
we saw, at least some people will say, look, in terms of IRF, they were, at the time we were looking at it, or just following that report, you know, it was at a very high, some of the results had to reach a very high percentage. At some point it was 60%, in some states 89% upload. And so wasn't that also, wouldn't we consider that an improvement?
With 3 states, we could if we must use the IRF, we must do it 100%. With just 3 states, it must be 100%. Maybe at worst 95%, but we still had hiccups. But they didn't call it glitches this time. We still had hiccups here and there. And I'm not the kind of person that just that likes to probably run down an institution for some errors. As I said, it could have been better. And with what they have now, used for just 3 states, I sincerely believe they could have done better.
In what area?
In the area of technology, in the area of materials getting to the centers on time, in the area of elections starting on time, in the area of IREV, real time uploading.
Logistics is within.
There are places where they did manual accreditation.
So some people will say, look, logistics is within the control of INEC. But we saw that whilst, especially in Bayelsa, where you know some of their staff also their boats almost capsized. Thank God that they were saved. And so you see that in those kind of cases is out. And I'm not holding sway for INEC, but I'm just ensuring that we look at this objectively and you know have the right assessment. Now, in that situation, where you would then have to remobilize those staff, and then you have to also consider their safety. One wonders, you know, if there's anything that could have been done. Then there are people who will also say when it comes to beavers and when it comes to IRF, it is subject to technology. Yeah. And then we know that around the country, we could have a good network here, and then you drive 5 minutes away, and you know that network disappears. Perhaps that is also not within the control of INEC. Do you agree with that? Do you think that there's more that INEC could have done?
The waterways in Bayelsa didn't just suddenly spring up. It's always been there. So I could have done my mock exercise to know which is possible. But like I said, it's easier said. So I'm talking now, but when it gets to real deployments, yeah, like you said, we could have technical hitches. You might not have direct control over technology, but there's always an excuse for failure. And I'm that person that there's no excuse good enough for failure for me.
And I like that you talk about, you know, the mock arrangement in that preparation, because we see INEC do the mock accreditation with voters in several states and say, okay, let's try this thing out. Could that also, you know, could that extend to other areas, again, considering the resources?
I don't think INEC ever complained of resources in terms of both financial and human. But you see, we must also give it to them. There are factors that might just come up, that might just be beyond them at the point of implementation. But like I said, for the man that I've given assignments to, there's no excuse good enough for failure for me. That does not mean that I still does not see the things that hindered you. But by and large,
it cannot be a regular hindrance. Exactly. Right, but let's go back to those figures we were looking at earlier. We talked about Imo State. Kogi, the full result isn't in, so we might not be able to get the number of voters that were accredited for this particular election. But let's look at the 2023 general election for the presidential election. We saw how it was, the number of registered voters were about 1.9 million. In Kogi. Okay. And then the accredited voters for that election was 484,000. And then in 2019, where it was 1.6 registered, the accredited voters were 636,000. And so it dropped while the number of registered voters increased, the number of accredited voters dropped between 2019 and 2023. Again, what is responsible for that? And do you think that there might be slightly an increase, to that of the presidential election in this election?
A couple of factors work against or work to affect voters' turnout and the participation of citizens in the electoral process. Don't forget that between 2019 and 2023, the effects of the COVID pandemic was there, was strong. A lot of people are still recovering. And some of them will just say, please leave me alone. A lot of those who are farmers, who had issues with herdsmen those days and banditry is affected. And Kogi was also a bit, had their own share of the farmers and bandits issue. So many would feel dejected and do care less. It might just be a major issue when you look at the accredited voters of 2019 and that of 2023. And don't also forget, like I said, a lot of us, by virtue of what I do, I'm always on the streets, in the inner cities, in the neighborhoods, talking with people and seeing people. A lot of people were affected by the cash Emefiele currency issue. If you know the extent to which it made people say, I am not voting, I am not coming out. They've say my son is in the hospital, I can't even do this. So that alone, they were just devastating enough to have affected the figure we had in 2019 and that of 2023. And now you see that slightly, was it in Imo that we noticed that slightly it increased from what we had at the presidential, because people are getting a bit more settled back into their daily activities despite the security challenges, but at least the issue of I can afford to go and buy stuff is there with them now. So I put it so much on those factors. Well, of course, maybe voters' awareness, voters' education was probably not enough, probably because what I'm not able to hold my hands on, I can't empirically say this is what it costs. But the one I know, by reason of being there on the streets, the cash issue affected a lot of people.
What about the psychology and the emotional experience during the presidential election for people? Do you think that, look, for those who the candidates did not win, will probably just go, you know what, let's just stay back home? That effect from the general election, would it play out in this particular election too?
Because we noticed that the numbers we have from presidential to now didn't really drop. Either it stabilized or it went up a bit. And I must tell you, a lot of people, especially those who are not directly involved, whose candidate didn't win. I've said, oh, please, let me continue my life. Some of them have started even queuing behind the current president. Some of them have said, oh, please, I need to. Some of them could even say, oh, I thought this was this with this candidate. Now I'm seeing better. Let me come back here. So basically, we can't pin the voters to one reason or just box them here. A lot of things contribute to the decisions voters take in Nigeria now. Sometimes, I give you a very example that's so funny. I was talking to somebody, I said, will you vote for Babajide Sanwo-Olu for second time? I asked the question. And he said no. And I was like, why? He said there's a particular appointee that he has, that if he wins, he will reappoint that person. And he doesn't like that person.
That was just the person's reason.
That was his reason.
So there are several reasons, several factors that impact on the voting pattern.
The decisions taken. I was in Kogi one time. I was talking with people and I asked the guy, sorry, where are you from? He said he's Igala. And I said, will you vote Yaya Bello? That's for his second time. And the guy said no. And I was like, why? He said, even if Yaya Bello buy me a house, give me a car, I don't vote for him. I said, why? He said, because it is the right of the Igala man to rule Kogi. That was his own reason. And there are many like that with him. So a lot of factors come to play when it comes to why people want to vote this way or why people say, I'm not even voting at all. Different reasons.
But people who have those kind of reasons, whether it's the reason of the appointee or the reason of ethnicity, in some cases, they are in the minority. Right? And when I say some cases,
no minority.
No, I'm talking about, no, I said that when I say some cases, in a place like Kogi, it could be
it's a major issue.
A major issue. In a place like Edo State, it could be a major issue. But in a place like Imo, it's not going to be a major issue. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where
the case of ethnicity.
Yes.
In
Imo, it might not be a major issue because you have it is the southeast. They are majorly Igbo speaking, but there are states where people speak. This is the major language. It might not be an issue, but we have states where you have pockets of languages.
Totally.
Just a minute. I'm going somewhere, and I will let you speak to that. Okay, so address that first of all before we get to the question I was going to ask you.
So I don't lose.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll give you two examples in the world. Bayelsa is one of the most homogeneous states in Nigeria. Same language, same religion, same everything. Yet, the electoral dichotomy and bickering is high. Somalia is about the...
Would that be ethnicity?
Now, we look at it. What is it? Let's say, those of us from Nembe, those of us from here, despite the homogeneity that they have. So somehow, do we now call that ethnicity or tribal issues? Now we need to define the basis to say this tribe and this tribe. Is it just language? Is it geographical location, ancestral location? Just like we have in Somalia. Somalia is about even not about the most homogeneous states in the world, where everybody is the same. Same language, same religion, same everything. And they've been at war for almost 40 years against each other. So somehow, ethnicity plays a major role.
We're expanding ethnicity not to just mean the fact that people speak the same language.
Exactly.
So as long as you're from within the same geographical location, for example, if you are from a particular local government or a particular village, you say, oh, look,
probably.
It's
getting to that stage where, in Imo, for example, they have to come up with there's something they call, which will now make them rotate the governorship among, they call it Imo something, I've forgotten. They have a leader for it now, who's in charge of that. Let's say a committee to say next one is Olu.
Yes, I remember that because I think one of the candidates, there was an allegation about, or people were alleging that one of the candidates was being asked to step down because it was in the turn
of his
of his. And
that's one that worked for Hope Uzodimma because they said, okay, we are going to start it after Hope. So Hope became the first beneficiary now, which he also signed. So after this, they now know the next zone to provide the governor. After that, so it's now been arranged.
Well, how do we get there? Because it's just always, you just mentioned Imo, where you would imagine that maybe 80% of the people, 60%, 40%, 60%, 70% will speak Igbo. I know that in Imo, I'm just saying
95%.
95%. I know that there are other, people who live there as well who are not necessarily Igbos. Yeah, okay. But how do we get to that point where people are saying, no, it doesn't matter. Well, even if you speak the same language as I do,
we just want the best.
We want somebody from our own. I mean, what is our own side? How did we get to that point in our election?
I think it's been there before I was born, but it maybe wasn't that pronounced, because I remember people like Nnamdi Azikiwe winning election in the Southwest. I mean, so, but you see, it also speaks to everything about Nigeria to show that we must begin to start a reorientation. Do we see ourselves first as Nigerians? If no, does the average man from Kogi see himself first as a Kogite? If no, then we still have that problem. Because I told somebody, I said, appoint best man today as the group managing director of the NNPC. And I said to myself, everything must be by the books, must be the way it should be. I'm recruiting into an NNPC, I get foreign recruitment agencies, come and let's take everybody on merit. And I do that for 4 years.
I hope you're not conversing for appointments.
No, I'm not. I'm not. It will be hard for me to go to that.
Go ahead.
And I'm there for 4 years and I'm out. I might not be able to go back to my state. Because when you go there, they will stone you, say, you that spent for how many of our people did you put there? Despite the fact that they knew that I put the best hands there. Will I say we're a bit selfish, especially the introduction of tribe and ethnicity? We use it most times for selfish reasons. The same you and I'm here in this studio, we're talking, we move from here. Probably there's a business we're doing together, and everything was smooth. Suddenly there's an election. You suddenly remember, that best man, it's not Yoruba now. How can it become? Whereas I've been here paying my tax all the while, doing great things for this community. So it is a major problem. How we got there, I don't know.
Whilst there is no excuse for it even at the national level, but one can fathom the idea of, well, we are a lot of ethnicity in this country, a lot of tribes, and people just want just want to say, okay, at least we were there once. But in a state where you have, everybody same, that's the one that a lot of people can't fathom. How do you get to the point where you say, no, now you have to now split the state and start to do rotation, and that impact of power rotation, where people are not looking at the impact of, governance and the competence of the person who is coming into power, but they just want it to be, as long as it is their brother or their sister who is there, they are fine with it.
And if you look at it, over time, even when your brother and sister was there, did it benefit you? Eventually, we looked at it and we said, no. Classical example, when Obasanjo was president of Nigeria, would the average Southwesterner say, yes, it was our glorious time? They wouldn't say that. When Jonathan was president of Nigeria, would the South Side people say, that was our beautiful... In fact, Yar'Adua was the one that created amnesty for the Niger Delta militants and said, no, this must stop, and created a lot of platform for them to enjoy. I think it was also under the other, 13% reservation. When Obasanjo was president, if I got so bad, the allocation of Lagos State was seized under a Southwesterner. So it has not even shown that when your man is there, your sister is there, that it will benefit you.
But could it also be that being the case? It's possible that it doesn't benefit you. But some people also feel like, well, he has done 1 or 2 roads in his state. There are cases like that where, you had a governor who took some major project to, where they are from. Yes. And people started to think maybe if we vote our own person, we would have the same benefits, because it looks like all of the development are now in that particular area. Did the politicians also enable that kind of thinking pattern?
We've seen that a couple of times, where we say, okay, a governor says to himself, the people say, everything is going to the governor's probably senatorial district. We've seen it. But you see, I've come to say that we actually need, I was chatting with some guys when I said, we need a mind transplant, where we need to transplant a more nationalistic mind into us. Start a reorientation about that which I want to see in my local government. Let it be seen in the sphere of my sphere of contact. That which I want to see in the government, let people see it in the way I rule those that I'm over. Because we can't just continue lamenting like this over these issues, and we're not seeing prospect for change. The average politician talks this tribe, this ethnicity, when it is election time, and he wants to benefit from it. The same people that criticize the Muslim ticket of Ashiwaju and Shettima, immediately after the election, now are coming to seek appointments from the same combination they criticized. It shows that they didn't criticize this in the interest of the nation. They criticized it because there was something they are chasing that ticket denied them. Therefore, we all should know, those of us who are very much involved in all this, should begin to shout that this ethnicity thing is not what we want. It's only used to divide us. It's only used to favor somebody. It's only used for somebody to attract something to himself. It is not in the national interest. Neither is it in the state interest. We've seen it over the time, over the years, and it just must stop. But who will stop it? Who will start the process of stopping it? Is it the same person that's benefiting from it? Have you noticed that in Nigeria, when you are in government, they oppose state police? When they are when they are in government, they embrace state police. No, we should have state police. But the moment they leave as governor, they oppose state police. Because they felt, now that I'm governor, if they do state police, it will work for me. But now that you are out of power, you feel that governor will use it. So that's just who we are. It's a problem.
But on the flip side, let's also look at states where, for example, you were talking about Kogi State, where, you know, there is multiplicity or multiple ethnicity, and people feel like, look, we have never even been there at all. Would that also, whilst we're saying vote for competence, wouldn't power rotation also play a role in ensuring that there is some level of stability and security within that particular state?
I asked the question, I said, when would we start putting competence over ethnicity? When? Because we are not ripe also for it now. We must not deceive ourselves. A situation where we have 3 senatorial districts. This one, the Kogi East, the Igalas, have been the ones ruling in Kogi all this while. By dint of divine intervention, it happened to Igbira. When Prince Audu Abubakar passed on before the announcement of the results, and it fell on the man who came second at the primaries to take over the victory of the party, and it fell on Governor Yahya Bello and became governor of Kogi State. Which, if not for the death of Audu, he would still have been an Igala person. He had a Faleke as deputy. What was the guarantee that he would have supported Faleke to take over from him? Now, the Igalas have been ruling. Now the Ibiras have had it for 8 years. For stability and for equity, like you said, everybody would think it should have gone to the Kogi West, which is the Okun land. Well, for whatever reason, it didn't happen, I don't know. But reality is that we are not yet there where we say discard zoning. We can't discard zoning now until such a time when we discard zoning in the admission into government schools, when we discard federal character in employment of people into the civil service, when we discard quota in the appointment of judges and even promotion in the civil service. Until we do that, we cannot discard zoning for now, for the purpose of stability.
We even see that at play at the national level where, is a north-south arrangement. And people will say, look, it has helped. It's working. We're at peace. No one is feeling aggrieved. Let's leave it that way because you have, multiple tribes in the country. But I want to go back to, we were discussing the figures earlier, and I see you looking at your time. You're not sure when you're leaving here. Just relax and enjoy yourself in this conversation. All right, so let's go back to those figures. Again, the disparity between the registered voters and the accredited voters has been a huge conversation. But before I was going to ask you a question. I remember that when, you went to talk about, we're talking about ethnicity, but before I get there, I was going to say, if we can get, or whose job is it to figure out the major factors. There are minor factors as to the voting pattern. Figure out the major factors, that affect or impact on voting patterns, and then begin to build sensitization and just voter awareness around those issues. Whose job is that?
It's not just somebody's job, but it's a job that should be coordinated by INEC, probably supported by the National Orientation Agency. In the last general election, my group, the Team Nigeria, did a lot of it. We had programs in some central district where it was voters awareness, where we brought them together. This is how you should vote. When you press your hands like this and the ink smears on 2 places, you miss out. Your vote will not be counted. If you do this, you cannot campaign a day beyond. What they need to know. We go a step further by saying, we have a mechanism to know who is good among these people. We've kind of screened them. This person, sometimes they cut across parties. Because we must just help the people. So INEC should coordinate it, but then the civil society organizations, unfortunately, we now have a situation where the civil society organizations are also either partisan or biased. A couple of times, the journalists who are also supposed to help out, some of them are also biased. We've had issues in recent time of a particular TV anchor, the TV station, where people have issues with him because of his bias. So it is supposed to be something anchored by INEC, the National Orientation Agency, Prime Minister of Information, then the civil society organizations, going all out to ensure that Nigerians are educated on the things they need to know as part of the
It's not just even, it's not, and I agree with you on that, but just beyond how to vote, it's more of the voter turnout. Why didn't you show up? When did you vote last? Why did you vote then? Why are you not voting now? And then collate all of those data.
Yeah.
And say, okay, this is the major reasons why people don't vote. So what kind of awareness should we begin, and sensitization should we begin to create around that? Which means,
we are also looking at a situation where we introduce what we call probably voters auditing. We audit the voters, we audit the election to gather all this data that you talked about. Why was this like this? Why didn't it go this way? Why didn't people come out? Why did they even come out? We get out. It still boils down to, I think INEC should have the capacity, the wherewithal, and the resources to do that. Where they cannot do, they contract it to a third party. The third party might even be a foreign organization that can start it, and we learn from them. But I think it should be more of an INEC thing. Yeah, we also have some civil society organizations that can also corroborate to do that. We have Yaga Africa, who are doing extremely well in the electoral process. Probably people, now that you've said maybe Team Nigeria can also take it up and say, okay, let's begin to audit our elections and the auditing will encompass a lot of things. Why did they come out? Why did they come out? Why did they vote this way? Why did they vote this on election? I think it's something we should be looking at, both INEC and the civil society organization.
And how often should such an auditing be done?
It should be done after every election, after every major national, general election. Every election, even when we have local government elections, there should now be that auditing at that level, so that it can cascade down. When we started from the general elections, to cascade to the local government elections.
All right, so
it's a brilliant suggestion.
And I hope that, those who are responsible are listening, because we really need to know why people don't turn out. And that's where I'm going next. When you look at, a state with over 2 million registered voters, only turning out just about, not even up to 50% of that. At sometimes 25%. Sometimes it's so bad that you will see 18%. In Imo, for example, now we're seeing, good turnout more because it's better than what we saw at the presidential election. But at least at 2 million voters, one should be expecting maybe 1-point-something million accredited voters. But
as we were talking, something came to my mind about this also, that could it also be that suddenly the beavers technology is exposing a lot. Probably some people registered 3, 4, 5 times. A lot of people do multiple registration. I will now have this bogus number of registered voters. On election, they will be so scared of going out because they know there's the beavers now. So, all this could also be taken by this same auditor that you talked about. And a lot of things will come up. It just occurred to me that, hey, I knew that there was a time that people were registering 3, 4, 5 times. And they were all captured.
I hope if Team Nigeria is taking up that voting auditing, vote auditing, or election auditing, you'll pay me for my intellectual property.
We'll try, if you help us raise funds too.
All right, let's take a break. We still have Mr. Bensman Jumbo Inze in the studio. We'll take a break now. When we return, our conversation will continue. And don't forget that we're expecting Collation to reconvene in Bayelsa. The time was supposed to be 6, but it looks like there is a delay. We're expecting that collation to reconvene, and in Kogi as well, where it was set at 7 p.m. So stay with us.
Every week, Green Angle, in partnership with Wild Aid, will bring you a documentary series on environmental issues affecting Nigeria's amazing biodiversity, from climate change, air pollution, and wildlife conservation. We will be traveling across Nigeria to give you on-the-ground report of the issues affecting our environment. It airs every Saturday at 4:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Muhammad Ali was born and raised in Louisville, Kentucky on January 17, 1942. His birth name was Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. He began training as an amateur boxer at age 12, and at 18 he won a gold medal in the light heavyweight division at the 1960 Summer Olympics and turned professional later that year. In his early years as a professional, Clay was more highly regarded for his charm and personality than for his ring skills. He sought to raise public interest in his fights by reading childlike poetry and spouting self-descriptive phrases like float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. On February 25, 1964, at age 22, he pulled off a major upset, defeating Sonny Liston to win the World Heavyweight Championship. That same year, he shocked the boxing establishment again by denouncing his birth name as a slave name and formally took the name Muhammad Ali, which was given to him by his spiritual mentor Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam. For the next 3 years, Ali dominated the boxing arena. Then, on April 28, 1967, citing his religious beliefs, Ali refused induction into the U.S. Army at the height of the Vietnam War. Ali was stripped of his championship and precluded from fighting by every state athletic commission in the United States for 3.5 years. Ali's message of black pride and black resistance to white domination was on the cutting edge of the civil rights movement. In October 1970, Ali was allowed to return to boxing, but his skills had eroded. On March 8, 1971, he challenged Joe Frazier, who had become heavyweight champion during Ali's absence from the ring. It was a fight of historic proportions, billed as the fight of the century. Frazier won a unanimous 15-round decision. Following his loss to Frazier, Ali won 10 fights in a row, 8 of them against world-class opponents. After defeating Norton in a rematch, he fought Joe Frazier a second time and won a unanimous 12-round decision. Ali was the first fighter to win the World Heavyweight Championship on 3 separate occasions. He successfully defended his title 19 times. His place in boxing history as one of the greatest fighters ever is secure. His final record of 56 wins and 5 losses with 37 knockouts has been matched by others, but the quality of his opponents and the manner in which he dominated during his prime placed him on a plateau with boxing's immortals. Outside boxing, Ali attained success as a spoken word artist, releasing 2 studio albums, I Am the Greatest 1963 and The Adventures of Ali and His Gang versus Mr. Tooth Decay 1976. Both albums received Grammy Award nominations. He also featured as an actor and writer, releasing 2 autobiographies. Muhammad Ali retired from boxing in 1981 and focused on his religion, philanthropy and activism. In 1984, he made public his diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome, which some reports attributed to boxing-related injuries, though he and his specialist physicians disputed this. He remained an active public figure globally, but in his later years made fewer public appearances as his condition worsened and he was cared for by his family. Ali was chosen to light the Olympic flame at the start of the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta, Georgia. He died on June 3, 2016.
You're watching TVC News, our coverage of the off-cycle election in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa. It seems as though one is done with election in Imo State just to get reactions, but in Bayelsa and Kogi, one can only imagine the level of anticipation by residents there as they await the final collation of results and then the declaration of the winner of that election in that state. I'm not sure, you know, you will want to be in that state right now with that level of anticipation. Just knowing what happened coming from the general election and the national anticipation. But TVC News, we'll have our reporters there. As soon as collation resumes in those states, we'll bring you live pictures. But we're staying with our conversation here in the studio. We still have a political analyst and President Team Nigeria for Change, Best Man Jumbo Unze. And just before that break, we're looking at the disparity between the number of registered voters and accredited voters, you know, across these 3 states, and even just coming from the general election.
Yeah. We looked at one, we said, whether we like it or not, we cannot pin it just one factor, because so many things contribute to those disparities. The fact that the general election even held, they should give kudos to the resilience of Nigerians, because it actually held at a point where a lot of Nigerians were disillusioned. I knew it got to a stage where if I gave somebody 200 naira notes, okay, there was a day a friend gave me 5,000 notes, and I was so appreciative. And he was looking at everybody, they were looking at themselves, yeah, I gave this one 5,000. It's like 5 million. So
you know, I remember, sorry to interrupt you, I remember speaking to one of our correspondents then who was, you know, on air, and she was giving us situation report where she has to have, you know, the whole cash, you know, policy. And then she said, Precious, I can tell you that all I have for me, I think she said 200 or 2,000. And I looked at her like, you're richer. What are you saying? You're richer than me. So you should be excited because you're richer than me.
Because anybody with cash then was a rich person.
Exactly.
Because you couldn't access what was in the bank.
But do you think that, you know, we should also, you know, embark on, as people have suggested, on our voter register cleanup? That there should be a cleanup. Perhaps some people have passed. Perhaps some people have moved out of the country. Perhaps, you know, some names are even non-existent.
It should be regular. It shouldn't be periodic anymore. 2 days ago, I was just saying, I wanted to move my voting area to another area, because I remember anytime there's election, I have to drive down from my house in Ogba to New Koba, where I used to stay and where I could vote. So, person said, maybe we'll have to wait for. I said, we need to check. And if not, we must ensure that this thing becomes an ongoing, regular thing. We check, okay, probably every quarter, we revise the voters register. Who are those who are still alive? Who are those who have passed on? Who are those who have jackpot? Because a lot of Nigerians are now also on the immigration route. So it's something that we should revise more regularly than it is being done now.
But do we have the data to even revise it? Do we know the people who have passed? How do you, I mean, we don't have, people will say, look, we're not good at keeping data. How do you know those who exist, those who don't exist, those who have passed? That's a lot of work, and it might be manual more than it is digital.
You start from somewhere. We might not get it 100%. We might not be perfect. And when you do those revisions, some will come. Invite people to come. Please, after every quarter, come and check whether your name is still there. There's a way you do it. If after 2, 3, 4 quarters, this particular person didn't, you can write them, you can contact them. Because when we're registering, some got our emails and phone numbers. So they could reach people. And then somebody could reach and somebody will reach you, so the person is gone. Somehow, you might not get everything. But let's start somewhere. Until you start, you've not started.
And if we were to embark on this cleanup, how surprised do you think we will be?
How what?
How surprised do you think we will be? What information are we going to get? And how bad
you will suddenly see the number of ghost voters that we have. Because it was when government started also doing the same thing with civil servants or civil service employees, that you found out that there are so many ghost workers. I remember in Kogi, when the Governor Abelo was doing the screening, we found out there's a guy who owned a big school in Okene. He was a director in the Ministry of Education of Kogi State. And he owned a big school in Okene, his own private school. But all his teachers were all on the payroll of the government. So how do you beat that? So a lot of things will be exposed. We found out there was one place that was supposed to be a school that collects subvention. Eventually, it was a market. We found a lot of people who work in Abuja were collecting salaries in the local government in Kogi, which was the thing that Bello screening exposed. So when we do this regularly, we find out that, this person, Okonkwo Israel, is the same Okonkwo Matthew, is the same Ajayi Boduni, is the same Shehu Musa. Different things will come up. And we begin to clean up. Like we also say, it might take some time to get to El Dorado, but at least we have started. That's the important thing. And I think they should give you one nice position in INEC because you have some beautiful ideas. You're throwing.
I've told you that when you get this project, just pay me. I don't want to work with INEC. Just pay me for my intellectual property. That's all I want. But let's talk about the collation, because this is where we are at, in this side of the election. But talk to us about, because we see a lot of delays. It must seem to have been faster. But one would have thought that a Bayelsa with 8 local governments would have been faster. We understand that there are riverine areas where, the terrain, you have to come in. But what's the reason for the delays, in terms of collation?
Don't also forget that I've been watching, before I came to the store, I was watching TVC.
Sorry, let me put you on hold. We need to get update from Bayelsa, where our correspondent Uche Okoro is standing by to give us update from that collation center. Uche, we were expecting the collation to reconvene at 6 p.m., but it looks like there is now about a 45 or 42 minutes delay. What's going on there?
Right now, we're still right here inside the collation center, the INEC headquarters in Yenagoa, and action is yet to resume. You're correct. You're correct when you said that the commission had promised that they would reconvene at 6 p.m. to take the last 2 local government areas, but we're here almost an hour late. There is no news as to why the collation is yet to reconvene, but we're all still here. Journalists are still here. I see in front of me political party agents, a few INEC officials are here. A number of observers are also here too. Everyone's waiting for the commission to come here and take the last 2 local government areas, which would complete the number to 8, which make up the total number of local government areas in Bayelsa State. But as to a reason why it hasn't reconvened, we haven't been given any from INEC here in Bayelsa State.
Well, do we know if those results have been brought in from the local governments to Yenagoa?
Yesterday, when the collation resumed at 9 p.m., when the collation center opened last night, the commission had said that they have results from just 1 local government area, and that it would, because of the total number of local government areas, it would be unwise to commence collation last night. I also made efforts to find out that particular local government was Southern Ijaw. So as of last night, some results from Southern Ijaw were in. So it is a surprise why those results are not ready for collation. Southern Ijaw is one of the 2 local government areas that we're still expecting to be collated: Brass local government and Southern Ijaw local government area. So if collation of Southern Ijaw was already had begun last night at INEC office, it is quite a surprise that it is still one of the last local government areas. But if you go through if you flash back the history of elections in Bayelsa State, Southern Ijaw normally the last local government to come in, one of the last local governments to come in. But I mean, that situation, Brass and Southern Ijaw still being expected.
So we saw earlier party agents raising concerns and being really aggrieved. How is that being addressed, or has that been addressed?
You know that collation is not the place to address, collation center rather is not the place to address complaints or grievances or allegations raised by political party agents. Now, that much has been made clear by the returning officer. That much has been emphasized, re-emphasized, and repeated a number of times, that this is not the place where those grievances and complaints can be addressed. Rather, you are expected to just state your case. Just state your case here for the records, make your case official, as returning officer would put it, and then after the collation, any winner is declared, and the commission will take steps to address them, and then aggrieved parties also have the courts to approach to vent their grievances. So the commission has their hands are tied so long as collation is concerned. The job of the business, the election is simply at the stage where results are being collated. The issue of addressing grievances will be left for the courts and the commission post-collation. So that's the situation. We expect, of course, these grievances and expressions of dissatisfaction with results to continue when the collation resumes here at INEC office in Yenagoa.
And we saw Uche earlier in Imo, where someone was allegedly beaten and dragged out of the Collation Center. What is the mood and the atmosphere like at the Collation Center in Bayelsa?
Well, really tense, especially when the result of Nembe local government area came in. Many were not surprised because Nembe is one of the swing local government areas in Bayelsa State. So when those results came in, there were a lot of heated arguments, especially between the political party agents of the All Progressives Congress. There were a lot of heated exchanges between himself and the returning officer. So those results, at that point, it was beginning to look like we're going to have an emo experience in Bayelsa State. But fortunately, the INEC officials here were able to contain that. And of course, I think the APC agent himself at some point decided to rein himself in and maybe can perhaps control his emotions as regarding the results of Nembe local government. I think so far in the collation process, it was that's the only point I can say we came very close to an emo situation. But so far, I think the returning officer has been able to perhaps I would say bring the party agents or keep them under control and keep the emotions in check. So I think we don't expect things to get any worse than they have in terms of exchanges when Nembe and Southern Ijaw come in, even though a lot of persons have said that those last two results are there's speculation or there's calculation that those last two results are going to be the deciders as far as this governorship election in Bayelsa State is concerned.
And talking about the returning officer, which at some point he almost felt like a school principal who, had to say, look, if you keep talking, I'm going to take the mic from you. At that point, it felt like a school, and then his school principal addressing, people, because it looked like emotions were going wild. But I also wanted to ask you about Brass. There was a story around Brass earlier saying that they were not allowing them to collate in that local government. They were going to take the collation to Yenagoa, and they were looking to stop that from happening. Is there any contention over the results from Brass?
As far as results from Brass are concerned, I think, we've heard a number of those concerns being raised, but I think that to paint for a clearer picture for perspective on that, when collation resumes, we would know, because the local government returning officer and electoral officer will be here when they tender their results, when they present their results. I think they will tell us more about these issues, and when they do, we would also hear, I'm very sure that we would also get comments and reactions from the political party agents about what happened in Brass. So yes, I know that there are a lot of questions about Brass and perhaps Southern Ijaw, what's causing the delay and all that, but those questions are likely to be answered when collation resumes here. The returning officer and electoral officer would give more information as to if anywhere was cancelled, where collation took place, and then the party agents would also react to that. Then we can have a clearer picture of what exactly transpired or what is happening in Brass local government areas.
What's about what security is like there now, considering how emotions were, flying high earlier?
Well, the security situation across Yenagoa State, in the state capital, at least for now, seems to be calm. Even though earlier in the day there was a protest, a very serious protest early this morning by supporters of one political party. At some point in the day when I tried to gain access to the INEC headquarters in Yenagoa, it was really difficult. I was only able to, there's been a lot of screening from few blocks and kilometers away from these screenings begin some few kilometers away from the INEC office itself. I was only able to gain access to the INEC I was only able to come a few steps close to the gate of the INEC headquarters in Yenagoa here because I am a journalist and I have an election duty sticker to show. So there's a lot of screening going on. There's a lot of security is at very high alert around this vicinity because there's still, as I speak to you, there is still a very large crowd of persons camped outside around the perimeter of the INEC office, a very large crowd. Security agencies, the military and the police are having quite a hard time keeping them under control. There's loud music playing, there's a lot of dancing going, there's a lot of singing going around, there's a lot of people eating and gathering to eat in groups. So people are there's a large crowd right now camped outside of the INEC office here in Yenagoa, watching and monitoring the developments and keeping tabs on the collation happening inside here where I am right now. So but I can tell you from my observation and from my experience that the military personnel and the police officers are certainly on standby. They are on their feet, trying to keep the crowd at bay and keep them in safety stance away from the INEC headquarters here. So yes, there are security concerns, but so far I would say that security agencies have managed to bring and keep everything under control here.
So the large crowd, they're basically just party supporters, right?
Yeah, just party supporters. Yeah, just party supporters. Just party supporters. Earlier in the day, earlier in the morning, late morning, there was a protest. So apparently, when the protest subsided, when the protest dies down, when there was some normalcy was restored, these protesters did not leave. The crowd who came to protest did not leave. So while the protest itself has fizzled out, the crowd has remained. An INEC official went out to address these protesters, and shortly after that, the protest fizzled down, tensions normalized, everywhere became calm. But this crowd are still outside there singing and dancing to loud music and making access to the INEC office still very difficult. You would literally be driving at 5 km/h or less than 5 km/h, else you would run into somebody, right? So that's how thick the crowd is right now, camped outside the INEC office here in Yenagoa. So everyone is waiting for the last local governments to come in. We do not know if we're going to take the next two local governments at a stretch, or if we will take one local government and again go for the third recess. Since collation resumed today, we've had 2 recesses. If we don't know if there's going to be one local government and then a recess, or we'll simply just take the last 2 local government areas and then take the last recess before the officials come back to reconvene, and then right here they will sit here and impute the final results onto that final result sheets and display to everyone. So we do not know yet, but we are here. While we're here doing our business, the crowd and security agencies are out there doing theirs.
And Uche, since we've been speaking, is there any sign that collation will resume soon?
No sign. I would say no sign. This is almost an hour behind schedule for the promised resumption of collation, but as I speak to you, there is no sign. Everyone is still sitting. A lot of persons are sleeping. I sight a number of persons dozing off and trying to keep themselves busy with their phones and discussing in groups, just trying to stay active till all this comes to an end. It's normal though. All the vigil is normal, but a lot of persons are doing what they can to keep themselves busy and stay alert until this whole thing comes to an end. But as to if there are signs that this is going to end anytime soon, or if collation is going to resume anytime soon, no signs from here where I stand. Perhaps outside the door of the collation center, maybe, but from here that I stand, from my observation, there are no signs that this is going to resume. Anytime soon. But who knows? By the time I drop this microphone, the INEC officials may just be walking in to the pleasure of everyone who, I believe, are all tired of waiting.
You know, Uche, you just reminded me. I remember, during the general election, we're in Abuja for the national collation, and INEC would say, "Oh, we'll reconvene at 12," and everybody will go, and that's like 3 p.m. because it looks like INEC has his own idea of collation time. You just add 3 hours, and then you're good. But we will let you go now, Uche, so you can get. We know you're on your feet, so you can focus on that collation. I will bring you live pictures where we have them. I corresponded there at the collation center, Yenagoa, Bayelsa, Uche Okoro. Right, so, we're talking about that delay that was just timely to get update from Bayelsa, because that's exactly what we're talking about, the delay, in the collation process, why it drags this long. I know we will say terrain, but he seems to, from what I could peek, almost as though, well, maybe the results are there already, so what's the delay?
Just like when I was watching the collation in Imo State, I noticed that there are some particular guys who were bent on fermenting trouble, who were bent on hitting up that place so that there could be a reaction from the INEC people. So those ones were
disrupt the process.
So that they could stop the process. So in Bayelsa also, there might just be some results on ground, and the INEC people are trying to put in extra measures to ensure safety because they need to be very much on ground to announce those results if they've sensed any kind of tilting towards violence.
And he just mentioned that, you have a large crowd outside.
Exactly.
He said party supporters, but he also mentioned that some people that protested earlier who are still there.
Exactly.
And so, but should we have that kind of situation? Should that even be allowed? I know people have
the
right of assembling, but I mean, security officers are allowing them at that collation center.
They shouldn't have allowed them to get that close. There are those who are accredited to be there. Others could have stayed some meters away from the collation center. Because there are people who started seeing it from those Urubebe days, where people go in there, made up their mind that because we know we have lost, some sense because we know we are losing. So it's either we win or we discredit the process, which is still part of those things we're saying we should change.
I'd like to keep you further, but I know you've been looking at your time. Thank you so much. You've looked at your time over and over again, so we need to let you go. Best man, Jumbo Unze, political analyst, President, Team Nigeria for Change. Thank you so much for talking to us. It's been a pleasure having you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. We have breaking news coming in from Kogi State. Let's bring in our correspondent, senior political correspondent, Ayo Delozubakun, to give us that report. Ayo, we understand there is breaking news in Kogi. What can you tell us?
Just some minutes before we reconvene for the collation that promised when they went on recess for 4 p.m., the Independent National Electoral Commission from the headquarters has just fixed the rerun election in Ogorimagogo to 18th of November. And this will have far-reaching implications on the 3 other local governments they are about to collate now. Femi Akode, you want to tell us more about that release from the Independent National Electoral Commission?
Yes, Ayo, from the press release from INEC, they said they have received similar reports that, they talked about 4 local governments, that is Adavi, Ajaokuta, Okene, and Co. These local governments mentioned by INEC, what they are saying is that the results in this local government have been accounted for. So there's
they're
no
intact.
Cost. Yes, they are intact, so there's no cost to worry.
So they've released?
Yes. So by that of Ogorimagongo, where the result from 9 registration areas were not accounted for because the people did not vote after finding out that the result sheets have been pre-filled, so they did not vote. That voting will take place in those particular polling units on the 18th of November.
That is next Saturday.
Yeah, that's next Saturday. But there's also a clause here because these people, they will have to be given their franchise. But INEC is also saying that the decision to hold fresh elections in these particular places where they were disenfranchised is subject to the returning officer's determination of the application of the margin of lead principle. And then that that depends on the results here announced by
spectacularly what we are having here now from the results released so far, when you are talking about margin of lead, that the returning officer is at liberty to return.
Yes, he is at liberty to return if the margin of lead is higher than the number of registered voters in these 9 polling units where election did not hold on Saturday.
The numerical strength of that polling unit, the registration words?
It's about 15,000 plus registered voters in these polling units. But now, if the returning officer here finds out that the margin of lead is higher than 15,000, then he is at liberty to declare a winner and return him as elected.
So let's play on mathematics a little bit. Yeah. From what we've seen so far, the margin of lead is definitely higher than 15,000.
Yeah,
so it behoves on the returning officer to use his discretion.
Indeed.
Now, the people from Ogorimagogo, wouldn't they be disenfranchised?
Well, I think it's just for them to still go through that exercise because it's going to be comforting for them to be able to cast their ballot. They were deprived of that opportunity, having found out that the results were pre-filled. So, but you know, it's just to fulfill all righteousness for them to just go through that exercise, because at the end of the day, if the margin of lead is higher than the number of registered voters in that area, their votes will just, maybe just for records, it may not mean any difference in terms of determining or changing the optics as it currently stands.
We are looking at a very dicey situation here, because the Collation Center was actually meant to reconvene by 7 p.m. Now, we have 3 local governments that we're expecting, and before we reconvened, 4 p.m., before we left, 4 p.m., we had this local government?
18 local governments so far. The results from 18 local governments have been announced, but they are waiting for results from Ibaji, Igalamela and Odolu. If you look at the topography of Ibaji, it's a riverine area. We understand that the returning officer told us that the votes coming from Ibaji, the electoral officers are still traveling on water. So it's going to take them some time to travel on water to get to Ida before they come from Ida down to this place. So it's that travel time that he considered, and that's why he scheduled the reconvening of this whole collation for 7 p.m. before this breaking news came.
Now, the implication of this breaking news is that on the 18th of November, a kind of by-election is going to be held at Ogori Magogo, and the implication is that 15,000 people will be able to exercise their franchise. Now, the national headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, what they've said is that it's subject to the returning officer. It's going to be at the discretion of the returning officer. If the margin of lead, and mathematically from what I'm looking, the returning officer might decide to return tonight. If he doesn't return tonight, it's going to be after the 18th of November, Precious.
From the political parties on this?
The situation, this breaking news is just filtering in. Now the Collation Center is set for 7 p.m. at ordered, and those local governments, they're going to, the electoral officers, they'll reel out the results and everything. But what we've seen, we've announced 18 local governments so far, and when we are talking about the margin of lead, it's going to take a kind of miracle for, you know, these 3 local governments to surpass what we have on ground. But what we have on ground is going to be at the discretion of the returning officer. Is that to wait till the 18th of October before making a declaration, or is going to do outrightly, because there's a clause. So the national headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission had given the response, passed back the responsibility to the returning officer now. So it's going to be at the discretion of the returning officer tonight. So we are going to wait till 7 p.m. When we wait till 7 p.m., when this sit will convey, they would have decided, you know, what he's going to do. And looking at what is happening at the Collation Center, the national officers, the resident electoral officers, the party observers, security, they're arriving for the 7 o'clock meeting, and everybody is almost here. So we are going to get more on this breaking news. But the breaking news there is that those people that have been disenfranchised in Ogori Magogo, that the result was suspended. Some other areas like Obajano, Ajaokuta, those areas, the Independent National took a look at it, it's a second look at those results, and they were able to lift the embargo on those results. But the critical area now is Ogori Magogo.
Interesting development there in Kogi State, but I was listening to the conversation with you and Femi, between yourself and Femi earlier, and it looks like, look, this may or may not have any significant impact on what's happening this evening. Depends on the margin of lead. And so it's possible we get that declaration tonight or we don't. But I also wanted to ask you, do you have all of the results, you know, from the remaining 3 local governments present now at the Collation Center?
Well, before we left, we had 1 local government, and that makes, we're expecting 2 from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. I expect that the 2 local governments would have been in the kitty right now, but the returning officer will be in a better position to make that confirmation if we have, so that the electoral officers, anytime from now, if they have it, we are going to read it off live, and Nigerians are going to actually will get the figures of what is happening in what happened at those local governments.
And they have been several developments around this election in Kogi especially. But I see a lot of military personnel behind you, security personnel behind you. Talk to us about the tension or the kind of the atmosphere there and the security deployment there as well.
Yes, if you look into the Collation Center, I'm sure my producer will be able to mix into what is happening in the Collation Center. Even inside, you still have secret police, DSS seated, policemen seated with journalists and party agents, and they are all here. But before we can make it into this place, you are going to, go through security screening and everything. And everybody is anxiously waiting because we've been here since morning, and they reconvened after reconvened by 4 p.m. and we're told now that 7 p.m. But just some minutes, the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission just made that decision that the controversial result, the pre-listed election results that was actually pre-filled results, they are going. They said furthermore in that press release that they are going to go on the trail. They have the trail of those people that are responsible for this manipulation, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, they are saying that they are going to carry out their in-house investigation very well, properly, and deploy punitive methods in which they have internally, they are going to do internally. But then the show must go on. So we are waiting till Femi, I want you to just come and read that portion again, because it's a long winding press release from the national headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission.
Okay, well, I will have to read through the whole thing. It says an update on the suspension of election in some locations in Kogi State. And INEC says, further to our statement yesterday, we have received an update from our Kogi State office regarding the suspension of election in some locations in the state where result sheets were completed before the commencement of voting. The most critical incident occurred in 9 out of 10 wards in Ogori-Magongo local government area. We received reports of similar and other incidents in Adavi, that is 5 polling units, which is in Okunchi, Ozuri, Onyeka ward, and Ajaokuta local government, 5 polling units in Ajaokuta, which are Adogo ward, and also Okehi, 1 polling unit in Eika, Ohizenyi ward, and Okene, 5 polling units in Obera, Uvete ward. Results from the affected polling units have been accounted for in the form EC 40G for the 4 local government areas. However, in the case of Ogori-Magongo local government, only the result of Oshobane Ward 2 with 8 polling units and 2,264 registered voters has been collated. Election in the other 9 wards, that is Eni, Okibo, Okesi, Ilejetu, Aeromi, Ugugu, Obinoyi, Obantegben, and Oturu, involving 59 polling units and 15,136 registered voters, remain suspended. INEC went further to say that in line with Section 24, Subsection 3 of the Electoral Act 2022 and Clause 59 of INEC regulations and guidelines on the conduct of elections, fresh elections will be held on Saturday, 18th November 2023 in the affected polling units. INEC says the decision to hold fresh elections is subject to the returning officer's determination of the application of the margin of lead principle. However, this decision is without prejudice to their avowed commitment to follow the audit trail of personnel and materials to ascertain those who may have been complicit in undermining the process and apply appropriate sanctions where necessary. The Commission wishes to reiterate its assurances to voters in Kogi State that their votes will continue to count and their wishes respected. This statement was signed by Mohammed Kudu Haruna, the National Commissioner and Member Information and Voter Education Committee of INEC.
Interpreting that now, we have like the national headquarters of INEC just putting the responsibility right at the doorstep of the returning officer.
Yeah, this has caused a lot of confusion, and earlier in the day, the agents of the Social Democratic Party raised some objections when the results from Okene, Adavi, and some of these local governments mentioned when the results were announced here at the State Collation Center. He also submitted a petition to the returning officer here calling for an outright cancellation of the results from the Central District of Kogi State. But with this statement from INEC now, it has settled a lot
went ahead, they released some results.
Yes, and this statement coming from INEC has settled a lot of issues that would have arisen from this whole collation that is currently ongoing, because INEC yesterday mentioned about 5 local governments, and a lot of people felt like INEC was too hasty with calling out these local governments without first establishing if there was a case of fraud or election malpractice in these areas before calling them out, and it made people cast aspersion to the results coming in from these areas. But right now, with INEC coming out to set the record straight, it's expected that this result will be accepted by all, and the result now in contention is that of Ogorimagongo, 9 wards in Ogorimagongo, and INEC has said that election will happen on the 18th of November.
If eventually the returning officer, if it decides to make a return tonight, will that exercise in Ogorimagongo not amount to like a kind of academic exercise? Inconsequential?
Well, it would be an academic exercise, but it's also upholding the rights of the people in this area, their rights to vote. It's their fundamental right in a democracy, and that is what the people want, that right to vote, because they came out like every other registered voter here in Kogi State. They came out early, joined the queue, they were ready to vote. They were eager, they were anxious to cast their ballot, but along the line they discovered that, well, there were some issues. The result sheets, as shown to them by the electoral officers, were already pre-filled. That was at that point they protested, and they all agreed that, well, it won't make sense for them to vote because the results were already pre-recorded. So it clearly means their vote would not count. But now they are having it's another opportunity for their vote to count. Yes, like they say, in a democracy, the majority will have its way, but the minority will have its say. So it's kind of giving them a say in the whole picture.
After reading the 3 extra local governments that we are waiting, will it be safe for us that Kogi election is done and dusted?
Well, sometimes it's not, you can't say it's over until it's over. We do not know the kind of results, the volume of results coming from these local governments and where it will swing. But if you look at the margin of lead as we have it presently, it's going to be a tough call to kind of overturn that margin of lead. But we still cannot say. We still have to wait until the end of the day, until INEC collates the 21 local governments and then computes the results, compute these results from the 21 local governments, sum it up, and then announce who gets what.
And as the law stipulates that if the returning officer, if he doesn't return, you can safely say this is the winner of this election. So that's the situation we found ourselves in Kogi. It's still quite controversial.
Yes, indeed, it's still quite controversial. Kogi State has been a state where politics, especially politicking, is always intense in Kogi State. It's serious business in Kogi State. A lot of people are interested in the whole political process. The participation of citizens here in Kogi State is very high. So when it's election time, we see that contestation among politicians and political parties, and look at what has been happening in the build-up to these to the governorship election in Kogi State. Even from the threats level assessments of the security agencies, that also informed the kind of deployment that was put in Kogi State. I know eventually the security agencies and all of that, they were on top of their game. We didn't hear any issue of a breakdown of law and order, no violence. If there were, then these were isolated cases, but they were able to handle the situation and ensure that the people, registered voters in Kogi State, had that conducive environment where they could come out to exercise their franchise.
In case you're just tuning in, and this is TVC News live from the Lokoja headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, and we have that breaking news telling you that the Commission has decided to the by-election at Ogori-Magogo and chosen November the 18th as a date that the by-election will be conducted in Ogori-Magogo, and this will affect just a little bit more than 15,000 registered voters. And the Commission went forward to put the responsibility on the returning officer that are looking at considering the margin of lead from the person that is leading to this runner-up, that whatever the margin of lead now, will it be consequential? And the Collation Center is about to open right now, and they give 7 o'clock, and the national commissioners and the 10 independent national commissioners and registrars are going to be inside REC. They are going to be in there to decide what next, but it's still a very, very dicey situation in Kogi governorship election. So I can tell you, Precious, that it's not over yet.
Thank you, Ayo, and thanks to Femi. Both of you have done a great job in that detailed update and helping voters and viewers understand what this could mean and the impact it could have, whether significant or not. Thank you very much for that update. Senior political correspondent there in Kogi State, Ayo Delo Zubakun. We also heard from Femi Akonde earlier, also in Kogi State. Right, let's now cross over to Bayelsa State, where we understand that the collation of results has resumed.
27365. I repeat, 27365. I collected the results from 10 wards of the local government area. The standing of the political parties as follows. Total number of valid votes.
You've given that before.
Yes.
No. Okay. You've given us secretary vote. Just go with the parties.
Okay. The
votes called by the parties.
By the parties, huh? Okay. Party A, 6. A6. AA 2. AAC 16. ADC 61. ADP 36. APC 2975. I repeat, 2975. APGA 6. APM 7. APP 88. BP 2. LP 10. NNPP 2. NRM 8. PDP 140. PRP PRP 44, that's 44. SPP 23185. 23185. YPP 63. ZLP 14. Total valid votes.
Yeah.
Okay. 26665. I repeat. 26665. Rejected votes 696. 696. Total votes cast 27361. I repeat, 27361.
Okay. Any cancellations?
No.
Okay. Any questions, remarks, observations? There's none. So you can step forward to make your submissions.
Okay.
Oh, fine. So, have they verified their results? Okay.
What about the ones that don't have that one. No, very collected.
Okay. You signed all these motivations. It's okay, thank you. Okay. Has it been verified? Lokoja, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Have you cross-checked your result with the technical team?
No, sir. Follow you.
Please, let's just give them maybe some couple of minutes to certify their results. So after Lokoja, the last will be Bajan. We land also very close, so maybe before we finish with Lokoja, Baji would have been here. once we finish, we can just take another. It will not take us up to 1 hour. Because yeah, for time all the results, nothing just to add Okay. Lokoja, are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take your seat, introduce yourself, and present your result.
Okay. Good evening, Prof. Good evening, the REC, and every other national commissioner and every other person at the high table. All protocols duly observed. I am Professor Gerald Zirim of the Department of Political Science, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I am the local government collation officer for Lokoja local government. Lokoja has 10 registration areas and 273 polling units. With me is my EO, Doctor.
I am Mutsat Dashan, the electoral officer of Lokoja local government area.
Okay, thank you very much. I now begin to give the results. We have 10 registration areas, like I mentioned. Lokoja A, it code 1. Up to Egon, code 10. The number of registered voters for this local government is 157,248. 157,248. Number of accredited voters, 36,526. 36,526. Votes received by parties. Party A, 22. 22. Party AA, 128. 128. Party AAC, 20. 20. Party ADC, 758. 758. Party ADP, 148. 148. Party APC, 19105. 19105. Party APGA, 37. 37. Party APM, 15. 15. Party APP, 94. 94. Party BP, 08. 08. Party LP, 37. 37. Party NNPP, 15. 15.
Party NRM 16. Party PDP 4028. 4028. Party PRP 57. Party SDP 10380. 10380. Party YPP 43. Party ZLP 21. The total valid votes are 36932. 34932, please. Total valid votes 34932. Rejected votes 1208. 1208. Total votes cast 36140. Total votes cast 36140. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Any cancellations?
Yes, Prof. There are a few cancellations.
A few. How many?
Well, in 4 registration areas, various points.
Okay.
In Lokoja A, Lokogoma Phase 1, polling unit 023, there was a deliberate refusal to use beavers, so they were all appropriately scored 0 across board. At Egon, Code 10, there was a cancellation in 1 polling unit 004, Kusa Kappa open space, as a result of overvoting. At Oworo, 007, 009, 017, and 019, there was manual accreditation, and the electoral officers actually did the presiding officers, did the needful by ensuring that they were not scored appropriately. And then the last one was in Cooper Southwest. There was overvoting under intimidation, and 12 polling units were affected out of 17, and the electoral officers, the polling presiding officers, also took action as they were directed to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a total of all the PVCs collected from those areas, Council?
No, I don't have the bits from our calculation.
From the records. Maybe when you finish, can you check and
yes,
give us?
Yes, I'll do
give
that.
us the records. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. They want to know the exact number of polling units whose results were cancelled.
Okay. 18 in all.
18 polling units.
Yes.
18, 1, 8.
18.
Okay. Well, while we are still waiting for the last one, maybe you can quickly total the number of PVCs collected in those 18 PUs and give us the information.
It's all right. Thank you very much, sir. Four. Yeah, I mentioned them. Lokoja A had just one incident, and Lokogoma Phase 1, only unit 023. Oworo 4, 007, 009, 017, and 019.
Egon 1, polling unit 004, Kuso Kappa open space, and then the 12 as a result of a voting under intimidation at Cooper Southwest. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other question, observation, remarks? Okay, none. So you can just step forward and make your submission. Thank you. Okay. So a hand is up there. Please, can the mic get to him? Just hold on. They didn't fill the form. Huh? Yeah. Okay. It's okay. What of the other copies? Oh, they have collected. It's okay. It's okay. He said your questions has collected. Yeah, that's no. It's. I thought that's what you said. Your questions has. Okay, you can go ahead.
The returning officer, good evening, everyone.
You told me that they were in a job camp. Victor told me that they were in a job camp. He told me they were in a job camp.
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. It's just a reminder. You recall that I am David Ehimoni, the SDP collation agent. You recall our complaint yesterday.
Today.
Okay, today. Over incidences of over voting as posted on the Beavers and the IRF. And a press statement was issued by your humble self, that is Mohammed Kudu Haruna, National Commissioner and Member, Information and Voter Electoral Committee. This was a statement you issued yesterday to the effect that you received some complaints and you listed those to indicate that the incidences occurred in Adavi, Ajaokuta, Uzodimma, Ukehi, Okene local government areas. The most incidents occurred in Uzodimma, affecting 9 of the 10 registration areas. You stated further that this is entirely unacceptable. That is your words. Any result not emanating from the commission process is in polling unit will not be accepted. And you also stated your determination to go into all this and to take appropriate action within 24 hours. And the last time we raised this during the day, you told us that you gave us 24 hours and the 24 hours has not lapsed. And we have waited. And I think the 24 hours has lapsed. We want to say that we expected some action from you if you have concluded your investigation. If you have not, well, by law, you still have up to maybe about 7 days to do that. But definitely, you cannot be investigating at the same time go ahead to declare a result. So this is just my complaint now.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, please pass the mic over to him.
Yes, very good evening. I want to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Gerard Kachi, Comrade Gerard Kachi. With regards to the SDP...
Who do you represent?
Okay, I'm an observer.
Okay.
This election, accredited observer, domestic observer. With regards to the SDP things he has raised, there are reports that are going on that there are likelihood of election coming up next Saturday, 18th, with regards to some areas in Gorimagongo, Adavi, Okehi, and Okene. So I think that will clear some of the issues he has raised. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Well, I will hand over to a national commissioner here to respond to some of the issues.
Okay, are we together? INEC has responded within 24 hours as promised. There has been a press release in the last 1.5 hours. So INEC has responded to those issues that were raised yesterday. And I think it is in the public domain already. So thank you very much.
INEC has issued a statement this evening, just in the last couple of minutes. So.
Nigeria. It is in the public domain.
What we say is that it's not a question of public domain. We complain to you. You should reply us.
We have replied to us. You just gave me a complaint today.
We gave you a complaint today and you responded yesterday.
Okay, which one are you talking about? Is it the petition you wrote today or about what happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? INEC promised to look into it and within 24 hours make their decisions available, and they've done that to Nigeria. I'm not sure it affected only your party or they need to respond only to your political party. It's something that affected possibly all the parties and Nigeria as a whole. And so they issued a press statement just this evening. You are still not satisfied with that. So what else do you want to hear? Tell us what will make you happy, so that.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
An issue affected several other persons. Maybe only one complaint, and I believe that the complainant should be appropriately addressed, which we haven't gotten. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, you have a point. You complained to INEC. You wrote a complaint to INEC headquarters. Okay, so let's believe that they will still write you back, but that wouldn't stop our business. So you didn't write us that you wrote to INEC headquarters, and you are expecting a response from them. So I believe they will still respond to you.
Sorry, I don't think. Maybe, please, sir.
Yeah.
I think we should be very careful with whatever we do. We should be very, very careful with whatever we do.
Are we not careful with what
I don't think so.
Okay, what do you want us to do? Tell us.
Look, you issued this statement yesterday. The same you that issued this statement yesterday, this press release yesterday, you are here. And I'm asking you, I complained. Please, what is the result of your complaint? And you say, you mean you will release result and go ahead and be investigating?
We haven't even gotten to the extent of releasing results. We are still collecting.
Okay, please, just for clarification purposes. Yesterday, INEC responded based on our internal processes, not because anybody complained. It was part of our checks and balances that resulted to what INEC did yesterday, and we acted positively and transparently. Then within the 24 hours that INEC promised, without receiving any complaint again, we were able to resolve these issues and come out with a press release in the last 1.5 hours. Maybe you are not aware of that, but it's already in the public domain. No. We were not responding to you. INEC wasn't responding to you. And for your own information, even those things you forwarded today, they were not forwarded officially. You need to follow a process. But we collected them, and just for you to understand that we are transparent. Otherwise, you have to send it to the office. It has to be endorsed. Then we have to give you a copy. Then we collect. You didn't follow that process. So please, let's maintain this understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Still on this. I thought, okay. Let's.
I think Mohammed Ibrahim, I can ask his name. I think there's no party can ask the collation officer not to announce any result. The progressing is followed by law. So no party can hold any, nobody can dissolve any in the collation, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, the situation we find ourselves, I need to make clarification. There is a process of announcing results. If you go into the Electoral Act section 23 to 26, the procedure is there. And the election is a process. You start from the unit level to the ward level, to the local government level, and to the national level. At these stages, we undergo all these stages of the election. I don't see any reason where any learned person will come and be disrupting the activities here. It's clear, and the process is transparent. As we speak, there was no any complaint. We've been collating results here. That's why I just want to make that record clear. There's a process. Here is not a tribunal. Here is not a court of law. Nobody. It's only the tribunal that can reverse any decision that has been taken from stages from the ward level to the national, to the state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, you've spoken enough on this. Well, please, I'm not shorting you. So we have one local government outstanding, and that is Baji. We want to know if they are here now. If they are not here, maybe we give them a couple of minutes to get here. I think the REC is trying to reach them. Good point. Well, it's like we have to take another shot, but we had felt that we'll be able to just finish this last one and at least know that we finished collecting all the results and take it from there. But it appears they will still take like another 1 hour to get here. And that is the information we are getting from them. So it's almost 8 o'clock now. So we reconvene at 9 p.m., please.
Those are live pictures from the collation center there in Lokoja, Kogi State, where INEC has been collating results from different local governments in that state. So far, 20 local governments out of 21 local government results have been collated, just left with one. And INEC has now reconvened, taking a break to reconvene at 9 p.m. to conclude, hopefully, that process at 9. But there were objections raised by some political parties as to the press release made by INEC earlier on the rerun election in Ogorimangongo on November the 18th, and INEC trying to clear that press release and the decision it took on 3 other local governments where it looked like there were issues yesterday. But it does seem as though the party agents were not satisfied. But we also saw another party agent saying this is not the place for that to happen. But we'll see how INEC react to all of these issues being raised when they reconvene at 9 p.m. Thanks for staying with us on our coverage of off-cycle election in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi. And moments ago, we brought you live pictures from the Collation Center there in Kogi, where the collation there's now a break in collation to be resumed at 9 p.m. We also understand that for Bayelsa State, collation will resume at noon tomorrow, Monday. We'll also bring you live pictures when that happens. But let's have conversation on some of the developments we have seen, especially in Kogi. Let's bring in our guest, Chris Wandu. He's a journalist and a chartered arbitrator. Good to have you join us.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
So let's begin with that press release that was just released by INEC, that there will be a rerun election in Ogorimangongo on the 18th, next Saturday, because of developments there as to the field result sheets that they had seen there. INEC said it had done investigation, and so there will be a rerun on Saturday. How do you respond to that?
Well, first and foremost, some of us were surprised when we saw that on social media yesterday when it broke. And the question we need to ask yourself and ask ourselves is that how did that happen? How did those people that filled the form, how did they manage to get the form? And where did they fill it? And how come they were able to deliver it to INEC as well? So a lot of investigation, just cancelling it is not enough. We need to know those that are involved. We want to know the reason for that. And they should be prosecuted as it were. So the bulk is back on the part of the security agencies as well as INEC, because that brings to question the credibility of the election. If for any reason, anybody have any reason to be able to manipulate and fill result sheets and try to manipulate and try to present that. Now, the second question is, if we are going to having a rerun on the 18th as it were, does it mean that the final result will not be announced before the 18th? Are you good? Because definitely the only thing that can happen, if the margin with which the rerun election is not going to be enough to nullify or to be able to have anything to do with the final result, then you can go ahead and bet. If you've now the final result, what's the essence of having a rerun? So those are the challenges before INEC as it were. But it's not a good one. We thought that we have gone beyond this, because the problem we have in the past is the issue of people snatching ballot papers and going away with it. But we thought that with the beavers that all this would have been corrected. But it's so obvious that despite the fact that we are trying to invest in technology, some other issues are creeping up, which is, it seems to be a challenge for the electoral system. And
as to what you just said, I just want to take a part of that press release where INEC said the decision to hold fresh election is subject to the returning officer's determination of the application of the margin of lead principle. Yes, however, this decision is without prejudice to our vowed commitment to follow the audit trail of personnel and materials to ascertain those who may have been complicit in undermining the process and apply appropriate sanctions where necessary.
Which is what I've said.
What you have said as well. But I also wanted to go back to that margin of lead and saying that, look, this decision is subject to the returning officer's determination.
Yes.
So that responsibility has been put on the shoulders of the returning officer.
Yes.
Now, if the margin of lead is enough to declare the winner,
yes,
it does now seem like, like our correspondent was saying earlier, Ayo, that it will now seem as though that particular exercise is just like an academic exercise.
That is what I said. So if the margin of lead, if the outcome of the what INEC is going to do on the 18th, if you look at the total number of accredited voters, those that picked their PVCs, then you also look at the number of people that are going to vote. If it will not have any kind of significant fashion to within the margin of lead, then it's as good as not. But you have to be very careful, because those that lose the election can go to court. They can go to tribunal. They can hinge on that to be able to go to the tribunal. And this can even lead up to the Supreme Court, because you know that unlike the legislative election that ends at the Court of Appeal, that of the governorship and the presidency ends at the Supreme Court. So this may just be a long stretch. So INEC,
even if we're just looking at about, and it's not just, I said just in terms of the margin of lead.
Yes.
But it's 15,000, voters we're looking at there,
yes,
50,000 votes.
Yes.
But if the margin of lead is more than that,
yes,
is that enough to take to the tribunal?
Of course, it is. Of course. Because whoever the claimant can claim that there is a possibility that if I have that 15,000, I will win the election. In as much as we know that there's no way one single candidate can have the whole 15,000. Probably I have maybe 10, 5. And what gives the impression that everybody that collected their PVC will come and vote. But, you know, politicians, for what they are, every single error within the system can be used and be manipulated to be able for their own good. So INEC had to. I wouldn't have thought that it would take, today is 12th, tomorrow is 13th. I don't see any reason why INEC should do this within the next 48 hours. You understand? So that it can fall in line with the collation of results. I was
just going to ask you
exactly
that, because in that situation, what should happen?
Yeah.
Because now on Saturday, I imagine how whatever the voter turnout would be if the winner has been declared. You know, in that situation, what should be the best approach?
The best approach is what I've said. The best approach is to make sure that this election will hold within the next 48 hours, so that people will come out.
Should the collation then be put on hold as well?
No, the collation can continue, but if they now start realizing that the margin of lead is good, then you have to put it on hold, because immediately you finish that, and people can be able to add a minus and realize that, oh, whatever you want to do is just a total fertility then. But INEC, I think they've just rushed out too early. They have not provided a solution to the problem. The only solution they provide is saying that we are going to have a rerun on the 18th. And today is 12th. You are talking about 6 days margin. Are you saying that the collation should stop on to be able to have that by-election in those rescheduled election in those wards? That is the issue. But personally, if I'm within INEC, I would say that whatever it is, let us continue with the collation. But at a point, we have to just stop and adjourn probably for about 24 hours, 48 hours, so that we can be able to have that election and collate, so that we can tidy up everything within the next 48 hours. That is the best bet. But saying that you're going to leave it for another 6 days, then...
And one wonders, if preparation was already made, what would be the factor that would make INEC say 6 days, or 6 days more to conduct this election? You already made preparations for that election, so why not just have it?
Yes, because why I'm a bit confused is because I remember before the general election, the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud, had an interaction with senior editors. I was there in Lagos, and he told us that there's a backup to whatever they have. You understand? So if you are coming to my constituency or my ward, and we are looking at about 10 or 100 voters, we're having about close to 200 ballot papers, ballot sheets, and the rest of them to be able to put it, so that if there's a shortfall. So what I'm saying in essence is that, are we saying that they don't have enough backup, do you understand, to be able to tidy up whatever marginal losses or whatever they'll be able to realize? It could be that the ballot papers, and probably it's possible that also the Beavers must have, is my personal opinion, probably it has been tampered. There must be some glitches. Maybe there are some glitches that don't, you know, that they'll not come out straight to tell us everything. But they should give us more than what they're just giving, because, as I said, the credibility of the election is at stake. And every single Nigerian has a right to vote, in as much as I come out, which is why, if you see within the Electoral Act, is that if you come out and you are within the polling booth, even at the expiration of the time frame put in place for voting, once you are at that point, you can still vote. So even if it's, the voting ends at 2, if you are there, if they are going to stay till 4 for everybody to vote, they must be able to do that.
Cases where they actually stay through the night.
You forgot that they stayed the night till almost through the night. We are using lantern and the rest of them. That is what the electoral has. So you cannot defranchise anybody. But the question is that, why is it that INEC is waiting till the 18th? Then there are more clarification needs to be made.
So I also want to take a part of the statement. And it says here, further to, no, this is the part. We received reports of similar and other incidents in Adavi, 5 polling units in, this should be, I don't want to mispronounce this name, but so let me just leave it. So Ajaokuta is there, 5 polling units. There is Okehi, which is 1 polling unit, as well as Okene, 5 polling units. And so results from the affected polling units have been accounted for in Form EC 40G. for the 4 local governments. And so people are, this local government yesterday also were, a bit problematic. And INEC had released a statement, but it doesn't look like the results now have been accounted for and they've moved on with it. Just Uzodimma, where there will be a rerun. But it doesn't seem like it's sitting well with some of the party agents, with some of the conversations we're having earlier.
Of course.
At the Collation Center.
Of course, the party agents will be agitated. Don't forget that yesterday, INEC came out to say that I think about 9 wards or 9 units we are put on hold or we are suspended and the rest of them. Which is why some of us, immediately INEC came out with the statement last week that wherever there is any level of violence, that they are going to cancel the results in those wards. And someone like me said, how are you going to do that? You know why? Because our politicians are so taxed and they continue to reinvigorate themselves. There have been instances where you see that candidates send their thugs to areas where they know they don't have enough stronghold to go and cause problem in those areas so that those wards and those polling units can be cancelled. Which is why I have always said that INEC should be very, very careful. The statement by INEC on that is just like a double-edged sword, which could cut it apart. Yes, we want to cancel, you have to discourage people from vandalizing and trying to disrupt the election, but you have also asked yourself, if most of the people that come, some of the people that come to disrupt the election are not people that feel that they are shortchanged or they feel that, oh, this place is not our stronghold, so let's go there and cause problem so that it can be cancelled. So if you understand my logic, so those are the kind of things that we have to be very careful.
It's like the pros and cons of INEC's policies. And
those are very, very, they have to be very, very careful because at the end of it all, because if INEC is able to get it right, some of the issues that generated from the 2023 election won't be having it. There are a lot of litigation. I was surprised somebody was saying that we have less, we're going to have less litigation. We had less litigation from the 2023 election. It's a lie. It's a lie. Because you could see the overturn, how the tribunals were turning out and, cancelling most of the results, obtaining the results and the rest of them. The problem starts from INEC.
And for that, people were focusing so much on the presidential and not seeing how it was impacting on the gubernatorial and the National Assembly elections.
Exactly. And the State Houses of Assembly. And that is where the issue were. So by the time we'll be able to sort out the presidential, it was there that would now have the people who eyes were, oh, you see that a senator will have his election nullified. There's a good example, like the Minister of Labour, who presently is a minister, but has gotten judgment to go back to the Senate. You understand, from Plateau State. And that has been if you look at the House of Representatives, look at so many of the things that were overturned, look at the Senate, even the State Houses of Assembly, the same thing. So INEC is always, because we are moving to a situation now that the electorate no longer determine their leaders. The courts do. Two Court of Appeal, 2 or 3 Court of Appeal judges will just sit down and nullify an election that was legally constituted and where people voted. We are over 300,000 people, over 500,000 people, and 2 people or 3 people just sit in judgment and say, no, because of technicality, because you didn't do this and do that. Does that promote the tendency of democracy? Because the essence of democracy is a primary definition of the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. By the time you remove that franchise from the people, those that elected the people to go there, and somebody just wake up and just rely on the court and say, the court pronouncement and say, no, you are no longer the senator. Then the interest of the people, you have been able to remove that franchise from them, from elect, irrespective of however we look at it. So those are the issues as it were, which is why we said that INEC, and this is supposed to be an off-cycle election, an off-season election, just 3 states. We are not talking about 36 states here. We are not talking 36 states and Abuja. So INEC ought to have gotten this, in as much as I give them some kudos to the largest extent, because if you see the transmission of the results, as it were, real time, that is why you could see that under 24 hours, we could get results in Imo State.
Absolutely. But, as to what you just said, in terms of INEC, the collation centers, back to the collation centers, we saw, just relating to what you said, how the APC, I think it was the APC agent saying, the results you're cancelling are results from our strongholds. And you're cancelling them, it's impacting, on us. Exactly. Now, whether that's true or not, that is, that's it. But what's the best decision in that regard? So that, you're not also robbing someone who who feels like I've done well in this area, could have helped my case, or could have helped my own vote, and now you have taken them out, I am losing?
I think in as much as I like the new Electoral Act, but it seems that we are giving so much power to the returning officers because he has the power to cancel. And
that decision is final.
Decision is final.
Except you then go to the court.
Except you go to the court. That in itself is, there's no power that should be absolute, which is why within the court, within our realm, within law, which I read, that is why you have the lower courts, the mid courts, and the Supreme Courts. Okay? If you are the High Court, you take a case to the High Court and you are not satisfied, it's against you go to the Court of Appeal. After the Court of Appeal, if you are not satisfied, you go to the Supreme Court. After the Supreme Court, the only person you can appeal to is God, Baba God. That is it. so you say, that is just it. And in law, there's a difference between morality and law, basically. So I think it basing so much power, because how do you know that the RO is not going to be corrupt? How do you know that it cannot be compromised? We are human beings. There's this saying that every man has a price. I don't know whether it's true. I probably don't have a price. But you don't know what offer can be given that the normal CKN that you know about, this CKN can do it, you'll be shocked. I'm human. So how are you sure that? So if you leave that power to just a particular person, I say that you do understand. So he uses his discretion. He's going to use his discretion to be able to attend to that. But there have been instances where they have used that discretion, and when you review what they have done, you see that they are fallible. There are certain instances that they did not follow certain criteria and rest of them, which is why when the court comes, they see those loopholes and not the result. So I think we should try to take away that so much power that we're giving them at that level. That should be a second check. That is why if you look at during the collation, when there's any objection by any of the party agents, what the person announcing the result is here. Yes, we'll listen to you. But we don't have any power.
I was going to say that.
I'm sure you've heard that several times.
Say that because that has been the recurring, problem or challenge for a lot of political parties. Yeah. That they cannot resolve their issues at that level.
Yes.
But people have said, look, you have a lot of stages. There is the polling unit where your party agents sometimes have even signed. And then you go to the ward level, the local government level, before you even get to the state level. So should it be at the state level where you're reconciling all of these figures? So because it's really confusing for, it is an issue where people are a bit conflicted, on what side to lean. Because the ROE says, look, go to the tribunal, I can't do anything for you. But what can be done or what should be done at that level?
We are able to project this idea is, if you are not satisfied, go to court. That in itself will become part of our electoral system. Now, if you are not satisfied, go to court. So that a lot of impunity comes into play. I personally feel that some of this complaint may be genuine. But because of the fact that the agents have followed through and felt that the only place where their voice will be heard is at the point of collation. You know why? Most of the time we put, especially within the state, at the state level, because journalists are there. Cameras is on live television. So it's just like, you say in my place that when a hawk carries just a little chicken that says shouting and woo-woo, it's not that it's shouting that the hawk that picked it will leave it. That's just like the whole world here that have been taken away. You understand what I'm trying to say? So for them, because alternative to that is resorting to anarchy. So if you don't give them opportunity to ventilate their anger and what they think, and another side to it is that Nigerians don't like losing. That's the factor. I've never seen a politician in Nigeria, probably maybe Goodluck Jonathan. I have not seen, you may correct me, a politician in Nigeria that will lose an election and say, no, it's okay, I congratulate you. Irrespective of the fact that he knows that, yes, he was beaten around as well. But the fact is, oh, no, it's not. Then you go to court. If the court favors you, say the court is the last hope of the common man. If the court doesn't, the judiciary have been compromised. That is our system. That is our system. That is how far we've gone. But I still believe that some of the issues, instead of just saying, leave it to the court, leave it to tribunal. The courts are overwhelmed already. Our judiciary is overwhelmed. The fact remains that they have so many cases on their hand. You have the financial issues, you have criminal cases. Now you are bringing, but good enough. The only savior here is that we'll now be able to, through the Electoral Act, we'll be able to put a time frame to electoral matters. You remember in the past, even governorship,
for years.
Governorship, petition, and the issue relating to it could last for 3 years. In fact, there was a presidential election that in Nigeria, I don't know which one was it, that lasted over 3.5 years. It was about 6 months to the end of the tenure of the president, of that particular president. But the Electoral Act be able to narrow that, it has to be between 60 days, it has to be within 90 days and the rest of them. But if we can be able to get our electoral system properly, our electionary, and all issues relating to election, some of these litigations, I can tell you also that, in as much as I say, yes, some people, Nigerians are very funny, there are still some people with good conscience that we know that, yes, I didn't perform well. If the evidence before them, they see that, yes, I didn't have enough vote, this is the man that was elected, all well and good, congratulations. It's like a football match.
Well, there are people, because again, we always have to look at both sides. There are people who just want to take the opportunity to disrupt the process. We've seen it at the national level, we have seen it at the state level. There has to be a balance. Perhaps what INEC says, look, go to court. But I will put you on hold on that. We'll continue that conversation. I want to bring in our correspondent in Bayelsa State, Uche Okoro, to give us an update from there. Uche, we understand that collation will now resume at noon tomorrow. Tell us more about that and why INEC took that decision.
Very correct, Precious. Collation is going to resume here at 12 noon. Earlier, the Commission had said that from their last recess, they would resume at 6 p.m., but due to logistics issues, they have now moved that collation to Monday, 12 p.m. The official of INEC who brought that to our notice is the head of public enlightenment and voter education. He announced that the electoral processes in Brass wrapped up pretty late, and because of the terrain and the location of Brass accessible by water, the Commission will be unable to wait for those results to come in from Brass. In his words, said before they wrapped up in Brass, it was late for those results to come in, and it's about 3 to 4 hours by water from Brass to the state capital here, Yenagoa. So that's the reason why the results from Brass cannot be taken tonight. Secondly, we have Southern Ijaw. According to the Commission, due to some logistics issues, security issues, and so on and so forth, election could not be wrapped up yesterday. Actual voting could not be wrapped up yesterday in Southern Ijaw. So I can tell you that today, voting took place in Southern Ijaw, and the Commission is saying that they were unable to wrap up voting and the collation at that level in Southern Ijaw today. And Southern Ijaw is also another local government. It's also another riverine local government. So because of the late conclusion of election activities in those local government areas and the difficulty in the terrain for those local government areas, INEC has now said it can no longer wait today for those results or for collation to take place. Rather, everyone should leave and reconvene tomorrow, 12 noon.
Interesting. One would have thought that Bayelsa would be the first to wrap up because it just 8 local government. But like you said, the terrain makes it quite difficult in terms of logistics. But you were talking about the crowd at the collation center earlier. What's the situation now?
Well, right now, let me start by talking about what's going on right now inside the INEC headquarters here in Yenagoa. I am still here. You can see behind me a number of persons still seated. These are all election officials still trying to wrap up their business here. So everyone, I believe that any moment from now, people will begin to disperse. But it's also very possible that these persons you see on your screen will pass the night here at the INEC headquarters in Yenagoa, so they can wrap up the activities of whatever it is that they need to do here at the Commission for continuation ahead of the continuation of collation tomorrow here. You'll also see to my, if the cameraman can just follow me to this point, you would also see that behind me to my To my left there is a very large canopy tent that has been set up for security personnel. Now these security personnel are still here. They've been here. Many of them have been, this is, like I said, this is like their primary place of deployment. So even though collation has been moved to tomorrow, that security personnel are still very much on ground here to provide security for this place till tomorrow. And then behind the security tent is where you have the collation center. So you see that building just behind the tent, that's the collation center. That's the actual building where collation is taking place. And if you can also see directly behind me, everyone has dispersed from this location. All you can see are the broadcast vans of the various television stations, TVC News included, where are like about the only ones who are still left here. Journalists, a few of us, security personnel, a few INEC staff are the only ones still left here. All party agents have dispersed. Observers have also dispersed. And after now, I'll try to scoop for more information ahead of the resumption of collation tomorrow. After which, some members of the crew, TVC News, will also be leaving this venue.
Do you have any feelers as to what the town looks like at this moment? One can only imagine how residents of Bayelsa State are anticipating the declaration of this result. What's the situation and the atmosphere in town?
You know that we already have 6 local governments taken. So a number of pundits and political watchers and even ordinary residents are beginning to put are beginning to do the plus and minus. Okay, they are beginning to add up the figures. They're beginning to say, they're beginning to look into how many local governments has the PDP taken, how many local governments has the APC taken, or the PDP taken, or the Labour Party, or APGA and the various other political parties. How many local governments have they each taken so far of the 6? They're beginning to add up the figures to see if they can project who the winner is going to be. So that's the mood in the city right now. There's a lot of apprehension as a result of the delay caused by the delay in collation, especially when majority of the local government areas have been taken. Now the mood in the city perhaps would have been a little bit more relaxed if we've had just 2 or 4 local governments, or rather 4 local governments. But now you've had about 6 local government areas. It's beginning to create a lot of the delays. Now beginning to create some form of tension in the air. People are beginning to say we already know who the winner is going to be. This delay in collation, there might be some sinister intention to it and so on. So that's the atmosphere right now. The delay is causing some form of tension in the air. People are beginning to ask questions that if we've had 6, why do we have to wait for 2? We already know who the winner is, or that's their projection. So that's the atmosphere. That's the general mood in the city now. It's a bit uneasy. There's an uneasy calm, I'll put it that way, right now in the city. But all is well. From my standpoint, all is well. There doesn't seem to be any viable threat to breakdown of law and order here in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State.
Right, Uche, thank you for that update. I know that you also need to go get some rest ahead of the collation tomorrow. Thank you so much, Uche, for that update. All right, let's take a break. When we return, we will continue with our conversation in the studio. Stay with us.
Bye, Mom. He's going to play in this weather. Why did you let him go? He might fall ill.
And if he doesn't go out for practice, how will he win more trophies? To protect our family from illness-causing germs during the rainy season, we use Dettol soap every day.
Dettol with germ defense gives you protection. Rainy season brings a lot of germs, and Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Dettol soap is endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association. Be Dettol sure.
Get in on the action with Betano, your exciting destination for thrilling sports betting. Enjoy an award-winning experience with amazing betting options, cash out, and missions, as well as other features. Join now and get a welcome bonus of up to 100,000 Naira. Betano.ng. The game starts now.
Thanks for staying with us. We're just speaking with our correspondent there at the Collation Center in Bayelsa, where he was giving us updates as to why INEC decided to move collation to tomorrow. And he said it's because of logistics challenges, where results, I think it's Brass that has about 4 hours on water to get to the capital, and that hasn't happened yet. And then there's also Southern Ijaw, where elections still took place today because of what happened there yesterday. And so all of those results will be collated tomorrow, hopefully at noon. And then we'll also bring you live pictures whilst those results are being collated. But let's get back to our conversation with Chris Owandu, who is a journalist and chartered arbitrator. He's also the publisher, CKN News. All right, I had to just bring that in.
I knew you were going to bring it in.
I just had to. I've been holding on to it. I'm like, it's time to drop it.
It's okay.
All right, so we're talking, but before we get back to our earlier conversation, let's just get your thoughts on what our correspondent just said. Collation has now been moved to noon tomorrow, Bayelsa, because of that logistic challenges. INEC said they have to wait for 4 hours. But one wonder if arrangements could have been made earlier, just so that you can have those results today.
Yes, arrangement could have been made, but the fact is that most of them are not. We say, oh, Bayelsa is the smallest state in Nigeria. It's just 8 local government areas. You need to go to Bayelsa and understand the terrain. There are some places in Bayelsa that you have to be in the boat for 6 hours. Same thing even in some parts of River State and some parts of the South. So if for whatever reason, they've not been able to get those results from there, we can wait. We can wait. They can still wait till tomorrow. But I also think that if we start deploying technology, as it's supposed to be, I don't think we'll have to wait until you bring result sheets from one part of the state, taking about 6-7 hours, and rest. Technology, the essence of technology is real-time information. It can be done, which is why I still believe and I still hope that we should continue to invest in INEC to be able to be. In fact, for goodness sake, United States election, general election, you've forgotten that the Americans in Nigeria vote before the election. They vote. They don't travel to the US to vote. They are given opportunity to vote before the day of the election, and they do that. Even other countries. If we are going to go beyond what we are doing presently, I am also thinking of diaspora voting. There are so many Nigerians outside.
Their collation also takes a while, but you see how the media reports it in real time as it is coming in. They're calling it for each state in the general election.
There's a forecast. I'm telling you that before they finish counting, they have already. You see them. They call the result. They say, oh, we project.
Yes.
That so. That is technology. You say, oh, when they've looked at it, they say, the margin of what is left. Yes. When you compare to the votes cast, they say, we project. So TVC project. You should start projecting. TVC should start projecting. Other media houses should be able to have that technology and be able to be embedded within INEC and be able to say, oh, we project that. So we won't be having that say, oh, we must wait for INEC to announce.
Centers.
We must wait for countries have gone beyond that. That you have to wait for INEC until INEC announce the result. How many times do you wait for the US, wait for INEC to announce the result before you get the result? You get the result real time, which is why you see the US having an election today within 24 hours. In fact, we go to sleep and they're voting. By the time we're waking up in the morning, you start seeing the result coming in. And so that is what we need to do. But under what we are doing, I still do it that our so-called, in as much as I say we've gone beyond it, I still look at what we are doing as being analog system. If that is what is going to work for us, all well and good. Let us wait till tomorrow. But the topography within Bayelsa, it is so terrible. The same thing with Delta and some other. There are some places within the creeks, even in Delta State, that will take about 5 hours to be able to get in and out. Excavors, if you have listened to Excavors, if you know where LNG is, and you'll be able to move from maybe Port Harcourt to where energy, it take hours. So Bayelsa may look small.
Shouldn't we be fixing our network issues before we start to think of going fully digital,
yes,
with our elections, because in some states, we're having this conversation earlier with our previous guests, in some states, and sometimes even within, let's even talk about Lagos, you can be driving on the road, 1 minute you have network, and then you just a short few minutes distance, it just goes off.
Yes.
And then if you're watching something or you're listening to something, you see that it's buffering because there is no network. So shouldn't that be a primary focus now to ensure that that is up to par before we start thinking of going digital?
I totally agree with you, but for us to do that, there must be a convergence between INEC, the telecom companies, NCC, and all those that have stakeholders in that industry. Don't forget that before the general election, there was this time that was said that we had this conversation on whether results can be easily transmitted from certain parts of the country. And it took the intervention of the NCC to come and say, oh no, our network got out to that place, it can be done. But what happened at the end of it all, especially within the presidential election, we saw the glitches we had here and there. The way forward is technology. We cannot continue to, for goodness sake, I don't need to. In some countries, you don't need to go and queue for hours to be able to vote. From your phone, you can do that. You just vote. And some countries, they don't declare public holidays. Ghana don't declare. Here, when we're going to have an election, we declare public holiday. The police will come out and say there is restriction of movement from 12 p.m. that night till 4. Economic activities come to a standstill. Is that how to progress? Do you have to shut down the airport? You have to shut down roads? You have to stop people from moving just because of election?
Is our own situation not also peculiar when you consider the security implication of saying everybody can move? It's like you're saying, look, everybody can have access to the polling unit without even when you don't have a PVC.
We already have security. We already have security personnel. We have the police. The police have a staff membership of about 350,000 as we had. We brought the military into the midst, not being at the police center, but at least to be able to take care of security within the vicinities in and around. We have the DSS. We have the civil defense. Even road safety are part of the security. It's not that they are core, but they have role to play. The movements. What are we talking about? This thing we can be able to do. And coming to this, as I said, this is an off-cycle election. Only 3 states out of 36 states. We are looking about 5.1 million voters. Of course, we should be able to handle that. Security will be able to handle. We should be able to handle that effectively. I still continue to say that we cannot continue going this way, that we have to shut down Ushode market. We have to shut down Ariara market. We have to shut down Onitsha market. We have to shut down the big market. You have to stop me from moving. Let's look at this. They say only those on essential duties can move. Journalists like us and some other people, doctors. But there have been instances, even when the doctor is moving on a day like this, security agents challenge them. I'm sure you must have seen some of those things. If somebody falls sick and is under emergency situation, the possibility of the person dying is very, very high because of these restrictions. What am I saying in essence? I think we can find a more dynamic. Yes, Nigeria. People are saying, oh, Nigeria, how peculiar, the God creates us different from others. Is it not the same brain we have?
I almost want to say yes, but go ahead. Very peculiar, but it's fine.
You throw stone, no? You throw stone, no? But seriously, we are not. This is, I still say that with a number. Nigerians are one of the best set of human beings in the world. I'm telling you, go outside and see how we excel. Technologically, in the media, how come that?
But in terms of creativity and intelligence, give it to us. Hard work.
Of course. Look at our music industry. Look at our movie industry. The best in Africa. Why is it that you send some police? We say, oh, Nigerian police is bad. But send Nigerian police out on international mission. They come out the best. So there must be something fundamental about us that we are not getting right away. And that is why you continue to ask, where is the problem? Is it that of leadership or followership? That's a discussion that today we have not been able to settle.
It's like the case of the chicken and the egg. Which
which comes first.
It's just intertwined.
Exactly.
But going back to Bayelsa,
yeah.
This kind of situation, we saw all of the rhetorics and some of the attacks in Bayelsa, and then the tension at the collation center whilst results were being collated. What kind of scenario could this create in the state with this kind of delay?
The election in Bayelsa is a two-horse race between a former governor and the sitting governor. We're matched, as it were. We're matched. And I believe that, just as your reporter Uche said, 6 of the local governments have been declared, I believe, remaining about 2 local government areas. I don't think there will be much of tension. Everybody within Bayelsa would have seen the pattern. Whether those 2 local governments will make a difference is what we don't know. But that was what I said before, if the people are satisfied with the process, if they are satisfied with the process, the possibility of engaging and demonstrating and the rest of them wouldn't come to play. Everybody has, because what we've come to realize that our politicians are self-centered. Most of our politicians, not all. The primary responsibility of a politician or trying to elect a person is to serve. It's not your personal interest. And if the primary essence is to serve, then your interest will be to the people that you're supposed to serve. It's not about you. If your people say that, come out, we don't want you as our governor, oh, well and good. But even during our primary school days, when they choose class captain,
everybody aligns.
You see, everybody aligns. In secondary school, the same thing. Although even when they choose this class captain in secondary school, he has his own people.
Oh, absolutely.
You remember when they used to say,
never in the list
that is it. You remember when they say noisemakers, those that spoke vernacular.
Exactly.
You always see that his list, his personal friends, we can never see his friends as noisemakers. So that is within that level. But the same thing, political. But I believe that there shouldn't be much of attention. Let INEC do what it needs to do. Let it be as transparent as it is. Let the security agencies also seem to be impartial. You understand? Because that is where the problem is. Just a few days, just before the election, there was protest in Bayelsa. Women were tear gassed, protesting, redeploy the CP. I'm sure you must have seen that and the rest of them. Probably because of some of them feel that they don't have confidence. But with what has happened so far, I don't think there's been anything untoward within Bayelsa that could raise any kind of tension.
There was protests for and against. Some were saying leave him. Some were saying take him out. But there was a response from, I think it was the DIG, who said, look, it's only the IGP who has that right to redeploy, and he hasn't spoken on that.
Yes, because the story is that he was redeployed and redeployed or reinstated. Or like what happened in my state of Imo. The CP was redeployed because some political parties complained and some others, and probably also because of the problem that Ajero had and the rest of them. He was redeployed. And we just thought that after the election, but the IGP came out before the election to just say, and appoint a substantial CP for Imo State. That, to a large extent, does that.
But their own reason in Bayelsa State was more, because I listened to one of the women who was speaking. She said that they think he's tired.
Tired.
I'm just
yes, I'm telling you.
They think he's tired because of some of the attacks they've seen in the state. Now, in that particular case, how should they, because it's a matter of, we have seen a lot of attacks, we think he's tired, maybe he should be redeployed, and somebody who can deal with the issues brought in. This is not a case of, bipartisanship or high-handedness. How should the IGP had reacted to that?
It is within the right of the IGP to appoint and redeploy. If he feels that the man there is doing a good job, and they feel that he's following to the letter the code of conduct that was given to him as a senior police officer, no matter the level of complaint. It doesn't have, yes, opinions matters, people, but don't also forget, you also have to look at those that are complaining. Are they complaining for the real fact that they are complaining, or because they are political? Because you can bring some political destiny into it. Before that, there were instances where the CP was accused of taking and stationing certain policemen to certain local government, which some party members felt that was against them, and there were so many arrests and arrests. But the fact remains that hasn't been able to deliver on his job. Going through this process of election, I don't see where the CP, I don't see where he has fought that. I may be wrong. I've not seen anything on top of that. There's not be somebody has come out to say, the police, we are biased in this election, this particular election. Oh, they have been able to protest certain individuals, or they've done this, or they've not done that. To the best of my knowledge.
But generally, in the 3 states, how do you assess security and then security agencies?
Let me start with my states. Perfect. I'm satisfied. I was, everybody was saying, oh, Imo State is going to be the epicenter of violence and the rest of them. Good enough, I was in Imo State last week, upper week. There was a conference, the senior police officers conference from the rank of CP to the IG. The police had its annual conference and retreat in Imo State for 4 days, for 3 days. I was there. I was one of the editors that were invited. And part of the discussion was that how the election went. And the IGP came out to say that if you are a troublemaker, don't come to Owerri. If you're a troublemaker, don't come to Bayelsa. If you're a troublemaker, don't come to Kogi. We are fully ready. And there was so much tension in Imo. In fact, within that period, in the course of that conference, that was when the issue of Ajero, it was within that period that Ajero was beating black and blue in Owerri, which so many people condemned, including myself, condemned totally, because the right to protest has been provided by the Constitution. The 1999 Constitution has amended, and the issue of protest has also been settled at the Supreme Court, up to the Supreme Court. You don't need any police permit to protest as a Nigerian. Anywhere, you don't need any police permit. It was in those days that you didn't get, I remember in those days of Ghanese, when we were in secondary school, when Ghanese, we joined, and at Yaba, police will stand, Mopo people will stand and raise and say, you cannot move. That has been taken care of, and that has been settled. What the law says is that if there are going to be protests, police should be around to be able to make sure that everybody that's within that are well protected. It is the duty of the police. But if at any given time it sees that it is getting out of control, because why the police also, security agencies used to get afraid of this, that they believe that hoodlums at times capitalize. You can start a protest. You don't know how it will end. We saw what happened with NSAS. But whether somebody will protest or not is. But if I'm going to score the Nigerian police so far in this election, as far as the issue of Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo is concerned, I'll score them over 70%. They've done.
I think it was Kogi State. There was a video where a
particular police
officer, he was accused of helping to snatch.
Exactly.
I think it was result sheets or something, and the police, had responded saying they're going to investigate that particular matter.
Yes.
But in that case, that's just one.
It's an isolated
case. What do you think could have happened in that particular case, and how should the police handle that?
It could have been anything. First and foremost, you have to determine whether the guy is actually a policeman. There are instances where politicians could knife certain individuals and give them uniform. At the end of it all, you see them moving around on election days.
You think that
of course, yes. The impersonation happens. So the first and foremost is for the police commissioner in that state to determine whether the guy is actually a policeman. If it's determined that he's a policeman, what was he doing? Was he supposed to be at the police station? Because if you are going to be part of the election, everybody was given a tag. You see them, everybody, even journalists. Every one of us had a tag. So if you have no tag, then you don't need to be. Then if that was, you not determine also whether he was used by policemen. Some people can be induced. And that's why I say everybody has a price. So the price, I was saying it there. And I said you have to, exactly. So they must have determined his price and say, okay, oh boy, I don't know how much you are being paid for this job or whatever. Okay, we'll double whatever you get. Or you help us to carry. But the mob action is not new in Nigeria. Instances in Lagos, anybody can just say, ole, and before you know it, you'll be mobbed and killed. Only to realize what's happened to just a lawyer, a female lawyer in Lagos few weeks back that wanted to go and looking for a house and got to the place and was just asking questions. The next thing, somebody just shouted that she has kidnapped a small boy within the compound. And the boy disappeared. And they started beating this. I'm talking of a female lawyer here in Lagos. She was almost lynched until the kind of intervention came. And the police came around. And before you knew it, this small boy appeared. The little boy, they said that, and everybody dispersed. I would have expected that police, whether they made some arrests and the rest of them, so as to teach a lesson. There have instances now, what you've seen that is going on over now. And that is why everybody is being careful. Oh, my destiny is missing. Once you hear, I'm sure you must have heard that. My destiny is missing, my destiny is missing, people gather around, start beating. They won't even want to listen to you. The mob action is so. Under that circumstances, with that of the policeman, it's just an isolated case. I think that can be properly investigated. And if the guy is found wanted, then the current police IG, as we have it, and even the guy before him, the one before him, have done a lot in bringing some level of discipline into the police force. And that is where people, when there's National Assembly, say, oh, we need to amend the social media law. Oh, we need to deal with those. We need to deal with bloggers and the rest of them. So many things that are coming to place because of social media. Citizen journalism. You are beating somebody somewhere. You don't know. Look at what happened at one of the universities just a few days ago. Remember, you saw what happened, where a lecturer was practically punching a student. It is a student in that class that just used his phone and they went viral. Before the advent of social media, you won't see that. And that will be spent. So most of the things happening now is because of the advent of social media. It has its positive and negative side. Absolutely. But the aspect I so much like is where the police now are looking and dealing with some of their men. They are misbehaving. Some of them have been reprimanded. Some of them have been dismissed. There have been so many instances. My good friend, Muiwa Alijobi, whose birthday was yesterday anyway. Well, happy birthday, Muiwa. Very nice guy. So that you will see him every time. Oh, we have arrested so we have. Even the police are using the social media as possible. Every time Muiwa is always tweeting. Go to this thing, go and make a report. The same thing with the guy in Lagos, Benjamin, what's his name? Udeyin.
No, they respond to.
I'm sure you must have seen that real time. They are bringing policing closer, and that is what we've been saying in the past. An average Nigerian shouldn't just be looking at see a policeman and think that this one, I don't know the difference between this one and those other bad people, and take off. Because there must be a connect. The essence of policing, as it is seen over the world, is that people should be free and feel comfortable in sending information to you. You get to the UK now, and you'll be shocked that you get to somewhere that you're not familiar with and start moving around. One old woman, 80-year-old woman would have been sitting by her window and be watching. This guy, what is it? The next thing he die, and police appears and say, gentlemen, you know, that information was given in confidence. That information cannot be traced to the old woman. You won't even believe that it was an old woman that in that vision. The question you ask yourself, here, do we also instill that kind of confidence, where people can willingly come out and give information to security agencies without being stressed to them, because there have been instances where such as stress are said to them, and before you get to the police station, the person where they talk about already. So those are issues. But for the issue of the policeman, as I said, I think that should be better. It's an isolated thing. I'll still repeat that the security agencies, not just the police alone, all the security agencies that were involved in this obstacle election have done excellently well. I
will continue with you on security, because a lot of people think that, look, the police have been used in terms of compromising the process of election. I will continue, in that conversation, but I want to bring in our correspondents from Kogi State, Femi Akonde and Demola Lawrence. Femi, we're waiting till 9 p.m. It's almost 9 p.m. for collation to resume. What's the latest you can tell us?
Yes, well, Precious, just like us, every other person is waiting until 9 p.m. That's political party agents, and including those watching on live television, the candidates, all Kogites waiting with bated breath to know who will emerge victorious from the whole electoral process that started yesterday. They are waiting for INEC to be done with the exercise and announce a winner that will be returned as elected. You know, my colleague Demola and I have been on ground here in Kogi State, monitored the whole electoral process. He was in Kogi East Central District. I was in the Central District watching the whole process. But now, Demola, let's talk about the breaking news that came from INEC, where they finally responded to the claims that some some polling units in the Kogi Central Senatorial District, the results from those polling units were fraudulent and all of that. But now INEC has settled all of that argument. What INEC is saying is that 9 local governments in Ogori-Magongo local government area, 9 polling units in Ogori-Magongo local government area will hold elections next week, Saturday. But how did that change the mood right here in the Coalition Center? Because we're both together here when that breaking news came in.
I think to a large extent that has also changed the narrative that has been on the social media. And of course, the resident of Kogi has been waiting for what is going to happen with that particular news when it broke yesterday. And INEC said they were going to look into the matter. And indeed, they said in 24 hours they were going to look into it. Just 2 hours ago, that 24 hours, before the 24 hours elapsed, they were able to wade into the matter and came up with a statement. So I think that to a large extent, INEC has also, stayed through to their words by saying that in the last 24 hours they're going to do it. Monitoring the process so far, most especially when you're talking about here at the headquarters, you could see that some of the party agents, some of them were a bit agitated. For example, the Social Democratic Party agent was a bit agitated, wanted to know what INEC was saying. It was looking as if he doesn't even have the memo of what has transpired between yesterday and today. INEC had to tell him again, the news has already been broken. 9 words in the Ogori-Magongo local government. The election will come up on November 18. Just 1 word was actually announced today. And of course, the remaining 4 local governments that was in contention, has already been put to rest. Unless anything happened otherwise, which of course the discretion now is on the state returning officer to know exactly what to do, which of course that's a lacuna that INEC left, that said, okay, the state returning officer is the one to now decide what happens eventually.
Let's make a comparison now. We saw what happened in Imo State, where there were some kind of agitations, where tempers fled, and a party agent had to be forcibly removed from the state coalition center. How well would you say the state returning officer here has been able to handle the situation, handle different emotions, and ensure that there's decorum?
I think one of the places that we need to first start from is the fact that a lot of people didn't actually see the coordination that will come in Kogi State. When I say coordination, I'm talking about security-wise, and INEC is going to be able to coordinate themselves. But I must say that at this particular place, INEC has been able to do that. First of all, you remember when the state return officer said, if you have a petition, challenge it to the appropriate quarters. If you make mess of anything, the security agents will do the needful, and everybody has been able to coordinate themselves. Just little infractions here and there, people trying to ask questions, and compared to what we have in Imo and probably Bayelsa, I think Kogi State, to a large extent, in terms of coordination from every aspect, INEC, security, and of course the decorum that people are actually keeping at the INEC headquarters, has been very interesting so far.
Yes, a lot of people are commending security agencies, for ensuring peace, maintaining peace during the whole electoral process, because people were able to come out to cast their ballot in a safe and secure environment. Even the ballot, the vote was protected by these security agencies. And before INEC came out with that statement, settling all dust raised as to the status of the election, the results in about 4 local governments, that's Okene, Adavi, Okehi, Ajaokuta, yes. Yeah. A lot of people before INEC came to settle all of that, a lot of people were beginning to question the integrity of the electoral umpire. But in general, what are you hearing from the party agents you have interacted with? What are people talking? What are people saying?
I think let's first start from where INEC took it from, when they had their press conference 2 days ago, and they said that if any of their staff, whether adult staff or their permanent staff, is caught in the middle of the electoral malpractices, of course, they have to wield the big stick on any of those staff. And I think that is the line they have told in this particular situation, by saying that we'll do our investigation. You can even see from the press statements they released. They said any of their staff that is culpable in this act, of course, that is what they're going to do. So if you look at from that perspective, I think INEC got it right. Then talking to some of these agents, and they've also, to a large extent, they've also been very happy.
Demola, hold on, Precious is trying to come in here. Hi, Precious.
Femi, we have to butt into your conversation. Interesting details there, but the collation has resumed, and so we need to get live pictures from the collation and where you are.
Yes, indeed, Precious. Absolutely. Well, yes, we'll get back in and watch the collation unfold. Just one local government left, Ibaji local government, and we understand that results from that local government has just arrived at the collation center. So collation will resume proper for the last local government before the returning officer will then determine how everything pans out.
I thank you, Femi.
90556. 90556. Number of accredited voters 25099. 25099. Total number of votes received by political parties are as follows: A 13. A 13. Party AA 0. Party AA 0. Party AAC 08. Party AAC 08. Party ADC 133. Party ADC 133. Party ADP 23. Party ADP 23. Party APC 6991. Party APC 6991. Party APGA 11. Party APGA 11. Party APM 02. Party APM 02. Party APP 70. Party APP 70. Party BP 0. Party BP 0. LP 06. LP 06. NNPP 04. NNPP 04. NRM 02. NRM 02. PDP 269. PDP 269. PRP 24. PRP 24. SDP 16984. SDP 16984. Party YPP 38. Party YPP 38. Party ZLP 11. Party ZLP 11. Total valid votes 24589. Total valid votes 24589. Rejected votes 464. Rejected votes 464. Total votes cast 25053. Total votes cast 25053.
Thank you very much. Any cancellations?
Yes, we have cancellation. The first one is in Ibaji, Ejule, polling unit 021. It was cancelled because there was disruption of the voting process. Some group of touts came and smashed the voting cubicle and what they have there. So as a result of that, voting couldn't progress there.
Okay. What's the total number of PVCs collected in that?
Total number of PVC collected in that place is 219. 219.
Okay.
Then the second place we have cancellation is Ibaji Analo Polling Unit 014. It was cancelled as a result of wrong configuration of the beavers. The beavers that was deployed to them was meant to be used in either. So by the time they could realize what was happening, from that place to either, voting had already concluded. So we decided that the best option is to cancel that. So it was cancelled. Then the third one is
the PVC is collected in that.
The PVC collected is total number of PVC collected is 411. 411.
Okay.
Then the third place was Ibaji Analog Polling Unit 013. Polling Unit 013. Total number of PVC collected is 477. It was cancelled because they bypassed the beavers.
Okay.
They bypassed the beavers.
So that one is 0.
Yes.
Okay. Is that all? So those 3 polling units?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, any questions, observations, remarks? Yes, there's a hand up there. Can somebody get mic to him?
Good evening, all protocol duly observed. INEC for this process.
Please, can you introduce yourself properly?
State collection agent for ABGA.
Okay.
I want to comment, I'm Collection Ajodo Moses. I want to commend INEC for this process. The collection of this entire process was so marvelous. In the sense of we've not seen this kind before. And if we continue in this way, I think we are heading somewhere in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other observation, remark, or question? Okay, thank you very much. Please, can you step forward and make your submissions? I hope you completed the appropriate forms for those places they were cancelled.
Exactly.
Okay. What of the other copies?
Which one is it? They are funding over their funding.
Yeah, have you made all the submissions? Yeah. You can do.
And that's last one.
Submitted this one. Okay, I want to thank all of us for the patience. It's been a very long day. Since morning, we've been here collecting these results, and we just received the very last one. All the 21 local governments have now been collected, and in the next couple of minutes, we'll be able to take decision and make it known. It's just for us to complete entering the data. I've entered most of them, so it wouldn't take long. So maybe I guess in the next 20-30 minutes, we should be leaving here. Thank you. I missed one of them too, so let me just get from no, this is the one that was just present. I was actually yeah, I didn't get yeah.
Hello. Print again, yes.
Well, we just sat there now.
Right, final and total collation of results ongoing there at the Collation Center in Lokoja, Kogi. And we heard the returning officer there saying they need a few minutes to come up, and then come up with a decision. And just to put that decision in quotes, because we know that there was a press release released by INEC a few hours ago about the rerun election in Ogori Mangongo on November the 18th. And how that will play into what's going on now at the Collation Center, would find out in just a few moments from now. And the decision that the returning officer will take, whether to declare the winner tonight, and the impact that the rerun election will have on the declaration of results. That we're following that process. But I want to bring back the conversation to our guest in the studio, Chris Owando. In a few moments, we will see what decision that the returning officer will take, or that INEC will take. But do you think that that Ogori Mangongo will have any significant impact? I know we've talked about it before, but now that we're in the final hours.
Yes, it's left to be seen. Because as I said earlier on, if the margin of lead is going to be, when you look at the accredited voters, the number of the voters cards that were collected, and if what's the margin of lead is going to be less than that, then of course that means that I don't know what it's going to do, whether it's going to announce the result. If it's not, then all well and good. Then the question I ask is that, what is the essence of having the election? If it's not just the governorship election, we're going to have, if this election is tied to the presidential, the National Assembly, state houses of assembly. So there's the possibility that, okay, you can still wait and see. But if it's going to be tied to a state house of assembly election, then definitely there's no way. I don't see them announcing. But with what we are seeing now, it's most likely that it's. But let's wait and see what is going to say. And that is why I said earlier on that the issue of moving the re-election, or the election, as it were, to the 18th, which is about 6 days from today. I don't know why they want to do that, and I don't know what they want to achieve. And at the end of it all, what will be the essence of that election? But let's wait and see. In about a few minutes' time, we'll hear from the REC and what is going to say.
One of the things I also want to talk about is what my colleagues, Femi and Demola, were talking about, the coordination at the Collation Center. We actually, just from what was playing out just before the election, one would have thought that that particular Collation Center there'll be a lot of tension. But we saw that more in Imo, and then, also in Bayelsa. But it seems to be a bit quiet at that Collation Center. Does that surprise you?
Well, I wasn't surprised. As I said, it's because of the activities of INEC. If the gladiators see some level of transparency in what INEC is doing, there has no be. It's real time. The results are being transmitted. At a point, you just look at the IRF, you see the number of, the percentage of what has been uploaded, the level at which they've got. So it's like everybody's being carried along. So the essence of anybody trying to play any hanky-panky here and there does not come to. So there's a lot of confidence in, and
I don't know if it's confidence, because they have raised issues, but they are not raising them like we saw. They are not agitated, like we saw in Bayelsa and Imo. But do you think that is about the quality of the politicians that we have in Kogi State? Probably they're just, because again, when you look at the clashes that happen, one wonders, it's almost like it's not adding up to what people were expecting that will happen today.
Let me give you a classical example. As part of the results that have been released in Ijumu local government, that's an area where I did my youth service in 1991. So
everyone I've spoken to today have been to Kogi.
Yeah.
I think I have to.
No, it's a lovely place.
I've lived there.
Yes.
I have to go and live there.
No. Between in 1991, I had my youth service in the then Kwara State, Kaba, and this area I'm talking about, are part of Kwara State. Kogi had not been created. It was when we left in 1991 that Kogi was. But that area, Kaba, Kwara State, Kogi, is a fantastic place. I had a nice time. I saw one of the best moments I've had. That at the point when I finished, if not for my parents, I didn't want to come back to Lagos. So it's a very nice place. So it's a place I know very well. So Ijumu, which is where Dino lost his local government. He lost it. He's the candidate of the PDP. And I'd also, yes, in as much as he has complained, but I wouldn't know whether the complaint is based on the election or certain indices. So when you look at that, as a factor. So who are the people that the other candidate is that of the SDP. There are three candidates, very, very strong candidates in this election in Kogi State. The candidate of the APC, the candidate of the SDP, and the candidate of the PDP. So far, so good. It has been, I think this will be one of the, would I say to a large extent, one of the most peaceful elections that has happened in Kogi State. Remember what happened the last time, the issue of ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. I'm sure you still remember. You still remember that where a woman, a female politician, was burnt down in her house. Till today, I don't know those behind that, whether they have been brought to book, not to the best of my knowledge. But this is relatively, it is confidence building. Once INEC does the right thing, we're asking the question before, is it that Nigerians are very difficult people? And I said, no, it's not the question of Nigerians. Once the people get to see that you're doing the right thing, there is always that tendency for them to be able to align themselves. Don't forget, we are the kind of people that believe so much in God. It gets to a point where we say, oh, leave unto God. Let God judge. Let God judge, which is what has put us where we are. Because we always leave everything to God, as if we're expecting God to come down from heaven to be able to solve our problem. But so far, so good. It's been as peaceful as I think. Even you can see that at the Collation Center, some people are ready to sleep there, just as your correspondents say. Everybody's quiet. Security has also been tight. That is another angle. Because if the security is not that tight, some of the people you have seen that you think that behaving like gentlemen, there's a tendency for them to, by the time you see the way that they react, you say, well, they ask.
But so, do you think that what you talked about earlier,
yes,
where you said, look, it's like the courts, the court are now decide who our leaders are, not the people. Yeah. But do you think that also is helping in a way that politicians say, look, no problem, we'll go to court, we'll have our evidences, let's go prove our case in court, and that also help keep some level of stability.
Yes,
in this area.
Yes, the two is either way. It's a double-edged sword. One could be that people are having confidence in their ability. Even if we lose it here, we have the possibility of winning at the tribunal. So some of these people you see keeping quiet here. It's not that they're keeping quiet because they're satisfied with the situation. It's because they think that their agitations and grievances can be canvassed at the courts. Don't forget that when there is those issues at the Collation Center, they're always being told that there is nothing we can do about it. Oh, we have listened to you, it has been noted, and the rest of it. The next thing is to go to court. So some of them are resolved to probably going to court, going to the tribunal to be able to prove their case and the rest of them. But the basic fact is that everybody seems to have conducted themselves very well. And don't forget, most often than not, we never have problem in obstacle elections. It happened in those states. There was no problem. There was obstacle election in Anambra State. There was no problem. There was election in, I think, Ekiti State. There was no problem. Sure. And there was also in Osun, there was no problem. So if you look at all our off-cycle elections, you don't tend to see any kind of unnecessary violence, as it were, unlike the general election. And that is where, because we have so many people participating, so many interests at play, then also the security agencies also get overwhelmed. They get overwhelmed.
So
many polling units that they have to cover. And I said we have about 350,000 policemen. The primary responsibility of policing the Nigeria as internally is the work of the police. It's not the army. The job of the army, navy, air force is against external aggression. That is the right that was given to them by the Constitution. So when you see them participating in internal, that is an aberration. That is not supposed to be. We are only borrowing them, quote and unquote, as it's way, to be able to have. But that is not their job. So what I'm saying in essence is that because that is more vast, 36 states and FCT, they have to be at the police station for the police stations for the state House of Assembly election, that of National Assembly election, that of gubernatorial election, that of presidential election, and most of these things are not held the same day. We have segmented it now that it comes twice. We do the presidency and National Assembly, then governorship. So that overstretches our security. But now, imagine that is where they say that they are bringing about 10,000 policemen into Imo State for just an election that is just governorship. In fact, every compound said police go there, as it were. So people have this tendency of being able to maintain their peace. But
now you mentioned Imo. Let me go to your state.
Okay, now.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised by the outcome of the election? When you check all of the rhetorics on social media, people felt that, look, Governor Uzodimma cannot win this election. There was just, and then the NLC protests that followed as well, the blackout. It didn't seem like things were, going as well. I mean, from what we were seeing on social media, but it looks like the reality on ground was different. Are you surprised?
I thought you were going to save me this question, but yeah, it is. Sincerely, if I say I'm not surprised, I'll be denied that fact. I'm surprised by what I would call the landslide victory, as it were, of Governor Uzodimma. For the first time, probably since 1999, that's the first time that a governor is going to win 27 local governments in my state. It has never happened. I don't know how he did it. When you look at his votes, 540,000. The person that came second was just 70,000, and the third person was his. And when you look at the narrative that went through before the election, you just believe that it's going to be a very, very tough contest, but as it turns out to be, and there could be so many factors, but the most important thing is that there's some level of legitimacy that have been brought to the government of Governor Uzodimma. In my state, which you probably know, he has always been referred as Supreme Court governor.
It's not just in your state. Generally, that's how people...
That is how this thing... And because...
Almost like now, it looks like it has been vindicated or something.
Now, nobody can say that Governor Uzodimma is the Supreme Court governor any longer. Because
does it give credence to that judgment at the Supreme Court, where he said, look, I won, and then it looks like he was able to prove it, and then, there was a ruling in his favor. Does that give credibility to that judgment?
No, I can't say that. I can't say that because if you are talking of credibility, I think Governor Uzodimma came fourth in that election. If I'm right, somebody that came second, that was the third, I think it was the fourth. How you not, even if you say that the election, the person that was elected, which was Emeka Ihondion, if you remove him, automatically the second, the person that came second, ordinary. So how did he move from fourth to fourth? That was issue.
There were votes that were deducted. He said there were votes that were deducted, and that if you add those votes, he won. And then Supreme Court looked at it and felt like, look, you were right. And so, does it not give some level of credence?
I still won't.
But does this vindicate him at least?
As an Imolite, I still continue to say no. And that has always been the problem. I will say no. In as much as a law graduate, I will not, it's not of my right to say what the Supreme Court did was right or wrong. Of course not. The Supreme Court judgment is what it is. The Supreme Court judgment is, the Supreme Court, as I said earlier on, is the highest court of the land. Whether we like the verdict of the Supreme Court or not.
His decision is absolute.
It is completely, no way, that is the end of it. If we are not satisfied, if people are not satisfied, then they should go to God and appeal. But the most important thing, I think we've gone beyond what happened at the Supreme Court. So whether it brings some level of legitimacy or not, it is not what I want to talk about. But the fact remains that what he has done has brought a lot of legitimacy. And I hope that all those that were agitating that, oh, he was Supreme Court, because in my state, part of the problem of insecurity is because of some people believe that Governor Hope Uzodimma was imposed on the people of Imo State. And there was a lot of agitation. That's why you're having the so-called gunmen or no gunmen or gunmen and the rest of them. A high level of security. But nobody can rise up today and look at the governor straight in the eyes and say, you were not elected. He has been elected by this thing. And that, for me, is the highest. And I like the speech he made in the church today. Apart from just thanking those that voted for him, he should also look at opening his arms and welcoming everybody. He is the governor of Imo State. He's not the governor of APC. He should be able to reach out to all the aggrieved Imolites, those that contested against him. Of course, I know that some people will still go to the tribunal and the rest of them. But now, he should be more magnanimous in victory and be able to make sure that he is able to galvanize everything so that the Imolites. He mentioned somebody in the course of his this thing, and that is former governor of Imo State, Chief Sam Mbakwe, the first executive governor of the state. Fortunately, he is from the same local government from me. I'm from Obo. And some of us that comes from that part of the state, till today still feel proud to raise our heads because of the achievement of that man. The former Abia. Most of the infrastructure you see in the present Imo State and Abia State was built by the airport. We are the first set of people that were able to build an airport without any government subvention, and everybody were contributing. Now, that is one part of it. The second part of it is also, he also made a promise during his campaign that power will shift, that the power is going to shift to what we call the Owerri zone. I hope, when you say power will shift, I'm a bit skeptical about that because it's like you are going to hand over power. So you don't have the power to it. It is the people that will elect whoever is going to. If you understand what I mean, that is a language I don't always like our leaders use. I'm going to hand over power to so person. Is it in your place to hand over?
Is he not speaking based on that power rotation arrangement that now seems to be going on in Imo State?
But that power rotation has been, which is why I am happy, because he himself and the former governor are from the same senatorial zone, which is Okorocha. They also what you call the Olu zone. Okay, because within Imo we have what we call the Owerri zone. Unlike what, some people say, central, there's Olu zone, there's Okigwe zone, there's Owerri zone. I am from Okigwe zone, from Obo. And the time with that number, people have said that people from the Owerri zone, which rightly too, have not been able to test that power governorship. I think the best they've had so far is deputy governor. And good enough, the current governor said that there will be that power rotation. After my tenure in 2027, it will move to Owerri zone. I pray and I hope that will be the situation.
I wonder, I just hope we're not deviating from this conversation, because I was speaking with John Nze earlier. Yes. And we were talking about this particular situation in Imo State, how you arrived at that power rotation system. Because one would have thought, because we're looking at the impact of ethnicity in this particular election, one would have thought that, look, in Kogi State, it's a bit understandable. People will say, look, different tribes, different languages. But in Imo, it beats everyone's imagination because it's the same tribe. So one wonders, how did you arrive at Owerri zone, or Okigwe zone, or Olu zone, and then the idea of power rotation now determining, or becoming a determinant in the politics there?
Most people don't understand. Let us even say, let us look at, in Ogun State, are they not speaking the same language? So why the agitation? That, it must be Egbas, it must be Jebus, it must be, having to be hearing of that. Just Ogun State. They speak the same Yoruba now. But you understand that the Jebu language is different from Egba language. My language in Obo, Imo State is different from same Igbo, but the same language is not the same way with Owerri. When somebody from Owerri, if somebody from Owerri speaks the real Owerri language, although I'm a Lagos born and I'm a Lagos boy, I will tell you that I find it very, very difficult to understand the language of somebody from Owerri. Do you understand what I'm saying? Maybe you say the same thing or do the same thing. You'll be shocked. They say, oh, Igbos are the Anambra State. Do you know that even as Igbo is Anambra State, Onisha language, some people in Imo State, if an average Anambra person speaks, if you are not so grounded in the language of Anambra, you might not be able to pick it. The same thing with Ebonyi State. In fact, Ebonyi is even worse. It's the same Igbo. So when you are talking about, oh, they are the same, in Bayelsa State, having to see talking about rotation of power, even when they are the same Ijo. You understand what I mean? So those that made the constitution of Nigeria and said there must be power rotation know what they are doing. There is a zone. Why is it that, okay, why is it that in the Nigerian constitution, we say that every state must produce 3 senators? So why didn't you say, okay, since Imo, they are Igbos, they should not produce?
Probably maybe that's for fair representation.
That is the same thing we are talking, it's the representation we are talking about. It's representation. You will be shocked that even in remote villages, I'm not talking of even a local government village, some people will tell you that, oh, in my village, no, this person has been here for some time, let another person from the village. In my village, we have 7 villages. But there's also power rotation within those hamlets in a village. So it's the same thing. And I'm giving you a classical example where, I'm saying of Ogun State here. That is, the current governor, it's from a certain place. The next governor must not come from there. Have you forgotten? You've forgotten that. You've forgotten that the war was that between this governor and the former governor of Ogun State, Ibikula Amosu, and power rotation within this. So that is the same thing. So there will always be that. Some people just feel that they are marginalized. Marginalization is not just say, this act is, yes, there is national marginalization. There is also marginalization within the state. Even under the local government, there are still marginalization. People will always agitate. Which is why when people say, by the time they give us, Southeast is the only state, is the only zone in the whole of the federation that just have 5 states. Are you aware of that? There's only 5 states. It's the only zone in the whole of Nigeria that have. Other have 6. Even that has 7. Only zone to have 5 states. Only Southeast. And there's always been this agitation. Give us an extra 1 state. Let us even be at par with other. There's always been an issue. And I've said that may not be possible because in the history of Nigeria, no state has been created under a civilian government. Go and check the history of Nigeria, right from 1960. The only people that find it very easy to be able to create states are the military. All the states from 12 to 19 to 20-something to 36, all the states were created because the ambiguity in creating states. They have to go through the National Assembly. After the National Assembly, you go to the State Assembly. They have to concur and come back. At the end of it all, it's not possible. So, I was still coming back to the state. I think that I will plead with every Imolite. We have lost so much in the past 4 years because of this agitation and inability to be able to move forward, just because some people feel that the person that is there was not elected by them. Now, it is so glaring that Imolites have decided to elect Hope Uzodimma as the governor. Let us give peace and chance in order to move Imo forward. That's my personal appeal.
But in terms of the general strategy,
yes,
what worked for him?
Well, I've been to Imo recently. In terms of infrastructure, yes, to a large extent, he has been building some roads. There are some, I would say that. I know that a particular one is that, I know that the road leading from Owerri through Mbise, down to Obo, leading to Maya, that I've seen a lot of work that's going on. So in terms of those infrastructure, fine. You can also see in the area of education, I think there are certain things they have been able to do. Then the civil service that have been having issue with was NLC. I think there is a lot of politics going on here, which at times
was that overstated? Because it seemed as though, the civil service in Imo where, in fact, they were not being paid salaries, things are bad for them. The picture that was painted was, look, the civil service were going to revolt. But We didn't see that. So was that being overstated?
Probably it was. Or probably that at the end of it, some people saw that some politics being paid and being played within that. If you look at it, the president of NLC, Ajero, is from Imo State. He's from Owerri zone. Okay? And most people within Imo State, in as much as some people want to support, the question people have been asking is that, let's even assume that the governor wasn't paying salaries. The question is it only Imo State that salaries are not being paid? Why is it that every time that the president, I'm talking as a journalist now, those are the information I gathered on ground. Why is it that it is now, why is it that it's always Imo State? There are so many states that have not paid, have not been able to pay the new minimum wage. Do we call that new minimum wage? That is not new again now.
It's not new, the 30,000.
In fact, it is not new.
There's a conversation on
there are so many states in Nigeria that have not been able to not paying. And you ask yourself, is Imo not paying? I wouldn't know. What I heard that they are paying. Whether they are paying as of when due is not what I don't understand. But if you hear what the governor said during his speech, is that he thanked the NLC. To me, it's like the NLC in Imo State is factionalized. Because I don't know the ones he was thanking. Whether it's the one that supported him, he mentioned one particular chairman of NLC, or the ones that President Ajero is leading. But there's a lot of politics is going on. And also the belief in some quarters that I'm still talking about Imo State. I'm talking as an indigenous of Imo State now. I don't belong to any party. I'm not a card-carrying member of any political party. I don't intend to be. Now, there's also this conversation within Imo lies that the president of NLC has some political ambition for 2027. But in the realms, that is in the realms of rumor. That cannot be substantiated. He has not come out to say he's going to contest. So it's within the realms of... There's belief that, just as Adams Oshomole was able to use the labor union to be able to become the governor of Edo State, that Ajero also wants to... But that is neither here nor there. The fact remains that he's a citizen of Imo State. He has the right to come to Imo State. He has the right to, as the president of the NSC, to lead any protest in Imo State or any part of the country. He is guided by the law. The law doesn't, except he goes beyond the mandate given him as the president of NSC.
But do you think that the timing of it could have also generated the question as to motive?
That is where I have a problem. That is where I have a problem. We have election just barely 4 or 5 days, about 4 or 5 days to election. Why do you want to paralyze the state? And that is where I've talked about personal interests and the interests of the people. If the interest of the people is what you're trying to protect, why is it that you want to use that space given you as the president of the nation, want to thwart the election that is going? Because when you say there'll be no flights, cut off lights, no movement, transportation, then that means there's some level of sabotage towards the election. I would rather think that you be able, because a labor union is supposed to be a pressure group. That is what to be. NLC is also known to be aligned to the Labour Party. So you must be very, very careful in coming out to say because you'll be seen to be partisan in whatever way you look at it. And that is my own little grouse. You could have done this before, just as you did before the election. You could have done this after the election. But within the week of the election, but let me repeat, the fact whatever he did, that does not give any reason why he should be brutalized. It does not give any right for anybody to beat him up. Other talks and good enough, the Inspector General of Police said that he has a investigation. I hope it will not be like other investigations that have been done by security agencies and that we don't get to hear of.
All right, so we are staying in your state because it is your state. And I really want to try and get, understand all that happened. But what does this mean going forward for Imo State?
This moving forward for me is one thing. The facts, as I said earlier, that the legitimacy, the governor of Imo State, despite the fact that he was given legitimacy by Supreme Court, it is not just the court that gives legitimacy. You must win the legitimacy of the heart of the people. If you just lose that legitimacy, then it's a problem. Now, they are the ones that elected him. Imo State people, before they said they did not elect him, now the person that elected was Emeka Ihedioha. Now he has been given Good enough. He said we have given him, during this, he said we have given him new vehicle. That is what he said. He said the man they give it today is like buying him a new vehicle. The Imo State people are giving him, and that he's going to drive this vehicle very carefully, and there will be no accidents. Meaning that he will go back to drawing boards. One, he has to look at his cabinet. Personally, in my personal opinion, there are so many people within that cabinet that are not doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know whether they are not being given the power to do what they're supposed to do or what. Their impact has not been felt in most places. Some of them. I'm not saying all of them. That is true. 3, Imo State, just like so many parts of this, the issue of insecurity must be tackled.
But with this win, you said it was an agitation earlier that also contributed to some of the instability. Do you think that this win will also douse the tension?
When it comes to issues like this, politics, there must not be any strong stand. You don't say, oh, I'm the governor. You're a governor, you're not an emperor. The issue of dialogue is just like what we're talking about. When you come to talk about IPOL, you talk about the incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu. Most of us from the Southeast have said that there is need to go into dialogue with this young man. Most of the insecurity that we've noticed in the Southeast has been because of the fact that this guy has not been... There's a political solution. You can have a political solution to that. What am I saying? He, as the governor, and funny enough, let me tell you this. Funny enough, the height of the agitation in terms of this so-called insecurity and people is from the zone, his own zone, Olu zone. That is where you have the headquarters of unknown gunmen. Quote me. His own zone, that is his own, that is where Olu, that particular Olu zone, that is where he had the height. That means there's a problem. So he needs to go back to his people and talk to them. You should talk to them like a father, talk to them in a way, a manner they can understand, makes it known to them that this is governance. I need each and every one of you to come on board for us to be able to do this. I cannot do it alone. He has the capacity to do it. Of recent, I have seen him talking, unlike what he used to do in the past, where he would be lambasting, saying all sorts of things. He's a grounded politician. If you know where Hope Uzodimma has been coming from until he became a senator, you know that he didn't start planning this today. And also another aspect is that he had a humble beginning. There's a saying, I think in Things Fall Apart, Chino has said that. He said, who the gods have helped to crack their nuts, he should eat it with some level of burden. This is a man that started from nowhere, and by the grace of God and thinking of hard work, he was able to rise to become the governor. His becoming governor also wasn't that, he wasn't expecting he was going to go, because when you became fourth in an election, it wasn't that you won the election or whatever, you didn't expect him. It was God benevolence, it was God himself. And which is why I like what he did today by going to the church. He said the first thing he did today was to go to the church and to thank.
As against, politicians and candidates going to their party headquarters to deliver their acceptance.
That is it. So
went straight to church.
That God that he went to thank today, he should be able to pray to lead him and be able to give him the wisdom of Solomon to be able to harness and be able to look at. Imo State, in the past, Imo State used to be the most secured state in the Southeast. In fact, there's something we used to call Ngwori. When you talk of Ngwori, Ngwori means, how will I put it now, is enjoyment. People leave Port Harcourt, Calabar, Uyo, Enugu.
I served in the East, so I understand.
If you understand, I'm come to Owerri. One of the biggest industries we have in Owerri is hotel. We have hotel. I'm sure you are aware of that. When I say hotel, I mean a hotel. We have hotel. And it means that in atmosphere of peace, people will always come and spend time. People come from Lagos, fly from Lagos to Owerri and spend the weekend and come back on Monday. It used to be a very peaceful place. It's a place that tourism was thriving and the rest of them. We can still restore it if we can be able to make sure that this issue of insecurity. But fortunately enough, prior to the election, I think this have reduced, and I don't think we should just let go.
But do you see litigations arising from this election in Imo State, first of all?
How lawyers go chop if litigation no go? Of course not. There will be litigation. There's no election. I said the only election that I know of that there was no litigation was the 2015 election, where former President Goodluck Jonathan said that a court former President Buhari, even before the result were finally announced, to congratulate him. Have you seen any of our politicians doing that? Of course, none. None. So there will always be litigation. There will be people that have already, some people are already saying that the election should be cancelled. I'm talking of those from the opposition. They have given so many grounds why they think that the election should be cancelled. Of course, there will be litigation. There will be tribunal. And at the end of it, we might still end up in the Supreme Court. But the fact remains that somebody has been elected as the governor of Imo State. Somebody will be elected as the governor of Bayelsa State. Because when we are talking, let us not, in as much as we've been talking, somebody will be elected as the governor of Kogi State between now and probably in the next 48 hours or whatever. At the end of it all, people will still have, they are going to constitute a tribunal. And people will definitely go to the tribunal to ventilate, put ideas forward, put forward their grievances. If there are evidence, they put it forward. In law, we work with evidence. And that is why we have what we call the Evidence Act. If you cannot be able to bring enough evidence to canvass your issues, as it were, is as good as. But whether there will be litigation, forget it, there will definitely be litigation.
But when you look at generally, whether it's Kogi or Bayelsa and Imo, in how this election was conducted, do you see genuine grounds, for litigation, irrespective of, whatever party it is?
Well, I may see from different. I wasn't a participant in the election. I probably look as I'm an observer. But from what I have seen so far, I think that INEC also has been able to do enough and be able to prove some of us wrong. Those of us that felt so bad with the conduct of the 2023 election and felt that INEC got it wrong. But this time around, from what we are seeing, there may be less litigation, but that does not necessarily mean that will not be, of course, there will be litigation. But so far, so good. I think INEC is doing a good job, just as I've commended the security agencies. But let us also not forget, as I said as well, that this is an off-season election. It's just 3 states. Let us see what will happen in subsequent elections.
Well, that will be 2027, but the other states that are coming up, Ondo is coming up, Edo is coming up, other off-cycle elections. We'll see how, INEC continues to improve on the process. Thank you so much.
Especially technology.
Yes.
We've exercised that.
Yes.
There is need for us to be able to invest more in technology. Some of these hitches that we are looking around and having, we can be able to just bypass. Once we're able to invest enough in technology, most of the problem we're having in our electoral system will just be gone. We can be able to surmount that. We can reduce that. And that in itself will also reduce the level of litigation within the system.
Chris Uwandu, thank you so much for spending the last 2 hours of your time talking to us and analyzing some of these issues with us. Publisher, I will say it now, CKN News, journalist, chartered arbitrator, and I think I've said that already again.
You said it.
Chris Uwandu, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being here.
Well, let's tell you that we're waiting for that final collation, a decision that INEC would take in Kogi State. They're at the final hours there, just putting, tabulating, and that the impact that the press release from INEC will also have on the declaration of the winner tonight. But let's take a break now. We'll be back in a moment.
I wish to welcome you all to the Global Technology Africa Summit.
Technology itself is a massive driver of access to services that, frankly, most of the governments in Africa can't build infrastructure fast enough to meet.
We have to be a lot more conscious of data storage, data ownership, and things like that.
Talent is the human component of technology.
Basically, the Startup Act is a framework and an umbrella. And I think each state needs to look at what exists, how do we capitalize on what the Startup Act is, and where are our own gaps.
The platform for consumption of entertainment content is translating from linear TV or traditional TV as we know it to the screens of those mobile devices.
We're working with NHTSA to bring them to the U.S. to talk about how we work together on this new challenge of AI.
We have to create a new community.
We look forward to having you in GTA come November. Thank you very much.
Get in on the action with Betano, your exciting destination for thrilling sports betting. Enjoy an award-winning experience with amazing betting options, cash out, and missions, as well as other features. Join now and get a welcome bonus of up to 100,000 Naira. Betano.ng. The game starts now.
Bye, Mom. He's going to play in this weather. Why did you let him go? He might fall ill.
And if he doesn't go out for practice, how will he win more trophies? To protect our family from illness-causing germs during the rainy season, we use Dettol soap every day.
Dettol with germ defense gives you protection. Rainy season brings a lot of germs, and Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Dettol soap is endorsed by the Nigerian Medical Association. Be Dettol sure.
Get in on the action with Betano, your exciting destination for thrilling sports betting. Enjoy an award-winning experience with amazing betting options, cash out, and missions, as well as other features. Join now and get a welcome bonus of up to 100,000 Naira. Betano.ng. The game starts now.
This is TVC News at 10, reaching you live from our headquarters here in Lagos. We begin in Imo State, where the Independent National Electoral Commission has declared the governor of Imo State and candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Uzodimma, as winner of Saturday's governorship election in the state. Now, we're going to bring you more of that story, but we need to cross over now, interrupt the news and cross over to Kogi State, where the final collation of results and declaration is about to be made.
Okay, from the results collected, we had a total of 21 local government areas. And in those 21 local government areas, the total number of registered voters is 1932474. 1932474. That is 1,932,474. Out of this number, the number of accredited voters is 794,500. 794,500. And the votes received by different parties are as follows. Party A, 1254. 1254. Party AA, 1440. Party AA, 1440. Party AAC, 424. Party AAC, 424. Party ADC, 21819. Party ADC, 21819. Party ADP, 1064. Party ADP, 1064. Party APC, 446237. APC, 446237. Party APGA, 469. APGA, 469. APP, 130. APP, 130. Sorry, let me, that should be APM. I can actually know this. So let me go back to APGA. Party APGA, 469. 469. Then party APM 130. APM 130. Party APP 1135. APP 1135. Party BP 82. BP 82. Party LP 567. LP 567. Party NNPP 136. NNPP 136. Party NRM 242. NRM 242. Party PDP 46362. PDP 46362. Party PRP 781. PRP 781. Party SDP 259052. SDP 259052. YPP 868. YPP 868. ZLP 227. ZLP 227. Total valid votes 782,289. Total valid votes 782,289. Rejected votes 9601. Rejected votes 9601. Total votes cast 791,890. Total votes cast 791,890. Okay, so please, will the party agents come up here to sign the collected results? Party agents that are here, would you mind coming up to sign the collected results? The parties that are here. We'll get a copies before the final. Before the final.
Which party? What we are trying to establish is a last decision margin of the margin of it's more than half. Yeah. Okay. That is almost half. Yeah. That is what you just said that everything is 16,000. Thank you. It won't make any difference.
Okay. Sorry, we forgot that there are 2 pages there to sign. Yeah. You know, I wrote 2 times.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah? Let's see if... no? Okay. Yeah, they may not need those. Okay, this is the second. Yeah? Yeah. No. Yeah. 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 Sorry, please, the agents, you may have to come back, please. Sorry, because we wrote 2 times to get enough number of copies. But as you sign, you wait so that you take your copy once. We wrote this twice so that you have enough copies. After signing, you can wait so that you take your own copy.
Just sign up.
You can just...
We'll call them.
Okay.
Just sit down.
Okay, they said they will call you one. Yeah, that's we call the parties. I think is that one. We can start giving them party by party. Let's start with the ones that are going to be done. We can start from these ones are going to be done. Okay.
This one is how many political parties?
Sir?
How many political parties are you representing?
Which party? Okay. Yeah, where is that? You get a clear cut. Yeah, you get a clear cut.
This is the original.
They can be given one of these ones. Why? Okay. Okay.
On behalf of the media.
Well, sorry. Yeah, you want to say something? Okay, can.
But we have not finished. Please, we have not finished.
Please, can't it wait till we finish? You can.
Let's finish, yes.
Okay, thank you. So, like I said before, we had checked the margin of lead, and we are satisfied that we can go ahead and make some declarations. So I'm now going ahead to make a declaration. I, Professor Johnson Orama, hereby certify that 1. I am the returning officer for the 2023 Kogi State governorship election held on the 11th day of November 2023. The election was contested. The candidates received the following votes. 1. Jibrin Osman Oyibe of Party A, received 1254 votes. 1254 votes. 2. Brahimo Olayinka Adeneho of AA received 1440 votes. 1440 votes. Achimugu Augustine Abu of AAC received 424 votes. 424 votes. Abejide Leke Joseph of ADC received 21819 votes. 21819 votes. Eluko Julius of ADP received 1064 votes. 1064 votes. Ahmed Osman Ododo of APC received 446237 votes. 446237 votes. Ilona Idoko Kingsley of APGA received 469 votes. 469 votes. Isa Dauda Utewojo of APM received 130 votes. 130 votes. Onaji Sunday Frank of APP received 1135 votes. 1135 votes. Muhammad Kabir Umar of BP received 82 votes. 82 votes. Okeme Adejo of LP received 567 votes. 567 votes. Hassan Abdullahi of NNPP received 136 votes. 136 votes. Dirisu Bala Abdurafa of NRM received 242 votes. 242 votes. Melaye Daniel Dino of PDP received 46362 votes. 46362 votes. Dr. Abdullahi Bayawo of PRP received 781 votes. 781 votes. Yakubu Murtala of SDP received 259052 votes. 259052 votes. Ombale Samson Agada of YPP received 868 votes. 868 votes. Suleiman Taye Fatima of ZLP received 227 votes. 227 votes. And Ahmed Osman Ododo of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Thank you very much.
INEC has just declared Usman Ododo of the APC winner of that off-cycle governorship election in Kogi State. He was declared the winner, having satisfied the requirement of the law, and he was returned elected. Usman Ododo polled 446,237 votes to defeat his closest rival, Moritala Jaka of the SDP, who polled 259,052 votes. Dino Milayo of the PDP polled 46,362 votes, and Leke Abejide of the ADC polled 21,819 votes. Now, on that rerun election in Ogori Mangongo, INEC said the returning officer said it had checked the margin of lead and determined that it doesn't have any strong impact on the results, and so made that declaration. We're going to bring you reactions from across Kogi State, from our correspondents, from politicians there in just a moment. But let's bring you live feed from Kogi State, as you can see on your screen, where it looks like there is celebration in the camp of the APC.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Governor-elect. Alhaji Ahmad Usman Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor-elect, Mr. Joel Salifu Oyibo, the state party chairman of our great party, the All Progressives Congress, Alhaji Abdullahi Bello, the Secretary to Kogi State Government, Dr. Mrs. Ayowade Folashade Riket, the Chief of Staff, Pharmacist Abdul Karim Mohamed Jamil, the Head of Service, Mrs. Hannah Odio, the State Security Advisor, Navy Commander Jerry Omodara, retired, Distinguished Senator Abubakar Sadiku Ohere, Engineer, member representing Ajakuta Federal Constituency, Okene Rugumagungu Federal Constituency, and all other members of the National Assembly and State House of Assembly serving and past here present. All the party leaders, executives, stalwarts, and followers that are here. All members of the State Executive Council here present. The Deputy Chief of Staff, the man who have found the habit, has formed the habit of taming the monkey at all times. Chief Faleke Sunday. Well, the list is long. Who will I call? Who will I leave? I recognize all of you. Let me especially recognize our media consultants, our media guru, Dr. Yemi Kolabo. We have our own, the very quintessential NUJ president, yeah? Mr. Isiguzo. You are most welcome, and all of your other members here present. All those who have come to celebrate with us. Let me start with the note of appreciation to God Almighty. We all know that whatever has a beginning will surely have an end. Only God Almighty does not have a beginning and has no end. From the very first day I came into this office, that very first day I began to think of when I will be leaving office. And I began to make provision for it. I am winding down as the Executive Governor of Kogi State, to the glory of God. I appreciate the leader of my party and our own father, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who have sacrificed for democracy and continue to sacrifice for democracy for this great country, and he has renewed our hope. I appreciate you. I appreciate the national chairman of our party, His Excellency Alhaji Umar Ganduje, CON, Khadim of Islam, I appreciate you so much and all members of the National Working Committee for standing by us. Let me appreciate the National Chairman of our Kogi State Gubernatorial Campaign Council, His Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, Chief Dapo Abiodun, and all other governors who have been part of this success story, ranging from Governor Sanwo-Olu Babajide of Lagos, Governor Muhammad Babu of Niger State, Governor A.A. Suleiman of Nasarawa State, and a host of all of them, and all of the PGF governors under the leadership of the newly re-elected governor of Imo State, Governor Uzodimma. I congratulate you too. I appreciate the chairman of Nigeria Governors Forum, my own brother, Governor Abdulrazak Abdurrahman of Kwara State, for your immense contribution towards this success. I appreciate, not in order of importance, please, let me appreciate the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, who have stood by me through the thick and thin, giving us all the advice and giving us moral support and every other support we need until we achieve this success. I appreciate all members of the National Assembly, all members of the Federal Executive Council for all of their support. I appreciate our traditional rulers, starting from His Royal Majesty, the Atta Igala, Alhaji of Palua Uche Apad II, CFR, for your support and your fatherly advice and your spiritual support at all times. I appreciate our Royal Father of blessed memory, the Uhinoi of Imperial. May your soul continue to rest in perfect peace. I appreciate very profoundly the Obaro of Kaba for all that you have done and you continue to do to support this government, the outgoing government, and the incoming government. I appreciate you. I appreciate the Ohimike Igu of Kotukari. All of the traditional rulers, I appreciate all of you. Before I go further, I appreciate my family, ranging from all of my wives, Barrister Amina Bello, Hajia Rashida Bello, and Hajia Hafiza Bello. All of my children who have sacrificed along with me throughout this period. I am coming back home gallantly and triumphantly. I thank all of my children. I thank all of you. I thank and appreciate my brothers and sisters, starting from the most senior one, Professor Bello Yani, down to my sisters and brothers. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate who will I leave behind. Everybody, I appreciate you. Back to the processes. I appreciate the DG campaign. Prince Shaibu Abubakar Audi, and all of your team for the wonderful job you have done. All those that have contributed financially and otherwise towards this success, I appreciate all of you. I appreciate the good people of Kogi State for giving us this opportunity to serve you in this capacity at this very auspicious time. I've come, I have seen, and I have served. Well, the journey has just begun. I am not going to rest. I'm only stepping down from this seat according to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended. But I will always be available to serve the state, to serve this country in any capacity that may be deemed fit now and in the future. Let me appreciate the governor-elect and the deputy governor-elect for making yourselves available to be selected, to be chosen, to be elected, to be declared, and soon to be sworn in as the deputy governor and deputy governor. By the grace of God, everyone that has served in my cabinet, I appreciate all of you. Starting from my cabinet to other arms of government, the legislature, the speaker, the judiciary, which is the CJ, I appreciate all of you. Let me appreciate the INEC for a wonderful job. They took their time and painstakingly followed through the due process. And this exercise was concluded today. I appreciate the leadership of INEC, the management, the staff, and all the supporters of INEC who made this exercise, both in Kogi State, in Bayelsa, and Imo State, a huge success. I appreciate all the adult staff who have come to serve. I appreciate all the security agencies for the roles you have played. All the roles you played in one way or the other helped in the huge success we have achieved today. I thank all members of the intelligentsia for all the support you have given to us. We appreciate you and we urge you to continue to serve this great nation. I appreciate the good people of Kogi State once again, the electorate, who trooped out en masse, starting from campaign period to the electioneering period, who came out to elect the governor and the deputy governor en masse. I didn't disappoint you, and I am confident that the governor-elect and the deputy governor-elect will not disappoint you. From where I shall stop, they will continue. They are tested and trusted. They have passed through the blast furnace, and they have come out so refined, shining like a gold. Give them all the necessary support. Your prayers and cooperation, Kogi will remain united ever than before. Kogi State will remain united, will remain developed. Let me tell each and every one of us that there is no tribalism in Kogi State. What is playing out is simply interests. But today, the good people of Kogi State have spoken loud and clear that we appreciate the good ones amongst us. And we can at all times tame those that are undeserved in our midst. Having said that, I extend the hands of fellowship on behalf of the governor-elect and deputy governor-elect, our party, and this current administration. Come on board. Still come and join me before I even wind down. And I know, surely, that the governor-elect is compassionate. He will definitely embrace you, so long as you are coming in to serve and contribute immensely to the growth and development of the state. We have laid down certain infrastructures, physical, tangible, and intangible. Let us appreciate what God has given to us, which is this state, and let's join hands together and ensure that it becomes prosperous. It is only when we come together that we'll be able to tap into the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. And as strategically located as Kogi State is, we stand a better chance to benefit more than any other state of this federation. I sincerely appreciate all of you for coming and giving us all this opportunity up to this moment and moving forward. Let me finally appreciate the media, the civil society, and all other NGOs. You have contributed immensely in reshaping and refining our democracy. Please continue to give support. Report whatever we do good and loud it out there. Whatever you think that is not going absolutely well, please tell us. We shall make amend. And may you continue to serve this great nation to the best of your abilities. I thank all of you, and we look forward to a more prosperous Kogi State. Together, we shall all prosper. Thank you, and God bless you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hand over this mic to my governor-elect to make his own remarks. Thank you, and God bless you. Your Excellency, sir.
Before I make my remark, you know I'm still learning. Pardon me if I jump the protocol. I'm still learning. I'm still a student. Your Excellency, my mentor, my leader, my benefactor, and my father, the executive governor of Kogi State, and the Bello. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor-elect, His Excellency Joel Salifu, the SSG, the distinguished Senator Abubakar, our media consultant, the head of service, member representing the Federal Constituency, Okene, Ogoyi Federal Constituency, the State Security Advisor, and of course, the workaholic and capacity chairman of our great party, aka Dollar Transfer. Please permit me to stop here and write on with my remark. First and foremost, I want to thank God Almighty for counting us among those to witness today and this moment. I stand here before you this evening with immense gratitude and a deep sense of responsibility as Governor-elect of Kogi State. It is an honor and a privilege to address you not just as Governor-elect, but as a servant of the people. First and foremost, I want to sincerely express my gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, His Excellency Vice President Kashim Shettima, His Excellency Alhaji Yahya Bello, His Excellency the National Chairman of our great party, and his NWC members, or every other governors of our great party. I want to appreciate them for placing their trust in me and my team. Their faith in our mission to move Kogi State forward is both humbling and inspiring. I also extend my gratitude to INEC Chairman and his team, the security agencies, and all stakeholders that have played a crucial role in ensuring a free, fair, and credible election. A template has been laid by the National Chairman of INEC, and as such, I look forward to the nation to build on this working and transparent template. I want to appreciate you all our members, all the executive members of His Excellency, for your support, guidance, and trust in our collective mission to serve the good people of Kogi State. Election has gone and gone. I pledge to serve and to lead with accountability, transparency, and inclusivity. Therefore, I call on you all, especially my brothers, the co-contestants, to come and join me to discuss the affair of our dear state for greatness. After all, we don't have any other state that we can call our state except Kogi State. We are coming to build on legacy of His Excellency. We are coming to improve on his achievements. I call on every one of you to join me to move the state forward for the benefit of our people. Your Excellency, I want to sincerely appreciate you for laying a very solid foundation with working template for us to ride on. And by the special grace of God, He said, you are going home. You are not going home. Your work has done. You are a student. We continue to learn from you. You continue to serve this state, but this time around as a critical stakeholder. You know, when you say stakeholder and critical stakeholder, most people don't understand the difference between the two. If you are a stakeholder, there are meetings you cannot attend. But if you are a critical stakeholder, you will be the one to initiate a meeting. Definitely, you will be there. So, Excellency, we want to appreciate you for what you have done for the entirety